Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Touch Steel Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya dreamed of becoming a hero. He'd lived, breathed, ate, and slept heroics. Could name the entire top 10 of the Hero Commission in order of rank, name, and even date of birth. When he walked with his mother, he clung to a small, ragged plush toy of the legendary number 1 hero, All Might, and kept a keychain of the same figure on his lunchbox, also branded with All Might's face, appearance, and color scheme. His pencils had the same color scheme. He only had markers in red, blue, and white, for All Might, obviously, and he lost interest in anything that wasn't about heroism or quirks. He did well enough, academically, but it was clear that little Izuku had a passion. When his class began to manifest their quirks, Izuku's eyes shone like the sun in admiration. Katsuki Bakugo was the first, his hands sparking with brilliant crackles that lit up the room. Izuku was mesmerized by the brilliant shine of these small explosions, in awe of the potential that Bakugo carried. From that second, Izuku knew that his best friend was going to be an amazing hero, maybe even on the same level as All Might. The days went on, and developments were slow. Tsubasa developed a pair of red wings, almost draconic in shape and composition, and Hikari found the ability to coat objects in a luminescent liquid secreted from his fingers. And all this time, Izuku watched the quirks form, and wondered when he'd get his quirk. "Kaken, your quirk is so cool. It's amazing!" Izuku had cried joyously while following the kid down a river, smiling as Bakugo grinned at the recognition. "I'm going to be the best, Izuchun. Just watch." Bakugo declared, ostensibly to Izuku, but they both knew that it was Bakugo's message to the world, a declaration of war on anyone who would try to stop them from living up to their full potential. As they both grinned and giggled, Izuku tripped, falling through the air, and slumping against legs, as the world went dark, replaced with a large black void, only marked by Izuku himself, and a swirling mass of red light that Izuku could not begin to understand. Izuku blinked, looking around, before slowly reaching into the swirling, blinding form. As his fingers touched the surface, he felt information barrage his brain, and he was sure that was shrieking in pain, but he couldn't hear it. He only heard the pulsing agony in his brain as information tore into it like a crowbar against a lock. Explosion. Emitter-type quirk. Fingertips produce sparks, and the holder sweats nitroglycerin. The sparks can detonate the nitroglycerin. In addition, the holder's skin is semi-resistant to explosions, allowing them to survive the effects of their own quirk. As Midoriya pulled back, he felt himself come back to reality. And yet, he had retained that information. He had seen Bakugo's quirk, and how it works. He knew everything. "Zuchan. Geez, look after yourself. I can't help you being clumsy. And what's with zoning out like that, huh?" He scowled as Izuku dusted himself off and climbed back to his feet. "Kaken, your quirk is amazing. I don't know what happened, but I kinda saw the world go dark and I touched this swirly thing, and I could see everything about your quirk and it's so amazing." Izuku burst out, his mouth going at the same rate as the average motor vehicle. Bakugo furrowed his brow in confusion. "What do you mean you saw everything? Slow down, Zuchan." He growled in frustration, not for the first time struggling to keep up with the rapid stream of mumbling that Izuku could muster. "Yeah, I saw how it works. Your sweat is explosive, and your fingertips make sparks. But you're also resistant to explosions yourself, so you can actually handle your own stuff. Which means..." Izuku gasped in awe, "You can fly." "What? That doesn't make sense." Bakugo's brow was so deeply furrowed that Izuku legitimately thought it would come off. "Hear me out here. So, you're safe from your own explosions, mostly, anyway. So if you kept exploding, you could lift yourself off the ground. Of course, you'd need a lot of sweat to try going for a run, first." Izuku's face lit up like the sun, and Bakugo reluctantly ran around, an expression of disbelief on his face. And then, Bakugo leapt. For a few seconds, Izuku was worried he'd done it wrong. Another second and the sound of explosions tore through the air as Bakugo managed to hold himself in the air, in a constant state of being blasted upwards by his quirk. He couldn't move, but he wasn't touching the ground. 2 seconds later and Bakugo slumped against the ground as Izuku ran up and hugged him. "Kaken, that was amazing. Your quirk is so great, even All Might can't fly. That's so cool." As Izuku gushed, he couldn't see the scowl on Bakugo's face. He couldn't see the resentment at what Bakugo saw as Izuku's victory, given to him out of pity. Sadly for young Izuku, the days to come were not kind. His quirk was confirmed by the kindly pediatrician, Dr. Tsubasa. Quirk recognition, a mutation quirk that allows for the user to understand the inherent abilities and quirk factors of a given person via touch. And Izuku slowly came to realize that this quirk wasn't suitable for heroism. It wasn't super strength or healing or fire, it was just information. Information was great, but it didn't stop villains. "Mum, can I be a hero?" The question was asked quietly, as he watched the video footage of All Might's great debut, emerging from the burning building. It had taken him days to find the words for his question, and he spoke with tears in his eyes, as though he knew the answer, but he needed to ask, for his own knowledge. Inko Midoriya heard the question, and the stoic facade she tried to cultivate cracked, and the tears broke through as she hugged her son tight. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm just so sorry." She cried as she felt her son hug her back, tears rolling down his face too. She couldn't lie to him, but she wished she could. Anything to not hurt him like this. As Izuku's hand touched her shoulder, he felt the familiar rush of information force its way in, unbidden and unwanted. Minor telekinesis. Emitter quirk. The holder can create a gravitational force to move small objects in a given direction for a short PRD. As Izuku simply stared into the middle distance, he had a single thought as he shut down and let the tears roll down his face. "This is my life, I guess." It didn't take long for the rest of the school to hear about Izuku's quirk, the ability to know everything about your quirk, a useless thing that was only good for him stalking you. And knowing everything about you. A creepy, invasive thing. Disgusting. He'd noticed the glares, the snickering behind his back. And before long, even Bakugo had stopped pretending to tolerate him. "Don't you get it, Deku? I can't be seen with you. I'm going to the top, and I can't let you drag me down. I'm not going to let you weigh me down and stop me from reaching the top. Kaken, I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to help you." Tears were in Midoriya's eyes as he blinked, truly feeling like a useless Deku underneath Bakugo's glare. "You don't get it, useless Deku. If you give me everything, you're stealing those victories from me. You're stealing my future, and I'm not letting you do that. Now get out of my way." He snarled as he pushed Izuku to the side, fuming with anger as the group following Bakugo went with him, laughing and jeering at Izuku as they left. Sighing, Izuku got up and began to walk home, a long walk that took him through the middle of Mustafu, a burgeoning district mostly known for the town's high street. It was next to the local branch of the National Bank that Izuku saw a tall man with a cloth tied around his face, punching the wall and swearing angrily. Within moments, the man turned around, growling. "What are you looking at? Walk away, punk." His eyes glared hard, and Izuku realized this man had something he didn't want people to see. He was doing something he shouldn't. Shaking, Izuku tried to speak, only to find his mouth wouldn't respond as the man approached, placing a hand upon his shoulder and dragging him into the alley. "I don't like people who don't run when they're supposed to. Now, last chance, kid. I'm not above punching a kid." He towered over the young Izuku, winding up for a punch. Izuku froze, and then remembered all the videos he'd seen, all the lessons he'd watched All Might give. Heroes are afraid all the time. It's being afraid and doing what's right anyway that makes you a hero, after all. If you can make others calm despite your own feelings, that is what it means to be a hero. With that, Izuku lunged, without purpose, without thought, his body moving without a conscious decision, and the man missed his swing as the young child latched onto his legs, the world giving way to emptiness once more as the usual void took over, the same swirling mass of light appearing as a silver sphere. "I don't have time for this. I need to get out," screamed Izuku's thoughts, despite there being no one to hear them. He writhed and tugged, trying to get out of the darkness, but all he seemed to do was pull the silver sphere towards him, away from the criminal. He didn't know what he was doing, this was so new. Normally he could only touch the quirk and see what it meant, but now it was doing something different. The silver sphere went into Izuku, and the familiar flow of information burst into his brain. Combo breaker. The emitter type. The holder's knuckles amplify kinetic energy received from objects for a short time, resulting in increased force from repeated punches and other objects. When Izuku came to, he was on the floor, a black eye carving across his face, but the criminal was looking at him, shaking in his combat boots. You took it. That's not natural. That's not right. You're a monster. He screamed as he ran away, sprinting like his life depended on it. As Izuku stood up slowly, all he could think about was how he was going to explain this to his mother. To her credit, she eventually took it well. After 5 minutes, she realized Izuku hadn't meant to steal the quirk. After 5 hours, she just about calmed down from the idea of Izuku being in danger. Izuku felt his disdain for his quirk never getting worse, but never healing, like a wound that avoided infection but never closed. He did acceptably well academically, just doing what he needed to do. But his life didn't really get better until a chance encounter nearly 10 years later. Izuku had been running to the store when he saw a mighty figure in a tunnel, holding a bottle of what looked like sewage. "It can't be," Izuku murmured as the tall, muscled man turned around and laughed. "And why not? Is it so silly to believe that I am here?" All Might called as he grinned widely. "All Might, I'm so sorry. I'm a huge fan and I'm so glad to meet you and—" His voice became faster and faster as his muttering became indecipherable. "Hold there, kid. I'm afraid I'm not catching what you're saying, but I'm sure you're working out the courage for an autograph, right?" Izuku nodded slightly and presented a notebook, specifically his quirk analysis notebook, the only hobby he really had the energy for. In one swift scrawl, All Might had left his signature upon the page, smiling wildly. "Now, I've got to be off, so if there's anything else—" "There's one thing. All Might. Can I become a hero?" His voice broke, and All Might looked at him appraisingly. "Well, that's a tough question, young one. You're a bit scrawny, and definitely not a runner, but you seem earnest. I see potential in you, so go on, what's your quirk?" He grinned, trying to bolster the child. He didn't see the reticence upon the child's face. I don't actually know, All Might, but I think I can steal and give quirks." He looked down as All Might's smile evaporated. "What?" His eyes went from joy and hope to fear and wariness in one go. Izuku felt his heart drop. Of course his idol would hate him. Everyone else did, after all. Yet it's not a good quirk. I only ever used it once, by accident, and I couldn't give it back because it was a villain and he ran away, but well, I need to do good, All Might. He gradually looked up, seeing the face of a man about to give a lecture. "That quirk is awful, young man. You'd have to be evil incarnate to wait, accident? You wanted to give it back." For a moment, All Might paused in confusion, blinking twice as though he wasn't expecting what Izuku just said. Yeah? I couldn't just take it from him? That's a part of him. I couldn't let him feel lost and violated forever. Even if I took it in the first place, I couldn't change that, but I could fix my mistake." His eyes burned with flame, a subdued thing, but passion nonetheless. And for a moment, All Might didn't know how to react. "That is most interesting. What's your name, young man?" "Midoriya Izuku, sir." For a moment, All Might stood still, thinking. "Young Midoriya, I cannot help you become a hero. Your quirk it terrifies me. In fact, I would go as far as to say I hate it." He paused, noticing Izuku's crestfallen expression, before resuming. "However, that is not to say you cannot become a hero. I see in you a mighty spirit and unbroken desire to do right, even when many in your shoes go to cruelty and evil. So, if you like, I can have a friend of mine who specializes in quirks that are subtle and unpleasant visit you, and help you get into a position where you can attend the entrance exam of my own alma mater, the UA Academy." He smiled again, and despite himself, Izuku smiled. "Okay, All Might. I understand, but promise you'll do this for me, please. I've been disappointed before, so I need your word. Izuku pleaded, despite his smile, and for once, All Might seemed to understand this child. You poor child. Young Midoriya, I give you my promise as the #1 hero that I shall make sure you live up to your full potential, even if I can't do that myself. He smiled and Izuku bowed, scampering off. Putting down the large plastic bottle of writhing sewage, All Might took out his phone and called the one person who could help this boy. After a long wait, a tired voice came over the speaker. What do you want, Yagi? It was barely a question, more of a complaint. Aizawa, perfect. I happen to need your help with a problem child. He knew this was going to be tough, but he hoped he could persuade the misanthropic underground hero to help him. Yagyo, I'm already dealing with one, and this is supposed to be the part of the year where I can sleep in. You are not saddling me with another kid. All Might could almost hear Aizawa growl in frustration. Aizawa, just listen to me. This boy that he has a quirk most disturbing. I have seen it once before, and the wielder took much from me. Ask Nizu if you need more. But I cannot speak of it more, nor can I help him. But he cannot be allowed to break and go to villainy. Despite this, he has a golden heart, and he has suffered so much already. I need you to do this, Aizawa. I will gladly do whatever you need, whether it be buying you cats or giving you a coffee or buying a new sleeping bag or dash. Shut up, Yagi. You're giving me a migraine with that energy already. He sighed, and All Might could tell that the man on the other end was pinching his nose in frustration. I'll ask Nizu. Mind giving me something to ask about? If I agree with your assessment, I'll have him join my other problem child. I'm not giving you any more promises than that. Acceptable? All Might sighed with relief as the hero on the other side finished his sentence. Good, thank you, Aizawa. Ask him about All for One. I think you'll agree once you hear it. I'll believe it when I hear it. If that's all, I'm going back to the other problem child. That's all, Aizawa. Thank you. The phone hung up, and All Might felt a mix of fear and warmth fill his heart. Maybe this villain's quirk could do good after all. Maybe Midoriya would be nothing like the last wielder of All for One. Something about him reminded All Might of himself, and he knew that he had to give the kid a chance, if nothing else. 5 days after his chance meeting with the symbol of peace, Izuku was despondent. It wasn't that All Might had considered his quirk to be the worst thing he'd seen. It wasn't even the fact that his hero hadn't even wanted to help him himself. No, it was the fact that almost a week later, he still hadn't heard anything from the hero. Izuku wasn't a cynical person, but he was sure he'd been lied to. Sighing as he trudged back through the streets, a bag full of groceries he'd picked up on his way home, he found himself treading through a back alley when he felt the impact of a combat boot slamming into his chest, pushing him to the ground and forcing him to drop the plastic bag. Izuku instinctively tried to punch in the direction of the assailant, but he felt the rushing air as something tight wrapped around his stomach and lifted him into the air. Within seconds, he'd been knocked down, tied up, and wrapped around a street lamp. It would have been comical if Izuku wasn't fighting the urge to panic at the total lack of power he had. The assailant emerged, a figure with a thick mop of long black hair, goggles that totally obscured his eyes, and a black ensemble that could honestly be mistaken for pajamas if it weren't for the tactical belt and thick scarf of gray material that was extending from his neck to Izuku himself. Standing straight, the stranger looked up at Izuku, looked him up and down, and finally spoke. Decent effort. If I was a villain, you'd be dead. The voice was monotone and carefully controlled, and Izuku found himself scrutinizing the man carefully. Sighing, he flexed his neck, and the cord that had tied around Izuku retracted, depositing him in a coughing heap on the ground. As Izuku recovered, the stranger resumed speaking. Do you know who I am? The tone was as carefully controlled as before, but Izuku could tell this was a test. Picking himself up, he felt himself running through the options, not aware that he was muttering. Wearing all black suggests either an underground hero that operates at night or that you're wearing clothes to fit a darkness quirk, but you attacked me physically, implying that either it's limited by any kind of light or that it's a different thing. You used agility and speed rather than pure strength, so probably an underground hero. Goggles suggest a quirk related to the eyes, so he looked up. You're Eraserhead, aren't you? Once he finished muttering, he blushed, realizing that he'd said all of that out loud. Eraserhead, to his credit, didn't seem at all affected. Not bad. Most people give up right there, and fewer figure out I'm an underground hero without seeing me do my job. A slight smirk formed on his face. I received a call from an acquaintance about a kid with an unsettling quirk. So, please do tell, are you the one with the quirk all for one? He glared at Izuku, reading his reactions. The pressure made him swallow as he spoke. I don't know what all for one is, but my quirk is to steal others, I think. I also have a quirk where punching things repeatedly does more damage, but I swear, I wanted to give it back, and he was a villain but he ran away before I could return it and it was an accident and his explanation was cut by the panic cutting in, and his breaths becoming shallow and frequent. I'm not going to get you into trouble. All Might told me everything you told him, and having done my research, I'm not going to get you into trouble. As Izuku slowly calmed, he managed to wheeze. You're not? But why? That's the core of my first lesson. But I'm not teaching you that yet. Come find me at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Get permission from your mother or sneak out, I don't care. But there's someone else you should meet, someone your age who's trying to make it into the hero course. He handed the dropped groceries back to Izuku, alongside a note with an address, and by the time Izuku could make out a thank you, Eraserhead had vanished from the scene, pulling himself away via what Izuku could only describe as masterful use of the scarf. The next day, Izuku found himself walking out of his home and heading to the address Eraserhead had given him. His mother had been panicked and incredibly protective once he got back, bruised and late, but after explaining that he'd been talking to a pro hero who was going to give him lessons, she had slowly graduated from fear and terror to mere nerves over the course of a couple of hours. And thus, Izuku had found himself taking his first step to becoming a hero. It was nice to have a sense of purpose. Hell, it was nice to talk to someone who wasn't Bakugo about heroism. Knocking quietly on the door, it opened, revealing a young boy around Izuku's age. He had wild, shaggy purple hair, and deep bags under his eyes that were close to the same color. He'd opted to wear simple gym clothes, similar to Izuku's own apparel, in fact. Let me guess, you're Aizawa's newest problem child. He rolled his eyes, a slight smirk forming on his face as confusion blossomed on Izuku's expression. Aizawa? I'm here to see Eraserhead, he flushed before panicking. Oh God, do I have the wrong address? I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Relax. You're in the right place. Shinso Hitoshi, Aizawa's other problem child, or so he tells me. He grins, waving Izuku in. Right. My name's Midoriya Izuku, but most people call me Deku. He followed the purple-haired youth, even as they scrutinized him with a glare not unlike Aizawa's own. Yeah, I'm not going to call you that. I've got enough problems talking to people without calling people useless at the first meeting. Good to meet you, Midoriya. He continued walking through the small house, even as Izuku felt himself watching Shinso carefully, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Nobody his age had ever said something like that. However, the other shoe did not, in fact, drop, and as the two found themselves in a small room that had been emptied and filled with training mats, Izuku found himself smiling at the other boy's kindness. As they entered, the door on the other side of the room opened, revealing Eraserhead, clutching a cup of coffee, with a black cat sprawled across his shoulder. Good, you're both here. Shinso, Midoriya, both of you understand how to use your quirk. More or less. That's not what I'm going to train you. There are 3 types of lessons that I'm going to teach you. He paused, letting them take in what he was saying. The first is strength. By the time of the UA entrance exam, if I punch you, you'll be able to take it. The second is agility. By the time of the exam, if I punch you, you won't need to take it. He cleared his throat as Shinso spoke. Seems fair. What's the third one? He raised his eyebrow at the teacher. Philosophy. Aizawa grinned widely as both students stared at him in confusion. Aizawa, why philosophy? Shinso asked, completely lost. I agree, Eraserhead, sir. I'm not sure why that helps. Midoriya's own face was starting to mirror Shinso's, only without the eye bags. Both of you currently have some attitudes to your own quirks and the quirks of others. Attitudes that are unhealthy for your heroic career, and yes, I do consider both of you able to make it into heroics if you try hard enough. He waited for objections, before continuing on. Both of you have regarded your own quirk as something villainous, disgusting, cruel. So, my first exercise for you is to sit down and tell the other person about your quirk. No excuses, no justification. Just what you do and how it works. Both students sat down until silence deafened the room. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Shinso spoke. My quirk is called brainwashing. If someone responds to what I say, I can control them. Just like that. The purple-haired youth looked down, seemingly trying to make out individual cracks in the fabric of his shoes. That's pretty amazing, Shinso. You could use it to disarm villains, or make them surrender with no property damage. It'd be so useful for hostage situations. That's going to be really useful, especially if you get the drop on people. Izuku's eyes sparkled as he went through the options. But I could also very easily force people to do terrible things. Doesn't that concern you? Shinso looked up, genuinely confused at the opposing viewpoint. Sure. Do you think you're likely to do that? Izuku raised his eyebrow, and Shinso opened his mouth, and then closed it. My quirk is all for one, and I can understand how a quirk works if I touch someone. And I can steal quirks too, but I only did that once, and it was an accident. Shinso scratched his chin, deep in thought. Not bad. More of a thing to use on supervillains or more serious crooks, but overall, not bad. Do they have to be alive? Because you could take useful quirks from the dead. Shinso looked at him as Izuku's face contorted in an expression of confusion that was almost identical to Shinso's own earlier expression. It traumatized the last person I used it on. So I'm not super keen on using it again, Izuku muttered quietly as Aizawa clapped his hand upon his shoulders. Trauma is indeed a terrible thing to inflict. So allow me to ask you something, both of you, how do you think it feels to be on the receiving end of a smash from All Might? He paused, letting them both mull it over. Do you think that the people All Might arrests are calm and lucid afterwards? After fighting a man who can lift vehicles, who can punch hard and fast enough to change the weather, who could shatter every bone in your body in a single strike if he really wanted to? There is a reason prisons have psychologists, and only half of that is to see if the prisoner can be rehabilitated, the second half is taking care of them and keeping them stable. All Might could kill people just as easily as Shinso, has the charisma to sway people to do whatever he wants, and terrifies the people he fights. So, I'll ask you this, if All Might can be the symbol of peace, how is it that your quirks can be inherently bad? A minute of silence carried as Shinso and Izuku thought for a second. Finishing his coffee, Aizawa put down his cup and spoke. Alright, that's over. Consider that question to be homework. For now, follow me. We're going downtown for your strength training, and I'm going to enjoy this. Aizawa placed his cat down upon the ground, took a book off the shelf, and left the house, the two students trailing behind. An hour of walking later, Midoriya and Shinso found themselves at what could be charitably described as a beach, if you ignored the wrecks of old cars, washing machines, and other large mounds of trash and detritus. Aizawa sat himself down on a bench, reading his book. This is actually an exercise I'd had suggested to me, and it's logical. You've got until the entrance exam to clear this beach. He watched their faces fall as they realized the magnitude of their task. Shinso cleared his throat, and Aizawa turned his face to face him. Aizawa, won't this require us to bulk up to move this stuff? There's two of you, and there are bits that are easier to lift and move. You'll figure it out. It wouldn't be training if I gave you the answers, would it? And with the chilling grin forming on his face, he watched as Midoriya and Shinso went to work. So, bad time to ask, but have you got another quirk stored in there to make this easier? Shinso asked, several hours in, as he and Izuku slowly moved a sheet of corrugated iron to the vehicle that Aizawa had asked a friend of his, presumably the infamous pro-hero, Present Mike, if the screaming about how, that's not like you eraser, was any indication, to bring to the beach to aid in the cleanup. Well, if I punched it enough times, it could end up in orbit? but there's just as good a chance of it hitting the sand with enough force to seriously injure us. I don't think that'd necessarily be a help. Izuku gave a slight smirk underneath the weight. Hey, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? So. Shinso grinned and Izuku laughed. For the both of them, this was a new feeling, the feeling of being able to joke and laugh with someone who was laughing with you, not at you. Man, this is hard going. But I'm glad I met you, Shinso. You seem like you're going to be a great hero. Izuku smiled, and Shinso looked back at him, a slightly pensive smile on his face. I don't know if I believe you, Midoriya, but you've certainly got potential, and you've certainly got a useful quirk there, no matter what people think of it. When the two of them finished for the day, they shook hands, smiling warmly. Aizawa put his book down and got into the front seat. Good job, both of you. We'll keep it this, and it'll bulk you up in no time. Both of them looked uncertainly at each other and looked at their teacher. It was Midoriya that spoke up. Aizawa, that this was a test, wasn't it? Aizawa simply smirked slightly. Perceptive. Yes, this was a test specifically for you, Midoriya. The last holder of your quirk was at well, I can't tell you everything, but he did a lot of harm to a lot of people. And given how rare it is, I felt there was a risk you inherited it from the aforementioned villain, so I devised a test. I decided to observe your empathy, and despite your dismay, you got right to it, trying to improve the local community. He paused, letting what he said sink in. I don't know how you figure into this, Midoriya, but I can tell you that you've got what it takes to be a hero, provided you stay the course. So yes, it was a test. And you passed. Good work, both of you. I'll drop you both off at your parents', and I'll see you tomorrow. The drive was fast, and a battered, exhausted, and tired-out Midoriya flopped on the couch as soon as he'd gotten out of the car and thanked both Shinso and Aizawa for their help. And yet, despite the pain he was in, despite his muscles crying out for rest, Midoriya felt something he hadn't felt in a while. Hope and purpose filling up his chest. He didn't know how he looked to his mother, but Izuku privately hoped that she could see the joy that was emerging. He hoped that soon, she wouldn't need to worry about Izuku's emotional state any longer. Listeners. Today I'm your host, Present Mike, and here's the situation on the UA entrance exam. Shouted the bombastic man in a black leather jacket and a bright yellow spike of hair and golden sunglasses, the sheer contrast being broken up by a large silver speaker around his throat. Privately, both Shinso and Izuku were glad they were towards the back. Neither of them really felt like suffering from the ear-piercing volume of the DJ and pro hero. In this test, you'll be dealing with several large robots. Izuku saw Shinso stiffen awkwardly at that news. His quirk would not be a great help against enemies that could not speak. Hopefully the training they'd had with Eraserhead would help them. If not, Izuku feared his friend might be stuck at the first hurdle. If you look over here, you can see robots worth 1, 2, and 3 villain points, where harder enemies are worth more, yeah? At that, a tall, lanky boy with blue hair in the gym uniform of Sumai Academy stood up. Excuse me. I wish to question, on the slide and in the handout provided, there have been depicted 4 robots of successively larger size. I wish to clarify, what is the purpose and villain point allocation of the 4th, largest one? He stood, totally rigid, like a steel bar propped up against a wall. Sheesh, slow down there, listener. But you lead me to the point, so props for that. So, that 4th robot? That's the 0-pointer. It's a big thing that costs a lot of money, and it's also worth no points. I'd stay away from that one if I were you. I mean, if you want to take that out, be my guest, but I'm gonna tell ya, you've gotta go pretty plus ultra for that. Present Mike grinned, and the Sumai kid bowed. My apologies for disrupting. Please, forgive me. He sat down after a respectful 90-degree bow. No problemo, listener. I like a bit of enthusiasm. So, villain points are your way of making your way through the examination. Break robots, show some initiative, and capture that plus ultra spirit. Yeah. He leapt into the air, and his energy seemed to be contagious, judging by the laughter and cheering in the front seats. Alrighty, time's up. Go to the allotted zone and show us what you've got. Trudging out through the swarm of teenagers ready for combat, Izuku and Shinso slowly made their way to a set of colossal steel gates. Staring up at the monument to their task, the first step to becoming a hero, Izuku stepped forward and tripped, falling face first towards the ground. Izuku blinked, seeing that his nose was inches away from the ground, but very notably not on the ground. The second thing he noticed was that he was getting further away from the ground before he fell back down. Privately, he was glad he managed to fall onto his feet, and he made sure to give a quick mental thank you to Aizawa for his agility training. Behind him, a young lady with brown hair that just about reached the neck, wide brown eyes that were widened with concern, and a look of concern on her rosy-cheeked face. Sorry about that. That's my quirk. I can make things float. That I know it's bad to use your quirk on someone, but it's bad luck to trip and fall on your first day. She smiled and he found himself smiling back, trying to conceal the total and absolute terror he felt. Sure is nerve-wracking, huh? Well, good luck, both of you. She ran towards the gate, clearly not wanting to be late, without even introducing herself. Shinso and Izuku spent a moment processing, looked at each other, and then back to her. Shinso? I just spoke to a girl. He grinned widely at his sleep-deprived companion. Slow down there, hotshot. You didn't really, say anything. He smirked back, raising an eyebrow. Hey, have you ever spoken to a girl? Izuku raised his own eyebrow, and there was a pause as Shinso thought. Just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right. Come on, let's go be big diamond heroes, Midoriya. With that, Shinso started sprinting, leaving Izuku to follow him, wailing, "Those literally are the same thing, Shinso," as he went. At the teacher's lounge where they could see the site where the newest generation of heroes would show their mettle, Shota Aizawa, better known as Eraserhead, was looking forward to this for once. Aizawa, you're smiling. Don't tell me you're actually well rested for once. His colleague, Namuri Kiyama teased. The R-rated heroine made a habit of poking fun at Aizawa, seeing as present Mike wasn't always available. Such as now, for instance. Kiyama, it's better than that. He's been teaching 2 students this summer. Sekijiro-kun, the hero Vlad King, grinned, loving the opportunity to needle the 1A homeroom teacher. At the back of the room, nobody noticed All Might, the symbol of peace, grimacing slightly. Oh, Aizawa. Finally warming up to someone? I'll have to message Fukukado. Or is it Emi? Kiyama grinned as Aizawa sighed. I took on 2 students who have been discouraged in the past. Neither of them have stereotypically heroic quirks, so I gave them a push to find their potential. I think we'll be surprised. Aizawa watched the screen, anticipating the trial to come. He wouldn't admit it, but he was looking forward to this. What do you make of the people we've got competing, Yagi? Principal Nizu's voice rang out, the chimera turning in his swivel chair with a wide smile. If you didn't know Nizu, you'd assume he was genuine. All Might did know Nizu, however, and could tell this was a test, one to see how well he'd fare as a teacher. I am still unsettled by young Midoriya. Though Aizawa has shown me that he has the heart of a hero, his quirk is one of the most disturbing I've ever seen. Of the non-recommendation students, young Bakugo seems promising. Shinso has a powerful quirk that is incredibly unsuitable for the exam, so I fear for him there. Ingenium's brother is likely promising, and other than that, I'm hoping to wait and see. All Might stroked his chin in thought, mentally going through the dossiers he'd received. Don't worry about Midoriya and Shinso. If they've learned anything, they'll pass. Aizawa grinned, turning to the rest. The entire room save for Nizu himself recoiled. Unsuitable quirks being balanced out by intelligence? Oh, I'm looking forward to this. Nizu rubbed his hands with glee as he watched the countdown on his screen. Taking a sip of his tea, he made a mental note of Aizawa's students. They could have a lot of potential, if properly nurtured. Stay away, Art. There's no countdown in real life. Get moving, yelled Present Mike as his voice boomed from all the speakers. At once, the charge began, with Shinso and Izuku being swept up in the tide. Instantly, the more flashy, practical quirks began destroying robots in a spray of fists, explosions, lasers, and at one point, a giant dark bird. Unlike the others, Shinso ran towards the edge of the site, gesturing Izuku to follow. Midoriya, I've got a plan. See those bots over there? Do some damage to them and I'll take them down. Shinso grinned as he spoke. About 5 seconds away is an emergency microphone to someone who is responsible for making sure no students die. You tag him, I'll get them deactivated. Shinso, isn't that cheating? Izuku looked uncertain even in the face of Shinso's unusual confidence. Nope. It's fighting dirty. Totally different. You ready? Sure, I trust you, Shinso. Izuku ran in, punching the one-point robot as a collection turned on him. They lunged at once, and Izuku slid underneath them, punching the robot again and again and again and again until the force of his combo breaker shattered the plating. Dodging to the side, a pincer missed him, striking another bot. Feeling the flow of combat that he'd first tasted in Aizawa's agility training, he ducked, letting the 3-point robot severely damage another one behind him, before dropping into a slide that let him maneuver behind the collection, running towards Shinso. Shinso now. Shinso looked down at the microphone, an unassuming thing with a red button placed upon it. Hitting the emergency button, he put on a distressed tone. Hello. I need help. The voice on the other side was kindly, if slightly disinterested. Please state your name, and we can get you out of there if you are dropping out now. At that, he went silent as Shinso activated his quirk, feeling the connection between him and the office worker go from non-existent to total control. Deactivate the robots in a pack close to me, and wake up in 7 seconds, not remembering any of this. Shinso commanded, before running towards Izuku, watching the dangerous robots switch off, the lights going from intimidating red to an empty black. Watching their villain points climb for crushing nearly 10 robots easily, they grinned at each other, before running to find more. He can't do that. That's cheating, surely? All Might, better known as Toshinori Yagi right now, was perplexed. He wasn't defeating the enemies, he was circumventing them through trickery. It was certainly intelligent, but cleverness didn't make it legal. On the contrary, Yagi. The only dubious part of this is young Shinso using his quirk on a bystander, but as all people who are in the examination site or able to communicate to it are classed as combatants, this technically is not vigilantism. Trust me, I checked the paperwork in triplicate. Nizu had a grin upon his face, as though he'd been waiting for this, which he likely was, knowing the chimera. And Midoriya is doing very well for himself. Those two are quite the formidable team. You must be very proud of yourself, Aizawa. Aizawa merely nodded, hiding a smile beneath his capture tape. I respect the legality of it, but surely circumventing difficulty with trickery isn't viable for passing the exam, no? That'd be like having a written exam where taking notes in is legal. Yagi argued back. Respectable point, Yagi. I do so love a good debate. Nizu cackled, his little feet waving in the air. But to answer that, not every quirk is suitable for every situation. Our good friend Aizawa is testament to that. Nobody would deny that he does good work, but how many of his fights are won with brute force? Not for the first time, Yagi slid his chin, mulling it over. Nizu had a point, and once more, Yagi was painfully aware of how much having a quirk that gave him incredible brute force had shaped his view. That's an interesting point, Nizu. I guess I'm looking forward to teaching this year. I'm hoping to learn just as much as the students themselves. Now you're learning, Yagi. Nizu grinned even wider, as though Yagi had finally understood. That's what it means to teach, to learn from your students' perspectives, and to shape theirs in turn. It's symbiotic, quite beautiful, really. I encourage all of you to think about it. Behind Nizu, Sekijiro interrupted. This is well and good, but there are other contestants too. Can we get a look at how they're doing? I'd like to see who I can expect in 1B this year. Of course, Ken. Let us bring up the tallies as well as the main cameras. Nizu swiped across the keyboard, showing all the action. Young Bakugo reducing a robot to cinders in a way that would make Endeavor proud, Ingenium's brother kicking a robot hard enough to throw it into another, breaking both. A young girl with brown hair touching a robot and lifting it into the sky, before dropping it upon the ground. A young woman with thick vines for hair shredding a three-pointer into pieces as a swarm of one-pointers quickly fell prey to her vines swarming out of the ground. Behind her, a tall boy with skin that had taken on the composition of steel punched away at a robot, while another boy with shaggy black hair did something similar, hardening his skin to a thick, sharp appearance and attacking away. I'd quite like the girl with vines, Shizuki, I believe? Tetsu has promise, and I think that Kendo looks like she's got potential. Sekijiro explained, looking towards Aizawa. Should they pass, that's allowed. I'd like Midoriya and Shinso. I also feel in the interests of fairness, I'll take the boy with the other hardening quirk, Kirishima, I believe. Aizawa responded without looking away. The more pressing topic is the recommendation students. I believe Yaoyorozu and Todoroki to 1A, and Yurashi and Tokoyami to 1B? Nizu swiveled towards the homeroom teachers, both of whom nodded. If Bakugo passes, I'll take him. He seems to have quite the temperament, combined with an explosive quirk. If he gets riled up, I can erase it. Aizawa quietly said. Seems reasonable. I'll take Manoma. That copy quirk could be something, judging by how he's faring so far. Sekijiro observed, gesturing to a blonde-haired boy who created a wall of solid air that tripped a robot, before touching another boy with spiky black hair. The blonde slid underneath a robot with a scorpion-like tail, touched the back of the spike, and then touched the underbelly, causing it to impale itself. Aren't you being a little presumptuous? Kayama inquired, her eyebrow raised. Usually people decide classes after you know who's passing. It's only logical that these people pass. They're currently far and away the most successful of the students. While it's possible for a last-minute upset, I'd be surprised. Aizawa mused. Well, let's see about that last-minute upset. Nizu grinned, sipping tea despite the excitement. The zero-pointer is about to be released. Around him, everyone shuddered. The zero-pointer was a robot that should not be fought. The only option was to save others from its rampage. Izuku looked up, to see a robot blocking out the sun. Shinso. Please tell me that's not a 50-foot robot. It's not a 50-foot robot. It's larger, now move. Shinso began to drag him away, and Izuku looked in the wake of the Colossus. Oh no! He saw the brown-haired girl who had saved him earlier, heaving and retching on the ground. Instantly, Izuku understood, her quirk was zero gravity, so she must have given herself motion sickness. And now she was about to be crushed. Slowly, a desperate plan came to him. Shinso, I'm going to take that thing down before it can hurt her. Liking the ambition, but do you want to explain if you have a plan? Shinso stopped tugging on his sleeve, but didn't release it quite yet. Specifically, I can double the force of something by tapping it with my knuckles, right? He picked up a pebble, and then started rubbing each of his knuckles on it in sequence. In 5 seconds, use your quirk on me and order me to punch the pebble towards the robot. It'll be like a railgun, a projectile fired at super crazy speeds, but it'll screw me up. I need your quirk, otherwise the pain of it will throw off my aim. Understood? He gritted his teeth, daring Shinso to disagree. This is such a dumb plan, but, Shinso sighed. It's the only one we have. Izuku said through gritted teeth, as Shinso activated his quirk, and Midoriya's gaze went glassy and blank. Punch the pebble at the zero-pointer. Destroy it. Instantly, Izuku complied, punching the pebble. With a loud crack, everything happened at once. Midoriya punched the pebble, and there was a crack, as both his arm and the front side of the zero-pointer's face, if it could be said to have one, shattered instantly. The pebble flew out the other side of the zero-pointer, penetrating it completely. As Izuku's eyes regained focus and Shinso dropped the effects of his quirk, he howled in agony from the shattered bones in his arm. As the seconds went on, the zero-pointer collapsed into a heap, the debris landing less than a foot away from the brown-haired girl that Izuku wanted to save. That's the end, folks. Those who can make it, return to the gates. If you're wounded, Recovery Girl and the medical staff will tend to your wounds and send you on your way. Good work. That was a plus ultra experience, listeners. The cheery voice of Present Mike rang out, and with that, the exam was over. Shinso, support me, would you? I'm able to walk, but I'm in a lot of pain. Izuku looked up at his friend, who smiled in him. You're the only person who's ever trusted me enough to try something like that. I think I can hold you up for a while. Come on, let's get you to recovery, girl. Shinso clapped his arm around Izuku's midsection, supporting them as they made their way back. A few days later, Izuku sat in his room, thinking about his performance. He knew Bakugo probably made it in, after all, how could he not? Shinso and him performed well, but could they compete with such powerful heroes? Privately, he hoped the brown-haired girl that had saved him made it. She was so kind, it seemed only fitting. At that moment, he was drawn from the thoughts by his mother. Izuku, you've got mail from Yue. She handed him an envelope, shaking slightly as Izuku slowly opened it. A small disc fell out, and as it clattered upon Izuku's desk, the grinning face of All Might was projected forwards. Hello there, young Midoriya, exclaimed the face of All Might. I am here, in the form of a projection. Despite himself, Izuku had to chuckle. You did admirably at the exam, young Midoriya. With a somewhat low crop of villain points, you fared somewhat worse than the others, but villain points were not the only way to succeed. All Might smiled, seemingly anticipating Izuku's stunned expression. For you see, a young lady, one Uraraka Achiko, personally pleaded with the staff of UA to grant you half of her points. He paused, dramatically letting Izuku process that. Naturally, we refused. Izuku was glad he wasn't drinking something, because he would have done a spit take from the sheer whiplash of it. After all, rescue points are already a thing. Undisclosed, naturally, heroism is about doing what's right, not doing something because you were told to. To go above and beyond, that is the real meaning of plus ultra. With a healthy crop of rescue and villain points, I hereby award you, Midoriya Izuku, a place at UA's hero course, in Class 1A under the tuition of our very own Aizawa Shoda. Congratulations, young Midoriya, for you have proven your heroic spirit. You too can become a hero. Welcome to your hero academia. On the first day of UA, Izuku and Shinso looked up at the large door, a colossal thing with 1A written in gigantic red letters bigger than both Izuku and Shinso combined. The two looked at each other and took a deep breath. We made it, Shinso. We're gonna be heroes. Hell yeah, Midoriya. I mean, the first step is probably opening the door that's bigger than it has any right to be, but still. We've done good, buddy. Shinso clapped his hand on Izuku's shoulder and then pushed the door. The door swung open, revealing a class that was mostly full. A sleeping bag lay next to the teacher's desk, one that Izuku and Shinso immediately recognized as Aizawa's. Privately, Izuku was completely sure that Aizawa himself was there, sleeping or pretending to sleep as a logical ruse, to test their awareness. Several students were waiting at their desks, looking bored, some watching as the lanky boy from Sumai Academy argued with a blonde-haired boy, who looked like he was one step away from physically attacking him. Instantly, Izuku recognized the blonde. Kaken. You've been here for 5 minutes and you are already damaging school property, you cretin. The Sumai Boi shouted, his arms wildly gesticulating in a chopping motion, standing at 90 degrees. You're kidding me. Have you always had such a effing stick up your butt? I'm going to enjoy putting you in your place, Four Eyes. Izuku froze, he knew damn well this was going to end poorly. Before the glasses-wearing student could respond, the nice girl who had helped him before noticed him. Hey, you saved me from the zero-pointer. My name's Uraraka Ochako, pleased to meet you, and thank you for saving my life. She beamed at Izuku, and for a moment, Izuku glanced at Shinso, who just nodded at him, a slight smile on his face. Before he could respond, however, Bakugo noticed him. What the f are you doing here, Deku? Decided that bringing shame to Aldra is too small, and decided to ruin UA too? Your shitty quirk isn't going to cut it, Deku. He snarled, and for a second, Izuku was back in middle school, being bullied for his lackluster quirk. After all, Bakugo didn't know his full potential. His thoughts were broken by Shinso putting his hand on Izuku's shoulder again, and Izuku felt a burst of courage he'd never felt before. Looking up, he saw Uraraka and the Sumai student about to respond, but he held his hand up and interrupted. My name is Midoriya Izuku, pleased to meet you, Yurashi. I'm glad I was able to help you with the zero-pointer. And Kaken, you don't know the full details of my quirk, and I'm not going to bring shame to anywhere. I'm going to be a hero, like I've always dreamed. Now, let me take my seat. He glared, and for a moment, Bakugo looked stunned, and Shinso grinned. At that, the Sumai student turned to Izuku, his hands continuing their motion. Well spoken, Midoriya. My name is Ida Tenya, from Sumai Academy, and I look forward to working with you. I too am very impressed by your ability to fell the zero-point robot, and by the courage you showed. But I am curious. What actually is your quirk? Pardon me, but it actually looked like a strength quirk, like All Might. Ida gave a slight bow at the speculation, as though he was uncomfortable, and for a moment, Izuku steeled himself to explain his actual quirk. He couldn't lie to these people. They smiled when he stood up for himself. These were people like Shinso, people who deserved the truth. Are you dense, Four Eyes? He can tell what a quirk does by touching them. It's pathetic. Bakugo laughed, not caring about the glares from Yurashi, Ida and Shinso. I'm afraid it's more complicated than that. Izuku took a deep breath, preparing himself. My quirk lets me understand and steal quirks, permanently. I've only ever done it once, and it was on a villain who attacked me. I wanted to give it back, but he ran away, and I don't even know how to do that anyways. I know that you're likely horrified, but please, even if you hate my quirk, please believe me when I say that I will rise above the evil potential of my quirk and become a true hero. For a minute, there was silence, and then Bakugo snarled. You've made it this far on stolen power? That is so pathetic, Deku. At that, Ida shouted in response to Bakugo's insults before Shinso or Yurashi could say anything. How dare you? This man shares a secret that is clearly uncomfortable, and you shame him? Midoriya Izuku, I wish to learn from you. Ida took a deep, 90-degree bow. It is clear that you have impeccable courage and honesty that I aspire to. At that, Izuku awkwardly stammered, muttered out a thank you, and went to his seat. Seriously? It doesn't bother you? That's an evil quirk, he'll make it on the back of other people's potential. Bakugo yelled, explosions forming in his palm, when a quiet voice from the back responded. No such thing. The voice came from a boy in the back, with mismatched eyes, and two-tone hair torn between fiery red and a pale, icy blue. You what, half and half? Bakugo practically spat. No quirk is inherently evil. Any quirk can be. With that, the heterochromic teen stopped speaking, returning to looking down at his desk, just as the sleeping bag in the corner moved, and their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, emerged. What a great discussion. Bakugo, don't break things and don't antagonize your fellow students. You're all hero students now, please act like it. He paused for a second, mostly to take in the shocked reactions to his appearance out of nowhere. I'm slightly disappointed none of you noticed my presence, but you will learn situational awareness, one way or the other. He let the muttering happen for a second before pulling out a set of gym uniforms from his bag. Put those on and go to the field. We're going to do a test of your quirks. There was cheering, and as he left, Aizawa grinned. Time to see how long that enthusiasm would last. Privately, he hoped that they would keep it, despite the harsh trials. If they could manage to keep their determination through hardship, they'd have what it takes. The day after, the class was still exhausted. Man, that was awful. Aizawa's test really is merciless. A pink-skinned young lady with amber-colored horns. I'm still hurting from running around that much. Tell me about it. A highly animated mass of clothes with a feminine voice agreed. I mean, I'm invisible. How is that supposed to help me run a sprint? Even the purple guy was faster than me. I'm so glad to be our metric of success. I made it, Mum. Deadpanned Shinso, rolling his eyes in response to the invisible girl. You have to admit, it was tough going, said the horned girl as Shinso nodded somberly. Yeah, that was a tough one. Hopefully we get some time before the next test. At that, the door into the homeroom burst open, as All Might, the symbol of peace, leapt through with a grin on his face. I am here, using a door like a normal person. He smiled wildly, taking in the applause and cheering. Today we have our Foundational Heroes Studies lesson. And how better to start our course than with a practical demonstration? Our first test, a battle trial. Get your hero costumes and meet at ground beta. Despite the exhaustion, there was applause and cheering once more. With a crowd of costumes, a prismatic wall of students, hopped up on energy and excitement, stood before All Might, who held out a hat full of paper slips. Our rules for today. First, there is a bomb inside this building. The villains have 5 minutes to secure the building via whatever means they can, and after those 5 minutes, our heroes will attempt to capture the villains, or secure the bomb within the time limit. Any questions? Sir, what is permitted for this combat exercise? Asked Ida, concern crossing his face. Good question. Use of quirks is permitted, but if I tell you to end the exercise, you will end at once. Understood? There was a sea of nods, and All Might gave a smile once more as he rummaged in his hat, pulling out 4 names. Our first teams are Midoriya Izuku and Hagakure Toru on the heroes, and Jiro Kyoka and Shiro Hanta on the villains. Villain team, infiltrate the building. Hero team, go to your allotted area, and discuss amongst yourselves until the exercise begins. Everyone else, to the control room, where you can observe. With that, the teams scattered, with Jiro and Shiro nodding respectfully to the hero team. So, Midoriya, right? You can identify quirks. The girl was cheerful, despite her seeming state of undress, judging by the total invisibility she seemed to have. But yeah, that's me, I can do that, he stammered out, trying not to embarrass himself. Well, can you identify how mine works? Maybe you can give me some ideas. He couldn't tell, but he was pretty sure she was smiling. But wouldn't you be afraid I was going to steal it? He asked, a look of confusion on his face as she laughed. Invisibility isn't fun, trust me. You'd get annoyed with it. Also, honestly, you don't seem like the type. Come on. Just touch me on the arm and tell me what you see. She maneuvered his hand over to her arm, and he went along with it, placing his hand upon the invisible surface. At once, he saw the details of the quirk in the way he was used to by now. Invisibility. Mutation type. The holder can manipulate the refractive index of their body. The basic form of this is invisibility. Hagakure. Your quirk is amazing. He grinned, continuing. It's not really invisible. Instead, you passively change the refractive index of your body, which means that at basic levels, you're invisible, but in theory you could use it to manipulate light that goes through you. That's got so much potential, especially if you figure out how to control it. Yeah, really? Thank you, Midoriya. She was jumping up and down, and Izuku was amazed. Someone had been happy to receive his insights. So, what's the plan, smart guy? You seem like a planner. He blushed, scratching his neck. Okay, do you know what the quirks of our opponents are? We can plan around that. Sure do. Jiro has earphone jacks, like a headphone, that she could plug into walls and listen to vibrations. Shiro, on the other hand, shoots tape out of his wrists, so he's a bit like those old pre-quirk Spider-Man. Comics. Hagakure seemed to be grinning, judging by the tone, as Midoriya started mumbling. So Jiro can track us through the building, meaning that your invisibility won't fool her, but Shiro will struggle to target you. So that works to our advantage. In hand-to-hand, I could probably take Jiro, as my quirk is more offensively practical than hers, but at the same time, I doubt we'll be able to split them up easily. I've got it. He smiled and he explained the plan to Hagakure. With a grin, they got to it, splitting up. As soon as the 5-minute wait ended, Izuku sprinted in, heading straight to stairs. He knew from his training with Aizawa that corridors would be dangerous for him. He needed somewhere where he wouldn't have an immediate disadvantage. Hi there, Midoriya. I hate to be tying you up. Like the pun. Grinned Shiro as he leapt towards him, spraying tape straight towards him. Midoriya ducked under, swinging a punch that seemed to miss, before sliding past him. It was a good joke, Shiro, but I'm not messing around. Ducking around the corner as more tape flew at him, he let Shiro arc the tape, before throwing open a door. The tape adhered to the front of the door, and Shiro yanked, taking the door off its hinges. Not bad, Midoriya. I can see how you intimidated Bakugo on that first day. You must be quite the badass. But I'm still gonna win this. Shiro swung, catching up to Izuku and containing him in the room. There, Izuku was lightly punching a small box on a shelf, looking out the window. Well, this didn't go as planned, did it? Oh dear. Izuku rolled his eyes, as though he was admonishing himself. Don't feel bad, bro. We all make mistakes in the heat of it. With that, Shiro threw tape, but Izuku dodged, and the tape caught the box that Izuku had punched. Instantly, the effects of Izuku's combo breaker activated, the force of Shiro's tape touching it was magnified by several times, and the box immediately flew through the window, taking Shiro with it. Instantly, Shiro was yanked from the room, hurled out of the window, before hastily pulling himself back in with tape. While Shiro was in free fall, Izuku ran. Hagakure, I managed to throw Shiro out of the window. Be ready for part 2 of our plan. He sprinted around, making his way through the corridors, until Jiro stepped in his path, and he heard Shiro coming up behind him. Now this was quite the unfortunate situation to be in. Or, it would be if it wasn't Izuku's plan all along. Hold up there, Midoriya. You and Hagakure were good, walking together to mask your footsteps, right? But now you're trapped in this hallway. Jiro grinned slightly as Shiro returned. For what it's worth, thanks for making this a hard battle. I've learned a lot from this, but I'm not going to lose now. Izuku smiled and then laughed slightly. I feel the same way, Jiro. But you've got this wrong. The reason you didn't hear Hagakure's footsteps is because she hasn't moved. But now you're stuck with me. Can you take me down before she claims the bomb? At that, Jiro and Shiro looked shocked. Jiro, go back to the bomb. I'll handle this. Shiro threw tape as Jiro ran, nodding. Izuku sprinted in the same direction, turning the corner. As Shiro chased him, he gave a powerful punch to Shiro's chest, pushing him back. Turning instantly, he ran into the bomb room, followed by Shiro. Now you're cornered, Midoriya. Shiro laughed, clearly enjoying the fight. Alone against 2 of us. Are you going for the bomb? Because I don't think you can. He sprayed tape, forming a makeshift wall around the pillars, cutting off access to the bomb. As he did that, a booming voice came from the speakers. Jiro Kyoka has been captured. What? Cried both Jiro and Shiro, looking down and seeing the capture tape covering her wrists. It worked, Midoriya. Now we just need to get Shiro. Do you still have your tape? Said the gleeful voice of Hagakure from right next to Jiro. Sure do, Hagakure. Let's do this. To his credit, Shiro put up a fight. But he couldn't defend himself and the bomb forever, and eventually, Izuku knocked him to the ground and wrapped the capture tape around him. Hero team wins. Good job to both teams, shouted the joyful voice of All Might. As the 4 of them walked back up to the office, smiling and talking, complimenting each other's fighting styles. Privately, Izuku thought that nothing could top this day. However, seeing Shinso order Bakugo to jump out the window repeatedly sure came close. The morning had been a strange one. It had started with the student representative elections, where Izuku had won by a landslide. Receiving votes from Ida, Uraraka, Shinso and Hagakure, Izuku was swiftly elected class president, while Yaoyorozu, the distant, serene young woman from a prestigious family, became vice president with 2 votes. Sadly for the class's rumor mill, nobody knew who the second vote was from. Honestly, Izuku would have been flattered if he actually wanted the role at all. Sadly he did not. In fact, the idea filled him with a mix of slow anxiety and screaming terror. It only got stranger from there. The impromptu friendship group of those who had voted for Izuku and Izuku himself were eating lunch when alarms went off, and a messy and chaotic evacuation began. To his credit, as class president, Izuku stood up and said as loudly and clearly as he could that they must form a line and stay calm. This did not happen. Instead, after a surge of people pushing through corridors that really weren't designed for hundreds of students being in the same place at once, Izuku saw Ida floating into the air, where he flew, no pun intended, into a speech about staying calm and orderly, explaining that the unauthorized presence at UA was simply journalists, not a villain attack. With that, calm broke over the crowd, and the mess began to even out. Within minutes, Izuku had made his decision. Within an hour he'd given his class president position to Ida. He felt bad for Yaoyorozu, but he hoped that Ida and her would be able to accomplish better things than he could. This would have been enough to be a noteworthy day in and of itself. Which is why, clearly, it needed Aizawa declaring that the next class on the Foundation Study of Heroics course was the Trail of Rescue, a class to teach the skills necessary to use quirks to save people in the USJ building. Hell yeah, we're going to Universal Studios Japan. The electric quirk user that Izuku had found out was called Kaminari grinned as he cheered, before Aizawa rolled his eyes. The unforeseen simulation joint. I suggest you be ready for a variety of environments. Get your costumes and meet at the coach in 10 minutes. Aizawa had said, grinning in the way he did when he was assigning a strenuous task, an expression that Izuku and Shinso knew very well indeed. So, the strangeness of the day was capped off by Izuku sitting in a bus, listening to his classmates make fun of Bakugo, rather than the other way around. I don't know if Bakugo could be popular, Karo. The attitude problem is an obstacle. A girl with frog-like characteristics such as a long tongue and a habit of making a croaking noise in the middle of her sentences said. Izuku distantly remembered her name was Azoui, and she seemed blunt and totally unafraid of Bakugo. What the F did you say about me, frog face? Bakugo growled, leaning forwards towards them, and Kaminari grinned. I mean, she's got a point, dude. We've known you for less than a week, and it's already pretty obvious that your personality is crap steeped in sewage. The spiky-haired teen next to Bakugo literally had to hold him back. As if I care what you extras think. I'm going to be the best. Deal with it. He scoffed as though he hadn't had great difficulty resisting the urge to explode Kaminari out of the bus. That's exactly what I was referring to, Karo. Izuku was conflicted. It felt nice to see Bakugo not being able to dominate conversations, but he couldn't help feeling bad. As though he was being spiteful. It was a deep knot in his stomach. He didn't dream of revenge, but it was fun seeing Bakugo get teased. Should he be finding that fun? Izuku's thoughts kept running in that anxious circle until the bus stopped, and Ida began motioning everyone to exit in orderly fashion. There they stood, in front of golden lettering spelling out USJ, adorning a gigantic domed building. Aizawa stood in front of them, standing next to a hero in a spacesuit that concealed their entire body. Besides him, Izuku heard Uraraka muttering. Oh my god, that's the space hero, 13. Ahead of them, Izuku made out a conversation between them. Aizawa, good to see you. Where's All Might? The space hero's voice was heavily modulated, not revealing anything about the occupant of the suit. Delayed, seemingly. Damn it, he really needs to stop answering street crimes on the way to his job. Aizawa rolled his eyes, and 13's shoulders sagged sympathetically. Despite this, 13 stepped forwards. Welcome, students, to the unforeseen simulations joint. The androgynous, processed voice called out. This class will show you another side of your quirks. You have used them for combat so far, but now you will use them to save lives. Your powers are not meant to inflict harm or to destroy, but to help people. That is what it means to be a hero. There was a round of applause, and even Bakugo grudgingly clapped. Allow me to show you where you will be training today. 13 walked into the building, gesturing to each zone in turn. A ruined city area, designed to simulate a collapsing urban environment. Next to that, a landslide, topped with chaotic sprinkles of debris jutting from the ground. To the south, a mountainous zone that resembled a colossal peak, complete with fake snow topping the false mountain. The next one needed no explanation. The conflagration zone, an urban area in the process of dealing with a roaring fire, where the heat could be felt all the way from the entrance. To the north of the fire, a colossal lake, broken up with a few vessels, a waterslide, and a scant amount of land formed the flood zone. Finally, there was the downpour zone, a cityscape being bombarded with torrential rain and windstorms. In the middle was the central plaza, and a small sphere of dark mist. Wait, that something's not right. Students, get behind me. 13 shouted as the black mist exploded into tendrils, and a legion of thugs walked out, all across the From the plaza, the acoustics conducted the words spoken by a young man, likely not more than a few years older than the students there, covered in withered hands. "Kurogari, where are they? Our syllabus told us he'd be here." The boy idly scratched his neck with one finger, drawing blood in a tiny dribble. A wise question, Shigaraki. Let us find out. The mist seemed to speak, forming a pair of golden eyes that broke the shadows in the plaza. For a minute, the hairs on Izuku's body stood on end, as though he was being watched. "No need, Kurogiri. I know. Sometimes, to make the boss fight appear, you have to kill his flunkies." The hand-wearing boy giggled slightly as the mist flew over towards the entrance. Aizawa gritted his teeth and turned to the rest. "Stay put. I'll take on the army." Izuku gasped at this. "Aizawa, that your skill set is best for one-on-one combat." He tried to conceal his fear, but Aizawa just nodded. "Yes. But you'll see the gulf in difference between a trained hero and a common thug. Watch and learn." With that, he leapt, his capture tape swinging into action as he proceeded to start tearing the horde down, member by member. Unaffected by the chaos, one last creature emerged from the fog, a gigantic, muscle-bound creature. This creature had the muscularity of All Might, but it was clearly not human. Dark blue skin was broken up by red scars. The front of its face terminated in a beak that failed to conceal an array of sharp teeth. The top of its face was broken up by a mass of scar tissue that exposed its brain, pulsing and writhing with every moment. The only clothes it wore were khaki shorts, with knee pads that resembled the skull of some animal. There was a mass reaction of horror and sickness at seeing the creature, and for a moment, the class didn't see the mist finish their summoning and coagulate into a loose form in front of them, a cloud of the same black mist, with those golden eyes glaring down at them. "Greetings. We are the League of Villains. Pardon our audacity, but we've come with purpose today. We will raid your bastion of heroism, and we will end the life of All Might. The symbol of peace." The voice had a sadistic tone to it, a smile that was audible, and Izuku shuddered. He felt certain he was being watched, but he could not figure out who was doing so. "You will not kill anyone today, villain?" 13 cried, standing between the students and the villain, as Bakugo launched himself towards the villain, explosions already forming. At once, the explosion struck metal, and Bakugo himself was consumed by the black mist. Izuku stood in shock, petrified by the threat that had just obliterated the strongest person he knew. That was close. "Students you may be, but you are the best of the best. Which is why I cannot allow you to continue. You will be scattered and tortured and slain." The gaze bore down on Izuku. Now that child had little use but you. "Yes, I know you. I think Shigaraki would love to meet you. Midoriya Izuku." With that, the world went black as shadows enveloped the class. Izuku didn't see who escaped. He thought he saw Ida and 13, but he felt sickness overwhelm him as he pushed and pushed, before thinking carefully. "I need to be careful. If he knows who I am, he knows what I can do." He lunged, trying to touch whatever was beneath the mist, and for a moment, it seemed to react, before the villain turned. "Dinin you that you will be found, Midoriya Izuku." The floor vanished, and he felt himself fall. In the next moments, the shadow was gone, and Izuku found himself in the middle of a torrential rainstorm. He saw a pool of dark, shadowy material, and lunged for it. Sadly, the dizziness and vertigo struck, as he found himself on his face, looking up at a tall, bird-headed teen with black feathers and a dark cape around him. To the side of the teen, the shadowy material had formed into a bird shape, and it spoke in alarm. "Fumikage, tell him I'm not the villain. Calm yourself, young Midoriya. I know not how the shadows know your name, but we are no strangers to cloaking ourselves in the void." The cape-wearer nodded, holding his hands up. "Should you have forgotten, I am Tokoyami Fumikage. We are surrounded by dancers in the shadows, but little do they know that we also know the steps." Izuku raised his eyebrow in confusion, and the bird sighed. "What he means to say is that there's villains here. But we're not helpless." "Yes, thank you, Dark Shadow." Tokoyami sighed. "Might I suggest we take shelter within? To charge them should they take the fortification first would be a grueling trial, and if they attempt to do the same, Dark Shadow will strike them with great fury from the dark. Right? Let's go, Tokoyami. Izuku ran, taking shelter in a domed building with 2 doors, one facing the plaza, where Aizawa was punching his way through the villain army, and one facing the edge of the USJ. As soon as they settled, a gust of wind punched through the door, shredding it off its hinges. Come out, heroes. I'd hate to have to come in. An ugly, gnarled face poked around the corner. Instantly, Dark Shadow grabbed it and threw it into the center of the room, where Midoriya gave a solid kick to the temple as the villain tumbled. Almost instantly, the villain was rendered unconscious. Laughable. If you seek to strike from the void, be wise and consider what happens when the void sees you. Tokoyami chuckled, and despite the dramatic tone of his speech, Izuku grinned. Tokoyami, if you focus on offense, I can do defense? Let it be done. We are in unity, Midoriya. As 2 halves of a whole, we strike as one. What he means is, let's get them. Helpfully chimed in Dark Shadow, as the villains charged. Time seemed to stop for a moment as Izuku took in the attacks. One going for Tokoyami's back, one charging him from the front, and one targeting Izuku himself. He swung his weight into the one targeting Tokoyami from behind, angling him towards the one charging Izuku and giving a mighty push. Giving a solid 3-hit array of punches, he watched as Dark Shadow, emboldened by the low light, picked the villain that Izuku had struck and threw it at Tokoyami's own enemy. A spray of cold wind narrowly missed Izuku's cheek as the villain who targeted him projected icy mist from his palms. Taking the unconscious enemy next to him, Izuku blocked the mist, before tripping the villain and giving a calm punch to the chest. Consciously preventing himself from activating his quirk stealing power, he slid over the next one entering, pushing them into a wind that blew them off their feet. Behind Izuku, Tokoyami dodged a knife, and Dark Shadow body slammed the wielder instantly, hurling him into the downpour outside. Kicking the knife upwards, the blunt edge hit the next villain in the chin, throwing him off balance just before Dark Shadow threw him aside with his claws. A young woman coated in green liquid tried to throw it in a cone at Tokoyami, but Dark Shadow blocked it entirely before throwing her out. With 10 thugs down, Izuku and Tokoyami took a moment to breathe. Tokoyami, I think we did it. It would appear so. We could make our escape post-haste. Tokoyami spoke soberly as Midoriya watched Aizawa approach the hand-wearing villain, but failed to get any closer as the muscle-bound abomination kept him away. Nothing Aizawa did seemed to slow it down, and Aizawa was slowing down from exhaustion. No. I don't know how they know who I am, but I can't let our teacher face them on his own. His expression steeled as he faced Tokoyami, who nodded. This plan is the height of folly. However, to let you execute it alone is worse. The shadows stand with you, Midoriya. Dark Shadow retracted into him, and he sighed. Shall we? As they snuck out from the downpour zone, shaking off the cold rain, they made it to the edge as the black mist returned to the side of the hand villain. As he did, Aizawa looked, and at that moment, the monster grabbed Aizawa by the throat, slamming him face first into the concrete. Something cracked, and blood seeped out from the crater. Shigaraki, I could not contain them forever. One of them is running and they will get reinforcements. Kurogiri, you fool. If I didn't need you, I'd kill you for this. Shigaraki sighed, scratching his neck with 2 fingers. I guess that is game over. Nomu, knock him unconscious. I'm sure Sensei can use that one. At once, the bestial creature picked up Aizawa's barely breathing form and prepared to slam it down into the concrete again. Before that could happen, Izuku ran out before Tokoyami could stop him. Stop! At once, all 3 villains turned to look at him. Aizawa tried to speak, but it was clear he couldn't find the ability to use his words. At once, Shigaraki laughed, a joyful laugh, not the sadistic rumble that Kurogiri had shown earlier. Kurogiri, you succeeded at something. I thought you had failed when you didn't make it here, but now he's here. Apologies, Shigaraki. I attempted to, but he almost made contact with my body. Yes, that would not do at all. You're forgiven, Kurogiri. I need you with your quirk to act as a good party member. He idly scratched again, wandering over to where Aizawa was bleeding on the ground. "So, you're Midoriya Izuku then?" Izuku nodded, unable to find the words, his eyes glued to the prone form of his teacher. "This is magnificent. It'd be better if All Might is here, but I've heard such a lot about you, Midoriya. Sensei tells me so much. If I was a petty person, I'd be jealous, Midoriya, but don't worry, Sensei has demanded your safety, so I won't lay a finger on you." "Who are you?" Izuku spoke quietly, looking the villain who had been called Shigaraki in the eye, at least, trying to make eye contact through the desiccated hand upon his face. "Kurogiri, I thought he'd know who I am. I'm Shigaraki Tamura. I thought someone of your reputation would have heard that. Sensei will be disappointed." He ummed, gesturing wildly. "No, I heard your name. But you seem to know a lot about me, and your name doesn't tell me a lot about you." He struggled to keep the panic out of his voice. "Oh, you want to know about the League? Well, that's fascinating. Sensei said you'd be a hard sell, Midoriya." Izuku could hear the smile under his gruesome mask. "Well, you see, Midoriya, that we wish to end the life of All Might. To break this society of heroics. To show that it's all built up on lies. Laws, society, what do they do, except keep us in this pit of stagnation?" Izuku blinked. "But why? Why kill All Might? He's very much a truthful man. I don't understand why you're doing this, Shigaraki. Where is All Might when the lonely and the lost suffer, Midoriya? Where is he now, while your teacher is bleeding out on the ground? I could kill him right now." Shigaraki leisurely moved over to Aizawa, placing 4 fingers upon the teacher's face. "Just 1 extra finger, and I can kill him, and my dear beast, my Nomu will keep you away. So let me ask you, Midoriya, what use is a symbol of peace when peace does not save dear heroes like Eraserhead? Don't do it." Izuku warned, stepping forward, as the Nomu stepped towards him, releasing Aizawa and growling at Izuku. "Oh, and why should I not do that? Surely if your society is to be trusted, All Might will come in and save the day." He carelessly placed his 5th finger inches away from Aizawa's face. "Do you know my quirk, Midoriya? If I place all 5 fingers on something that it will wither and decay. It's a beautiful thing. All the decoration and glamour is stripped with the rest. It truly is the finest thing, to destroy the unworthy with a touch. Destruction isn't a valuable thing, Shigaraki. You're just tearing down without building up. That's not sustainable, you'll never make the society you want." Midoriya cried out, trying to get through to him. "Not valuable? Oh, I disagree." He placed the hand upon Aizawa's cheek, and for a moment, Izuku thought he was about to throw up. And then, nothing happened, and Izuku saw the red of Aizawa's quirk activate, suppressing Shigaraki's quirk. "Oh, Eraserhead, you're so cool. Faking unconsciousness to save your life, but I'm afraid there's a limit to what you can do. You're wounded, Eraserhead. Now watch impotently. Nomu. Knock Midoriya out. I want to skip this dialogue tree." At once, the Nomu lunged. All Izuku could do was dodge out of the way, skidding to the right. Immediately, the beast smashed the ground, and the shockwave hurled him from the concrete. As the Nomu charged, Izuku saw a dark shadow tackle the beast, only to fail completely, not budging it an inch. "Don't you like my summon, Midoriya? Sensei provided him for me. He's strong enough to end All Might." Shigaraki laughed as Tokoyami cursed under his breath, suffering the strain of Dark Shadow's effort. "He was made for this. With all the quirks he needs to be my tank." The Nomu swatted at Dark Shadow, and the bird fell away, reeling from the impact. At that moment, Izuku went to try and land a solid punch with Combo Breaker, only for the Nomu to stomp, the shockwave knocking him off his feet. The Nomu attempted to grab Izuku, narrowly avoiding his chest as Izuku dropped into a slide, kicking the Nomu in the back. Barely reacting to the impact, the Nomu turned, charging and getting ready to smash Izuku into the dirt. As Izuku tried to roll away, Dark Shadow wrapped around him, lifting him into the air. As he flew for a few brief seconds, he saw the rest of the students. Uraraka, Siro, and the student who Izuku knew could regenerate limbs but knew little else about regarding the shattered form of 13, their space suit half destroyed. He saw Bakugo and Kirishima in the ruins, exploding a whole group of villains and making their way towards the plaza. Nearby, the mountainous area had been frozen completely, with the heterochromic two-tone hero that had spoken so quietly, Todoroki, Izuku had learned, slowly making his way down to the plaza as well. Slowly, Izuku fell down to the ground, as the USJ door exploded open. "It's over now because I am here," called the booming voice of the symbol of peace, and within seconds, All Might was charging to the plaza. "Kurogiri, we have an extra life. Nomu, ignore Midoriya. We're going to accomplish what we came here for." Shigaraki grinned, lifting up the unconscious form of Aizawa. "Midoriya, if you try to attack, I'll kill Eraserhead." "It'd be so easy." Izuku stood, frozen, as All Might made long strides into the plaza. "How dare you villains? You come here to attack students? Then pick on someone your own size." At All Might's dramatic proclamation, Shigaraki laughed. "This is beautiful. All Might, your star is fading. Now you'll understand the danger you're in. Nomu. Kill him." Beneath the mask, Shigaraki smirked, a cruel smile that enjoyed the actions he was taking. Instantly, All Might and the Nomu charged each other, and the battle began. All Might cracked out a series of punches to the abdomen of the beast, dodging back when the Nomu swiped at him. The wind swirled as All Might gave a mighty punch that failed to even stall the beast. Nomu stomped, but All Might was not so easily floored, and only got faster, giving a blinding barrage of punches that Izuku couldn't even perceive. At the end of the combo, a faint blue light surged as All Might clenched his fist, and gave a mighty punch that Izuku could feel the impact from several feet away, the sound of bursting wind making a deafening boom. "It's no use, All Might. The Nomu is designed to be your end. Its shock absorption quirk means it can take your punches, and the regeneration quirk it has would be so very dire for a mere person like me and you, so many kinds of cancer from unstable regeneration, but for a Nomu, it's perfect. You can't pierce it. You can't push it. You can only perish." Shigaraki laughed as the battle raged, Nomu trying to grab All Might into a headlock, and All Might using everything he had to beat back the creature. The stalemate was broken when the Nomu opened its mouth and bit All Might, drawing blood. The flinch and reaction was small, but it was what the Nomu needed. It grabbed the hero, holding him still as Kurogiri formed as a small puddle around his feet. Slowly, All Might began to sink, struggling. "This is the end. It's what I've dreamed of." Shigaraki howled in joy, before a thin layer of ice burst over the villains. The Nomu was frozen still, as was Kurogiri. Shigaraki glared at the intruder, as Todoroki walked down. "Another student. Witness the price of your arrogance." At that, Shigaraki placed all 5 fingers on Aizawa's face, as his skin began to turn to dust. Instantly, Dark Shadow reached out, pushing Shigaraki away, but a long scar of obliterated skin jutted in a diagonal pattern from his nose across his cheek, revealing the muscle underneath. Izuku gasped in horror, but then it hit him. That Nomu is designed to kill All Might. "I can't avoid this. I have to use it." Izuku ran, punching through the layer of ice as All Might climbed out of Kurogiri's portal. Gingerly, Izuku put his hand upon the Nomu's flesh, and the familiar void opened up beneath him. Looking out into the emptiness, he saw 2 quirks, entangling one another. Quickly touching the first, he felt the information bombard him once more. Shock absorption. Mutation quirk. The holder's skin is capable of absorbing sudden shocks to a magnitude that scales with exertion and training. But honestly, it's a bit pedestrian for my son to be using. Isn't that right, Izuku? Izuku instinctively tugged as his eyes went wide, feeling the quirk enter himself. And yet, despite that, he felt his blood run cold. His father was behind this. His father had left a message in the quirk. His father had lied for so many years, telling Inko that his quirk was fire-breathing. He felt sick and dazed, and distantly he heard Shigaraki screaming. "No, that's not fair. You're not allowed to do that. Stop tampering with Sensei's creations. Nomu, kill him." Shigaraki screamed, angrily waving his hands and forgetting about Aizawa. As the Nomu slowly made its way out of the ice, it charged Izuku. Izuku was fast, but in this case, the Nomu was faster. The fist collided with the side of Izuku's face, hurling him back and instantly giving him the smell of rotten meat and the taste of blood, as blood pooled from both the impact of the punch and the fall onto solid concrete. Izuku spat, his head swirling, only to see blood come out of his mouth. At least I'm not dead, and I guess that shock absorber quirk works, although my limit is less than the Nomu's, Izuku muttered, as All Might looked at him in recognition. It seems that the student suspected most has put himself into danger to save us all. Truly I am shamed, young Midoriya. You have gone beyond and truly embodied what it means to go plus ultra. Now that it's my turn. At that, All Might grinned, letting off a combo of punches that made a deafening roar as he broke the sound barrier. The Nomu went to block, and its arms shattered. It howled, screaming as a bestial instinct, trying to bite, but All Might punched it in the chest, lifting it into the air. With a scream of, plus ultra, Detroit smash, All Might punched the Nomu with a single strike, and within seconds, the Nomu was nowhere to be seen. The winds raged furiously, and Shigaraki was blown off his feet as Kurogiri fell back to him. The only trace of the Nomu was a large hole in the USJ dome, and the marks of the battle. Shigaraki, we should retreat, now. The Nomu is lost. As Kurogiri opened his portal, he did not wait for Shigaraki to agree. Within seconds, the villains were gone. The attack was over, and Izuku felt the warm liquid trickling down his neck as All Might approached. Young man, that was extremely reckless. But as I said, I misjudged you. We will talk more on this later. There is a bloody history to your quirk you should know about. But know that you are not cut from the same cloth. You risked your life for me, and I thank you for that. All Might smiled, and Izuku smiled back through his delirious haze. Young Tokoyami, young Todoroki, could you watch over Aizawa and Midoriya? I will bring the rest of the reinforcements here, but I will need to track down this creature before it is too late. With a nod from the two quiet teens, All Might was gone, leaving only Izuku, Tokoyami, and Todoroki to listen to the silence. Midoriya! Cried out the bubbly voice of Hagakure, as Izuku felt a pair of arms wrap around him. That was incredible! I was at the mountain zone with Todoroki, and I followed along, but I couldn't bring myself to join in. I'm so sorry. You were in the mountain zone? I could have frozen you solid. Todoroki looked troubled as he said that, and Hagakure released Izuku. Don't worry about it, Todoroki. I'm fine. I just thought I feel bad. Midoriya got punched in the face by that thing. I thought his head was going to come off. Hey, HEYMY head still on, don't worry. Izuku grinned, still drowsy and distracted. Well, I can see that. But I just wanted to check up on you guys. I think we're evacuating to the bus. I'll see you there. With a fast step, Hagakure was going back to the entrance as the heroes approached. It took Izuku a few moments to shake himself out of his delirious state, and then he realized he had been hugged by a technically naked girl. It took him substantially longer than that to deal with the shock as he processed that, and even longer to get Tokoyami to stop laughing at his reaction. The next day, the entire class had clearly been in the battle, exhausted or bruised, although nobody looked quite as bad as Izuku. So, Midoriya, was it a truck or a train? Because you clearly tanked something. Shinso winced as he saw the heavy bruising turning Izuku's neck purple. Shinso, that is not an appropriate question. Apologies, Midoriya, shouted Ida, wildly gesticulating. Bite me, class prez. I'm just asking my friend about how he got those bruises. It sounds like a story. Shinso rolled his eyes, a slight grin on his face. Yeah, I want to know too. It's super manly, Midoriya, cheered Kirishima, grinning widely. I knew, said Hagakure in a sing-song voice, and Izuku found himself in the middle of an impromptu gathering of people curious about what happened. Come on, Hagakure, Midoriya. I gotta know. Kaminari whined, and Izuku held up his hands. Okay, I'll tell you. You know that big beast? It's called a Nomu. There was an array of nods from people. Well, I stole one quirk from it, shock absorption. It was tanking All Might's attacks, so I thought I needed to. Anyway, it punched me in the face. With that, the entire gathering winced. Ouch, Midoriya. You don't go for easy jobs, do you? Kirishima laughed, clapping him on the back. Hey, that was bad, but the lecture I got from Recovery Girl, that's gonna haunt my nightmares. As the group giggled at his jokes, Izuku finally felt like he belonged. Hush! Someone is coming to run our homeroom. Sit down! Shouted Ida, and everyone got into their seats as a heavily bandaged Aizawa emerged. He looked more like a stereotypical Egyptian mummy than anything else, bandaged nearly head to toe with only room for his eyes to peek out. Before I hear speculation or rumors, I am fine. I took a severe injury thanks to the leader of the villain incursion, but I will be making a full recovery in time. As relief broke over the closed, he continued. This will not be affecting anything within UA. Which means that you will not use what happened as an excuse to justify poor performance in what comes next. Sort out what does come next? Ida asked, raising his hand. I'm getting to that. For soon the UA Sports Festival will be happening. Prepare yourselves for it. For those that succeed, there are plenty of agencies looking for interns, so do your best. That's all. Aizawa sat down, and the classroom erupted into cheer. As everyone talked about the upcoming event, only one thought was on Izuku's mind. I have 2 quirks now, but can I use them both at once? And if not, how do I choose which one to use? The room was quiet. It was days before the sports festival, and 2 people sat in a private area to discuss Izuku, his parents, and his future. These people were Izuku himself, and a police detective with short black hair who had introduced himself as Detective Tsukachi. Midoriya, it's good to see you. Don't worry, you're not in trouble, but seeing as I've worked with all might on this particular case, it seemed pertinent I be here. Izuku nodded and swallowed nervously. At that moment, an emaciated skeleton of a man walked through the door. Yellow hair sprouted from his scalp in a crooked imitation of All Might's own. Young Midoriya, I suspect you need an explanation. Spoke the cryptid, before his muscles flexed, and All Might was standing in the place of the skeleton. All Might? What? Izuku leapt back in surprise, and All Might smiled, before he reverted, coughing blood violently onto the round table. Needless to say, I need you to keep this secret. I've used up most of my time today, so I can't conduct this meeting in my usual shape. Izuku nodded, confusion and terror on his face. What had happened to All Might? Regardless, All Might continued. While we're here, call me Yagi. I can't have this secret making its way out, but you should know about it. After all, it's related to what we're going to be discussing, Midoriya. Izuku nodded. Okay, Yagi. Where do we begin? Izuku swallowed again, idly scratching at his arm. It begins with 2 brothers, in the dark ages of quirks. Yagi sighed sadly. One of them, a weak and sickly boy. Seemingly quirkless. The other, a cruel and calculating man with a powerful quirk called All for One, that let him steal and give quirks. He named himself after this quirk, and forced a quirk upon his brother. It was a simple power stockpiling quirk, nothing incredible at the time, but unknown to everyone, the brother had a quirk. One that let him pass on other quirks. And thus, the quirk known as One for All was born. I think I understand, said Izuku, the discomfort only growing. But what happened next? One for All opposed his villainous brother. But he could not defeat him. So instead he found allies, and gave his fused quirk, incredible strength, speed, and the ability to pass it on to one of them. All for One found his brother, and they dueled. All for One won, and the first holder died. Yagi grimaced, looking so very tired. The tale is the same, until the 7th holder, a woman by the name of Nana Shimura. Nana Shimura knew that One for All was getting more powerful with each generation. But she also knew that she had no hope of beating All for One. Not yet. So, she came up with a plan. Chimed in Tsukachi, as Yagi looked downcast. She gave it to me. I received One for All, and after training me, she said that she needed to fight All for One. She had her ally and my teacher, a hero called Gran Torino, whisk me away to the United States. Yagi swallowed, looking away. We were too late. I saw the end of the battle. A moment of silence reigned before Midoriya broke it. What happened? She died. All for one dismembered my teacher, the only person who had believed in me. He took her hands, laughing as he did. He said that, to those who would raise their hands against me, I offer only the loss of such implements. He was a cruel man. Yagi looked blankly into the middle distance, very quiet. I won't go into further detail. It's not a personal topic for me, as you can imagine. But needless to say, I went to the USA and started my hero career. I know all that. You developed, you returned to Japan, and took on your only sidekick, Sir Night Eye, right? Izuku lit up, finally at a point he knew something about. Yes, another personal topic, I'm afraid. But yes, I returned to Japan, rage in my heart, a desire for justice or vengeance. I'm afraid the line was blurred, back then. I'm not proud of that. Yagi sighed, and Izuku felt bad. He'd been heartbroken when All Might had panicked about his quirk, but it was apparent the man had some serious trauma. There we dueled and I won. I defeated him. I thought he died, but given the Nomu. Needless to say, I am concerned. I think he is alive. And I think he's my father. A deep weight fell from Izuku's shoulders, and Tsukachi nodded towards Yagi. When I stole shock absorption from the Nomu, it had a message left for me that called me by name. Indeed. Young Midoriya, I can tell you're nothing like your father. So, I'm telling you now, try to avoid this matter as much as you can. You're a student with a burning desire to do better, you should focus on your sports. Festival and getting your internship. You're a good person, Midoriya, and if you get tangled up in this, you will suffer. Maybe it'll be unavoidable, but I just wanted to tell you the truth, so that if the worst happens, you won't be blindsided. Yagi lightly patted Izuku's shoulder, and Tsukachi smiled warmly. I think I understand. I'm going to show the world that I'm not defined by my quirk. I have two now, one for offense and one for defense. I just need to figure them out. Izuku stood, determination settling on his face. I'm sorry for all the trouble my father has put on you, Yagi. I'm going to redeem our family. At that, Yagi smiled as Izuku walked out, and Izuku heard him say one last thing as he left. I think you already have, young Midoriya. Shoto Todoroki wasn't sure what to think. There wasn't really any competition for the top of the sports festival. Even with only his ice, even rejecting his father's quirk, nobody could really beat back his raw power. Yaoyorozu had the incredible versatility that he could respect, and Bakugo had incredible power, but Yaoyorozu couldn't stop a glacier, and Bakugo was a hot-headed fool. Behind those two, Ito was smart, fast, and dedicated, but inflexible. As for Midoriya, Midoriya's quirk wasn't going to cut the mustard. Unless Midoriya wanted to steal his power, Midoriya would lose. Maybe that wouldn't be so bad, so have the fire taken from him. Best to keep that as a last resort, but for now, Shoto didn't have anyone to challenge. Not that it mattered. These people were nice enough, but there was nobody who would do as a declaration, a statement that Shoto could become the greatest without using his father's fire. And so, rather than making declarations of war, Shoto quietly trained in the courtyard, stretching and preparing his body, making slow, deliberate creations of ice, before crushing them. He made sure to imbue every move he made with purpose, careful and controlled. He would never be his father, reckless and cruel. He would never be his father. Not for the first time he missed Tuya. His brother had disappeared, but Shoto thought of him frequently. Natsuo and Fuyumi were wonderful, but they couldn't understand what it meant to have Endeavor's flames. They'd escaped the brutality of the training, the harsh gaze that pushed down upon his spine every day. Whenever he dissociated, slipping into his own thoughts, he could feel the burns marked upon his skin. Burns that would never fade, no matter how long he waited. Let the contenders come. The day was coming where he proved Endeavor wrong. Where the world would see that Shoto was his own man, not merely a burning son of Endeavor. Inasa Yurashi was so very excited. Sure, it had been frustrating to see that the Todoroki kid was the same as his father, cold eyes and no regard for the people around him, but Inasa didn't care anymore. All Might had watched the exam, and when he had thought about dropping out, All Might had set him back on track. Sure, it was sad that he was in 1B, But he didn't share the envy that Manoma kept revealing in every conversation. 1B had some fine people. Kendo, Tokoyami and Tetsu were bold and brave. Such valiant hearts showed him that clearly 1A wasn't better than 1B. They were equals, here to do the same things. He would show his heroic heart and make both classes fight harder. With a valorous spirit and a noble heart, anyone could be a hero. He wouldn't even mind losing to someone like that. Like Midoriya Izuku, the boy who stood against the League of Villains, if the rumor mill was to be believed. Hopefully there were others. In fighting someone so brave, Inasa could improve himself. That was all he could ask for. It was impossible to consider it a loss if it was a duel between two passionate and determined heroes, after all. And so, he threw himself back into his training regimen. After all, he couldn't let his competitors down. Momo Yaoyorozu was terrified. She was smart enough to know what she was doing and how best to play to her strengths. 1 hour of exercise, a break, an hour of study to memorize molecular compositions, another break, and then an hour of quirk usage to put the results of her study into practice. Afterwards, she would eat a full meal, have a break for a few hours, and then repeat the process. The result was 3 full sessions of work per day, and while it did mean that she had to wake up early to avoid having breakfast at an suboptimal time, Momo was happy with her work ethic. She was also smart enough to know that anxiety wasn't something she could just logic away, and that it was perfectly natural for her to feel this way. It didn't make her feel better about it. Herself and Jiro had managed to save Kaminari after he pushed too hard, but that was the extent of her practical experience. Her fighting Todoroki in the battle trial hadn't really been encouraging. She'd made all the preparations she could think of within the 5 minutes, and then Todoroki had leisurely walked up and frozen the entire building solid with a gesture. Sighing, she felt her thoughts turn to the two-tone teen. Bakugo and Todoroki were the greatest threats, but Bakugo had simple tactics: attack, attack and attack again. She could plan for that. Todoroki that she understood Bakugo, but she felt like she knew nothing about Todoroki. She'd need either the greatest empath in the world, or an expert quirk analyst to help her here. Suddenly, Momo had an idea. Pulling out her phone, she texted her fellow student representative, Ida Tenya. Yaoyorozu Momo, Ida, I'd like to ask a favor of you. I'll gladly return it at a later date. Is it true that Midoriya is prodigious at analyzing quirks? A few minutes came before the response came. Ida Tenya, while I cannot claim to know any quirk analysts, Midoriya certainly has a gift. Even without the use of his quirk, which is something of an unfair advantage, he has a keen insight into the functionality of quirks. Yaoyorozu Momo, perfect. Could you send me his number? I need to ask him some questions about how to maximize my potential. Within minutes, she had received his number. Putting it into her contacts list, she sent the message. Yaoyorozu Momo, hello Midoriya. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Specifically, I'd like to ask you to analyze my quirk. Midoriya Izuku, hi, I don't know who this is but I'm probably down. Assuming this isn't a villain, in which case I'm sorry but I don't feel comfortable helping out. Yaoyorozu Momo, my apologies, I'm a little hasty right now. It's Yaoyorozu. Midoriya Izuku, oh hi Yaoyorozu. Sure, I'd be glad to help. Do you want to meet somewhere or do you want me to text you ideas? Yaoyorozu Momo, text is fine. We're both busy. Besides, I'm sure Hagakure would get the wrong idea if I went. She grinned. It was a poor joke, but she didn't usually make jokes and she felt that the least she could do is try to avoid intimidating Midoriya. She was aware that she could come across as a killjoy, so she would hate for that to happen here when she needed Midoriya's help. Midoriya Izuku, I don't really know what you mean by that but okay. Midoriya Izuku, well, what can you tell me about your quirk? I'll ask questions and we can pinpoint ideas to focus on. Yaoyorozu Momo, don't worry about the Hagakure thing, Midoriya, it was a joke. To answer your question, I can transmute body fat into non-living material, so long as I understand the molecular composition. When I say non-living, that can include organic material, although that is harder due to the increasingly complex structures of organic molecules. 10 minutes of silence came, and she was worried that Midoriya had gotten bored. Suddenly, a message. Midoriya Izuku, Wow, that's amazing, Yaoyorozu. There's so much potential there. So what do you need your quirk to do? Yaoyorozu Momo, ideally, a way to provide a brute force option. Compared to our heavy hitters like Ida, Bakugo and Todoroki, I don't have a lot of options. Midoriya Izuku. Can you affect the temperature of what you create? You should be able to, right, because heat is just the molecular energy? Momo stopped in her seat. Why had she never tried that? Focusing for a second, she focused on making a warm metal ball. Rolling her sleeve, she watched as a smooth silver sphere came formed, visibly steaming. Yaoyorozu Momo, it would seem the answer is yes, although it takes more for me to make things hotter. I'll have to experiment, but thank you Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku. Oh okay, I didn't do much but you're welcome? Whether or not Midoriya recognized it, he had given Momo some valuable ideas. Now she could experiment. Going to her bookshelf, she took out several of her notebooks. Maybe she could find new ways to use old ideas with this new knowledge. Hitoshi Shinso was tired. It was bad enough being friends with Midoriya, the eternal sunshine kid who would never ever stop trying. Midoriya was the best of friends, but only a MCST would try to match his work ethic. What was even crazier was that Midoriya didn't even seem to recognize his insane dedication, just brushing it off as, well, doesn't everyone do that? What was worse that the sports festival had everyone riled up and going full Midoriya. Not that Hitoshi was avoiding doing work. Between chatting to Midoriya, Ashido, Tokoyami and Jiro, answering Midoriya's more anxious questions such as, Shinso, what does Momo mean when she says that Hagakure wouldn't want her visiting, I'm so confused, and practicing for the festival, he was thoroughly exhausted. So much so that he found himself playing online poker right now. It wasn't exactly free time. He found himself scrutinizing their reactions, watching for weaknesses, and seeing what they'd respond to. Plus, Shinso found that this festival was just like the game he was playing. Elements of random chance will occasionally bless you or scupper your plans, but your own smarts would make or break the game. It couldn't hurt to prepare himself for that, mentally. It was time to tip the odds and rig the game. Shinso was going all in, and he wasn't letting it be a game of chance. He would use his quirk fully, and he would show the world despite the disturbing nature of it, he was a hero at heart. He was willing to play dirty, take every advantage he could create, but he was going to be on the side of good, no matter what his father had said so long ago. Shaking the memories from his head, he called, to the chagrin of his opponents. There was no time for ruminating on the past. It was time to walk into the future. Nito Manoma was ready. It was the day before the sports festival, and he was grinning in the 1B homeroom. Come on, Kendo. Do you really think that 1A can get the upper hand on us? They do have some powerful quirks, but their position breeds arrogance, and arrogance will bring them down. He rolled his eyes but still smiled. He was looking forward to showing his mettle. Manoma, you need to stop assuming this will be so easy. I doubt they're resting on their laurels after a villain attack. Kendo said, her face full of concern. Valid, but counterpoint, at least some of them are emboldened. Like that explosive blonde who keeps mouthing off about how great he is. Manoma grimaced, remembering bumping into that student in the hall. Can't think of anyone else meeting that description, said the quiet voice of Kodai, with a completely straight face. Laugh all you want, Kodai, but we'll show them. Nito rolled his eyes, rolling with the barb. It was fine for 1B to make fun of each other. After all, they were all on equal footing. Now, what quirks are we looking at? The child of endeavor carries two natures. His gifts are perhaps a curse, but a powerful one. Whispered the voice of Korwaro from beside him. And the explosive one has the raw potential. Other than that, Yaoyorozu has a pretty good quirk, but you might have to show some skin, Manoma. She can create stuff out of body fat, so have fun. Tokage grinned, winking at him. As though the world could handle the rugged good looks of Manoma Nito. Nito said with exaggerated concern, dropping into a dramatic pose as Yurashi grinned and cheered something about confidence being very heroic. Moments like these made sure it'd be more satisfying when he curb-stomped the heavy hitters of 1A and showed the world who was the best. Only 1 day remaining, thought Nito. 1 day until we see who's really the top of the school. Katsuki Bakugo was going to win. It was obvious. Yue knew it. He knew it. Time to make sure these extras knew it. Especially Deku. It was the day of the festival, and Katsuki had been asked to present the speech. Like clockwork, the R-rated heroine, Midnight, showed up and got the crowd ready for the event. Coming right up to give the declaration, our player representative, Bakugo Katsuki. Midnight grinned as Katsuki slowly walked up. Very slowly and deliberately, Katsuki checked the microphone, and once certain it was working, he spoke slowly. I declared that I will come first place. Katsuki heard the outrage from the other students, but he didn't care. They were shitty extras. If you think you can win, then come and try to beat me so I can kick you back into the dirt. With that, he walked back as Midnight grinned wider. Such hot-blooded passion. Our first contest, the obstacle race. Katsuki grinned. This was going to be easy. Izuku Midoriya was so screwed. He was aware of what Aizawa and Present Mike were saying from their booth, but he was tuning out. Right now, he hadn't figured out how to switch his quirks. He was stuck using shock absorption until further notice. Todoroki will probably create a large obstacle, initially, but that will be destroyed by Kaken. After that, I need to be adaptable. If I can improvise, I can win. I'm not going to be stopped here. He quietly thought to himself. Steeling himself, Midoriya looked straight ahead. It was time for the race to begin. Stay away, Awart. Present Mike yelled, and the race began with a flurry of quirks. The sports festival had begun. Izuku saw everything go to hell in a handcart as soon as Present Mike started yelling. Jumping into a consistent, carefully paced jog, he slipped ahead of those whose quirks did not let them travel faster. Todoroki and Bakugo flew ahead, and Ida sprinted past at lightning speed. As he ran, he saw Todoroki drop a wave of ice, which not only let Todoroki skate along the ground, but it slowed the people behind him, including Izuku. Or it would have, if Izuku hadn't run right through it. I guess this new quirk is coming in handy after all. Izuku grinned as the glacier was seen to have developed a person-shaped hole from when the shock of the frost pushing him wasn't enough to force him back. He was freezing, with snow and ice rapidly melting on him, but he wasn't going to let them stop him. Making sure to move towards Bakugo, he let the heat from the explosions melt and evaporate the ice that had pooled on him. Behind him, he saw something tear the glacier into pieces. Did you see that, Eraserhead? Midoriya Izuku just ran through that glacier like it was nothing. Present Mike screeched. I noticed. Aizawa sighed, clearly exhausted. Impressive display, though I question the value of having freezing material stuck to you during a race. Well, he'll warm up really soon. Because here come the robots. These ones made our contestants fight hard to get in, and now they're going to act as a blockade. Including our newly repaired zero-pointer. Izuku grimaced as he saw the metal swarm form in the distance. This wasn't going to be fun. Nito swore angrily when he saw the zero-pointer land with a shockwave. Seriously? The zero-pointer? Nito screamed at nobody in particular. This wasn't good at all. Fortunately, it was a quirk buffet over here. Lunging to the side, dodging a one-point robot and letting Kendo smash it into chunks with her enlarged hand, he lightly tapped Tsuburaba before feeling the familiar rush of power. You could have asked Manoma? Tsuburaba shouted as Nito ran ahead. As the zero-pointer stepped forwards, Nito formed a small, invisible wall of air leaping onto it. Forming a graceful staircase, Nito found himself climbing the zero-pointer. Landing upon the head of the robot, he grinned. Hey everyone! 1A might have broken this thing, but 1B doesn't need a railgun to do that. With that, he grabbed the power switch lodged in the back of the robot's head, laughing as the robot simply stopped. Leaping from barrier to barrier, Nito found himself liking Tsuburaba's quirk. It wasn't flashy, but it got the job done. Oh, we're seeing Manoma Nito from 1B disabling the zero-pointer with ease. That puts him in a very exclusive club, isn't that right, Eraser? Present Mike was screeching, and Nito was rather interested to see how his homeroom teacher would try and downplay this. It was a good move. A lot safer than the way Midoriya Izuku and Shinso Hitoshi accomplished it. Despite a situational quirk, Manoma has used it effectively. This could prove problematic for his fellow contestants should he continue to keep up this versatility. Huh? He didn't downplay it at all? Nito figured it probably meant he was just that good. Whoa, that was more than 5 words. Going soft, eraser? And for one of Lad King's students too. Present Mike was openly laughing, and Nito had to suppress a chuckle as he prepared to leap. I meant what I said. 1A has a lot of obviously powerful students, and they have experience in a villain attack, but it would be irrational to ignore the potential of 1B. They will have a disadvantage in the tournament bracket due to the relative inexperience, but quick wits can level the playing field. Eraserhead said, still as monotone as ever. Observant as always, Eraser. Present Mike chuckled as Nito took the leap, throwing himself off the zero-pointer, using Tsuburaba's air barriers to create solid air to swing from. Landing behind the robot line, Nito found himself claiming a lead. He was behind the explosive teenager and Todoroki, but he could make it across the next obstacle. Granted, he felt sure that Tsuburaba's quirk was running out, but he could make it across Titropes, right? Hitoshi was so done with this already. Todoroki probably didn't need to mean to chill him, but he was cold anyway. That was comfortably enough to make him want to lie under a warm blanket with a couple of cats. Or a lot of cats. Really, any non-zero amount of cats would do. Then the FING zero-pointer showed up, and Midoriya probably wasn't going to be able to railgun it, given his problems. Of course, that was a problem that solved itself when the mouthy blonde from 1B climbed up and turned the thing off. Hitoshi really wanted to put Bakugo and that kid in a room together. Either one of them would die, or they'd become best friends. Actually, now that he thought about it, he really didn't want that to happen. Well, that would have been nice to know a little earlier. Hitoshi grumbled. He could have done the exam without using his quirk if that was the case. At least it gave him a solid plan for dealing with any other robot that attacked him, like the two-pointer that lunged for him. Rolling under it, he leaned back, grabbing the switch and depowering it. Using the now inactive Hulk as leverage, he lifted himself upwards, landing on the next robot in his way, and giving the power switch a quick kick, leaping forwards, before seeing what the next obstacle was. A series of stone pillars broke up a ravine-like abyss that appeared to have some strange material at the bottom to prevent death by falling. The pillars were broken up Titropes, and so far, Todoroki, Bakugo, and the 1B blonde that felled the zero-pointer were already ahead. Cursing, he looked around, seeing a small, silver-haired girl lifting a one-pointer and throwing it into the ravine as a plan came together. From the sound of the impact, she'd frown it pretty far, with the sound coming from next to the closest pillar. Ghost girl over here. Hitoshi grimaced at making something sound like Bakugo, but being abrasive was a surefire way to get an indignant response. Sure enough, she turned a sleepy, blank stare at him. I am afraid I don't know who Ghost Girl is. This one is Yanagi Reiko, she said, just before Hitoshi's quirk clamped around her mind, her eyes going empty and white. Yanagi, I'm afraid I can't sabotage your efforts, so we're going to work together. Hitoshi smiled, hoping he could at least convince himself it was for the good of them both. She nodded blankly, just going along with whatever he said. Now at my plan. Throw me to that first pillar with your quirk, then throw yourself. It worked perfectly, with the enthralled girl following him around until he dropped his quirk. Now to just keep that momentum going for the rest of the course. Shoto was starting to have problems. Bakugo was hot on his trail, the 1B student who kept bragging about the large robot was getting closer, Ito was approaching quickly, and even Shinso was approaching quickly. Worse, he was starting to feel the chill. He could probably fix it using his flames. No. Screamed his thoughts, rejecting the simple answer. He would rather suffer frostbite than wield his father's quirk. He needed to come into first place, and while his quirk was effectively letting him skate across the ravine, he was slowing down. Despite this, a victory would mean nothing to him if he had to use his father's quirk. Dropping down onto solid ground once more, he dropped into a straight run, feeling himself hit the last stretch. It looked like 500 meters until the end. He had a solid chance. And then he stepped on a small brass disc that blew him backwards. Oh, and Todoroki Shoto has found the third and final obstacle, the minefield. Any commentary, Eraser? Present Mike yelled as the rest of the pack started to catch up. Only that this will be troubling for most of the students, especially the frontrunners. Todoroki's ice, Bakugo's explosions, and careless footfall will set off the small concussion explosives. If they want to clear it, they'll have to tread carefully. Shoto could hear the smirk in Eraserhead's voice. His homeroom teacher was very frustrating at times, seeming to enjoy putting hardships in their way. He wasn't like Endeavor, but Shoto couldn't say he was overly fond of the man either. At least he was quieter than Present Mike. Grimacing, he began to step over the mines slowly. It wasn't efficient or fast at all, but it beat blowing himself up constantly. Looking behind him, he saw Bakugo swearing angrily as he tried to do the same, and the 1B blonde was looking frustrated too. Landing on his feet, Inesa grinned as he flew over the ravine. Flight wasn't easy for him, but his quirk's ability to control the winds made it possible for short PRDS. Walking up to the minefield, he felt himself lift up and over the dirty patch of explosives, only to see one of the discs wrench itself from the ground, caught in the swirling force of his wind, and deliver an explosive straight to his chest. Light filled his vision as vertigo struck, and the world became a chaotic swirl of sound and motion. The coppery taste of blood filled his mouth, and he couldn't tell how long he was down on the ground for. All he knew is that he woke, lying in the dirt, with a purple-haired boy looking down on him, offering his hand, and a blank-eyed Yagami Reiko. "Are you okay?" The purple one asked, offering his hand. "I'd feel bad if I left you like that." Inesa rubbed his head, taking the offered hand and standing up. "Thank you, kind stranger. My name is Yurashi Inesa, pleased to meet you. But what did you do to Yanagi?" Inesa felt his emotions turn from pleasure at meeting a heroic soul to concern and anger. I may have used my mind control quirk on her. Don't worry, I'm making sure she gets ahead with me. I'm not sabotaging her. The purple-haired one looked away, a bit ashamed, and Inesa felt conflicting emotions raging. On the one hand, this one mind controlled a competitor, robbing all accomplishment from her. On the other hand, that he was at least letting her make it through, acknowledging her value as a hero despite her falling for his trap. I can't pretend to know what to think of that, but I don't feel like you're a bad person. Don't worry, I'll talk her down if she is upset by what you did. Consider it payment for saving me. Now, let us clear this field." Inesa grinned, calling on the winds and wrenching mines into the air, where they exploded harmlessly. "Not a bad idea, Yurashi. Yanagi, use your quirk on one mine at a time, and clear me a path. We'll move together. By the way, Yurashi, call me Shinso. Shinso Hitoshi." At once, the normally sedate Yanagi moved like a robot, methodically clearing the field as the two of them advanced. Grimacing, Yurashi followed them, helping them clear the way. It may be distasteful, but at least it was done with good intentions. "Oh, we've got an inter-class partnership. Hitoshi Shinso from 1A is working with Yagami Reiko and Yurashi Inesa from 1B. Eraser, insights?" Present Mike yelled, the excitement boiling over. "It's very practical. Shinso's quirk is often seen as unsettling, so it's good that he's able to work in a team with it." Inesa wasn't sure that he liked how stoic and unemotional Eraserhead sounded, but at least he made good points about the value of cooperation. Inesa figured that finding more people like him would be tricky anyway, at least he'd found people who were different but meant well. And then, a small green-haired boy blew himself up. Izuku Midoriya was already tired, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. Taking in the minefield, he saw the current state of affairs. Todoroki was first, closely followed by Bakugo and the 1B student that took down the zero-pointer. Behind them, Ida was doing his best. A couple of 1B students were using vines and mud to eliminate explosives, and to the left, Shinso had someone under his control, and they were working with a wind quirk user to throw away explosives. If Izuku wanted to make it to a good rank, he'd have to think fast. And then, like a mine exploding everywhere, it hit him. He had the perfect quirk for this situation. Sprinting ahead, he closed his eyes and leapt straight onto the first mine he could. Instantly, his ears were assaulted with volume, no louder than Bakugo's own explosions, but that alone was enough to hurt him, and he felt himself flying upwards into the air. "I need more momentum." He muttered to nobody in particular as he started to fall, aiming for the side of the next mine facing the end of the race. Landing in just the right spot, the shock absorption quirk flared to life, absorbing the impacts of landing and the explosion. That wasn't to say it didn't hurt. While the strain on his muscles was non-existent, the heat was substantial, and he was feeling burns forming on his legs. Still, he landed on a third mine, throwing himself out past the minefield and landing past the end markers. Midoriya Izuku is our first to make it through the race. And now we have Todoroki Shodo in second place, followed by Bakugo Katsuki in third, and Manoma Nito on fourth. Eraser, any salient comments? You've been really invested today. Present Mike yelled as the world went mad with screaming and hype. These top four are joined by several contestants. Notably Ida Tenya, Shizuki Ibara, Shinso Hitoshi, Yanagi Reiko, Inesa Yurashi, and Hananuki Juzo. Presumably the rest will make it soon. Izawa muttered, loud enough to be heard by the microphone. Calm and collected as always, Eraser. Present Mike yelled, the microphone peaking slightly at his excitement. We should see the rest of the contestants come in soon. We're seeing Hatsum Mei from 1F running in on the back of some contraption of hers, and it looks like Kirishima Ijiro and Tetsu are neck and neck. Once the event ends, we'll have a short half-an-hour break before our lovely colleague, the R-rated heroine Midnight, announces the next event. Yeah. Please stop yelling. This is worse for me than the League of Villains. Sighed Aizawa in a put-upon fashion, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the banter between the two. 45 minutes later, Midnight was back, and so were the top 42 contestants. Congratulations, contestants, the leaderboards are here, so let's take a look. She waved her flag dramatically as the leaderboards adjusted in real time. Izuku's slightly anxious school portrait was marking the number 1 slot, and honestly, Izuku would be fine dying right now. Shinso seemed to be the same, awkwardly apologizing to the 1B girl he controlled, who to her credit, seemed to be taking it okay. Our next round is the Cavalry battle. Midnight shouted out, and murmurs went through the audience as she began her presentation. The rules are simple. Assemble into teams of up to 4 people with 1 person on the top of the others, as shown through the diagram. You will each have a bandana with points on it, dependent on your position in the obstacle race. There was a rush of muttering from the contestants, but Midnight cut it out with a wave of her flag. You can use your quirks, but no attempts to harm other contestants is acceptable. Other than that, you are eliminated in the event that the rider falls to the ground. Good luck. Now, let's reveal those point totals. Izuku watched as the points increased slowly from 5 up to 205 for the second place. Just as he thought that first place wouldn't be disastrous, he saw the score his bandana carried. 1,000,000 points. Welp, it's been nice knowing me, but I'm dead. Izuku muttered to himself, feeling the target on his back. Hopefully he could pull a plan out of thin air. If not, this would be an embarrassing time. Izuku was feeling a bad day approaching. Being surrounded by people who wanted to take his bandana was not good for his mental health, but then again, it wasn't really paranoia. Not really, considering the glares he was receiving, the appraising glances of people sizing him up. So it was quite an interesting moment when Tokoyami approached him, without any kind of suspicion on his face. Truly, a mad banquet you find yourself feasting upon, Midoriya. Tokoyami chuckled. Tell me, do you have a plan? Or do you intend on throwing yourself to the wolves? Can it be neither? I'm not giving up, but I need a team. Izuku shuddered, taking in the nervous looks. It looked like Todoroki was forming his own group, Uraraka wasn't looking his way, Ida was with Uraraka, Hagakure had fallen behind in the obstacle race, and Shinso was currently speaking to Ashido. It was clear that most of the people he felt confident working with were taking their shot. Midoriya! Boomed a loud, excited voice as a tall, muscle-bound man in the UA gym uniform ran towards him, before performing a deep bow that left his head striking the astroturf of the arena. My name is Yurashi Inesa, and you have performed in an inspiring manner. Please, let me share in your valor. Okay, Yurashi. Izuku felt himself flinch at the boundless energy of this man, but he seemed genuinely cheerful, like a man physically incapable of wearing a mask. You're the one with the wind quirk, right? That's incredible. Yurashi grinned, patting both Izuku and Tokoyami on the back. Indeed. We have the strong winds at our disposal. Yurashi gestured, and Tokoyami chuckled once more. A golden heart with a mighty force. May the universe have mercy on us, for now we have 2 Midoriyas. Truly, a mad banquet. Whispered the bird-headed teen, as Yurashi laughed. You're a bit of a chunibyu, aren't you? Yurashi smirked as Tokoyami became flustered. I am not chunibyu. I am Tokoyami Fumikage, touched by the shadow. Tokoyami scowled as best he could, his arms folding as Izuku finally felt the giggles come out. Whatever you say, Chiyuni. Izuku choked out between laughs, Inasa breaking down into laughter himself. Yurashi, you're joining these two? Behind them, a tall, muscular boy with silver hair approached, brimming with confidence. Tetsu, you've got to meet these people. The green-haired one is Midoriya Izuku, who literally stepped on landmines to throw himself into first. And then the other is Tokoyami, right? Yurashi explained, patting Tetsu on the back as the stranger grinned. You think you can win this, Midoriya? Tetsu asked, not harshly, but cautiously. Your quirk that you can turn yourself into steel, right? Tetsu nodded, and Izuku smiled. Then yes, I have a plan. We're going to take this. Then I'm in. My name is Tetsu, and I'll show you how reliable 1B can be. The 4 of them huddled, and there, Izuku explained his plan. With a group of 3 gasps and some excited grins, the plan was agreed. Katsuki was super FNG tired of the electric blonde at his side. Come on, Bakugo, you know I can be of use. Kaminari whined. What the f are you gonna do, dunce face? Fry yourself and more importantly me. Katsuki sneered, but for once, Kaminari managed to stand up for himself. No, if I limit myself to smaller charges, I should be able to weaken Tokoyami's dark shadow. I know you've got Kirishima to handle your blasts, but you need people to counter others, so you're not being limited. Kaminari stood taller, and Katsuki found a shred of respect forming. Not bad. Okay, you're in. If you F me up, I will end your life. Understood. Katsuki kept his voice low, but again, Kaminari surprised him. Seriously? This was a test? Dude, you are such a FNG egomaniac. I mean, I'm in, but geez, you gotta work on that. Katsuki scoffed. He respected Kaminari for being able to call him out. They had yet to pull that off, but he was way off. After all, Katsuki wasn't an egomaniac, he was just the best. Yeah, don't push it, dunce face. You're in. Kirishima smiled, and not for the first time, Katsuki was acutely aware that the spiky-haired teen was trying to push him to play nice. What FING waste of time. At least he wasn't all bad. He was prone to actually taking action and making things happen, and he could give as good as he could take. Katsuki took a deep breath as a pink-haired girl with crosshairs in her eyes ran behind him. Hey there. I want to join your team. The pinkette grinned as Katsuki turned, his eyes narrow. Who the F are you and what can you do for me? Katsuki asked, and the girl continued. So glad you asked. My name is Hatsum Mei from the support course, and I've got a plethora of babies to use. Well tested, perfect for any situation. Katsuki found himself losing his temper at this weird girl, but Kirishima diplomatically interjected. You're talking about support equipment, right? Kirishima bumped his fists together in excitement, his skin reflexively hardening in anticipation. Right you are, my spiky assistant. We can do a lot for each other, explodey boy. I can help you with my equipment, and you can help me. I need to attach myself to someone competent and flashy to sell my babies, and you need someone who can help you increase your team's versatility. After all, you're good against Ice Baby over there, and the spooky dark bird is probably covered, but there's no reason to turn down some quality equipment. Hatsum was literally in Katsuki's face, and honestly he was wishing to be anywhere else. Please just shut the F up and show me the gear. Katsuki growled in discomfort at this weird girl invading his space. Grinning widely, Hatsum Mei opened up a briefcase, and Katsuki felt himself grin at the tools within. Welcome to the team. Pull your weight and you'll do just fine. Hatsum smiles, and Katsuki gets an insight into what kind of person she is. Calculating, clever, and determined. She reminds him of himself. Hitoshi Shinso is pleasantly surprised to have people volunteering to join him. Come on, Shinso, we're a good team. Shiro has the tape, I have acid, and you've got your brainwash. Ashido has a wide smile, and one part of Hitoshi is waiting for the other shoe to drop, waiting for them to condemn him as a freak of existence. Midoriya hadn't done that, but to be fair, that was Midoriya. Midoriya, literally sunshine incarnate. So needless to say, he was suspicious. How come you're asking me? There's a lot of competent people around here. Hitoshi asked, and Ashido and Shiro have the grace to look confused. Sure, that's fair. Ashido says. But seriously, you're a buddy, Shinso. You're good with the sarcasm, and you're fun to be around. Plus, you're a smart cookie, but me and Shiro aren't good at subtlety, and you don't have firepower. It's a natural choice. Shiro looks a little offended, but not enough to protest. Well, when you put it like that, thank you for your faith. We're going to make it, both of you. Hitoshi smiles, and the expression feels out of place on his face, a fact that was not unnoticed by Ashido and Shiro. Weo Shinso smiled. All we need is to get Todoroki to laugh and Bakugo to compliment someone, and we've done the impossible. Ashido laughed, and Shiro resisted the urge to snicker as he responded. Hey, we also need to get Midoriya to swear. That's gonna be the real trouble. As Shiro imparts this wisdom, Hitoshi breaks, giggling for the first time in a while. Alright, I've got an idea of our fourth too. Hitoshi composes himself, approaching a young girl with black hair that makes it to her shoulders. Hitoshi taps her on the shoulder. Hi, I'm Hitoshi Shinso. You're from 1B, right? And your quirk is making things larger or smaller. I saw you use it against a robot at the race. The girl nods, not responding verbally. Don't worry, I'm not here to use my quirk on you. I want you for my team. Eventually, the girl nodded, and Hitoshi found himself nervous. Perhaps Reiko had spoken to her, perhaps this one didn't trust him after all. Despite that, he pressed on. In the interest of communicating efficiently, could I get your name? The girl nodded again, before speaking slowly. Kodai Yui. So she wasn't afraid, just quiet. Hitoshi could work with that. Pleased to meet you, Kodai. Here we have Ashido Mina and Shiro Hanta. Now, for my plan, what's the range like on that quirk of yours? Hitoshi stroked his chin, thinking carefully. Midoriya wasn't the only one who could analyze quirks, although while some of his friend's mannerisms had rubbed off on him, he still couldn't claim to be on Midoriya's level. Touch. Kodai muttered, and Hitosahai felt his plan come together. Perfect. Kodai, you're in the middle. Shiro and Ashido, go on either side. Here's the plan, the group approved, with Kodai nodding and Shiro and Ashido grinning in excitement. With that, Team Shinso was ready. Nito Manoma was surprised to see the silver-haired ghostly individual, Yanagi Reiko. He knew that he was going to attract a lot of people looking to take one down a peg, but he hadn't expected Yanagi to be amongst them. Manoma. This one wishes to join your assembly. Yanagi muttered, and Manoma raised his eyebrow. I mean, I'm not gonna say no, but why? I didn't take you for someone thinking about taking down. One? Manoma said, and Yanagi gestured to the purple-haired teen, currently talking to a girl with pink skin and horns, and a young man with tape emerging from his elbows. That one has a most hateful quirk. The ability to control others. I was subjected to such. Yanagi continued, and Nito felt himself scowl. It was pragmatic, I respect that. But I also feel that the spirit of the event is such that he has issued the challenge, and I will not insult him by rejecting such a challenge. Okay, I'm really confused. Are you angry with him or not? Nito resisted the urge to snap. He knew that hateful, translated to powerful, is Yanagi's strange vocabulary, but it was still weird. No, I do not hate them. It was a fair move, and I would do the same to him. But this one remains cognizant of the feeling of fog filling my mind, watching as I felt myself agree to do their bidding. No quirk here is pleasant to be on the receiving end of, but he bested me, and I will do my best to prove myself his equal in my second chance. Nito nodded, understanding. So, you're not angry, but you want to challenge him again? A rematch? Yanagi nodded, and Nito smiled. Welcome aboard. Now, I think we're going to want some more people. Tsuburaba, get over here. Slowly, Tsuburaba walked over, the rectangular-eyed teen approaching warily. Let me guess, you need my quirk? He rolled his eyes, and Manoma sighed. No, I want you for my team. And I want your quirk, but we're a good team. Yanagi has utility, you've got defense, and if we can get someone who can go on the offense, we're good to go. Nito looked him in the eyes, and for a minute, Tsuburaba looked surprised. Privately, Nito was horrified. Did people think he was some kind of egomaniac? If you're wanting offense, then I'd suggest Kendo. She was planning on working with Tetsu, but it looks like he's joining Yurashi and Midoriya. Tsuburaba suggested, and Nito found himself agreeing. Besides, him and Kendo worked well together. Approaching the orange-haired teen, Nito noticed she seemed dejected. Kendo, we need you for our team. Nito said, and her lonely expression turned to surprise. We need our vice president. You're smart, you're strong, you're perfect for our team. Kendo smiled in surprise. Did Nito seriously compliment people so rarely? As Nito contemplated the implications of these last interactions, Kendo said two words that put the plan together. I'm in. Shoto spoke quietly to Yaoyorozu, barely acknowledging the world around them. Yaoyorozu, I intend to come first. If you can provide tools to keep us warm while I wield my ice, we should be able to give us the firepower to win this. Shoto kept his tone level, keeping emotion out of it. It would not do for Yaoyorozu to question why. I can do that, Todoroki, but you have a heating element to your quirk, do you not? You don't need me for that. Internally, Shoto cursed. Hopefully she would understand, given a vague description. I will not use my father's flames. I cannot tell you the reason why, but I will win this with only my ice. Help me mitigate this weakness, Yaoyorozu, and we will win. I promise you. Shoto hoped he didn't sound as weak as he felt. Todoroki, I can help you. But to only use half of your quirk, it's a little insulting to everyone going all out to win. Yaoyorozu gave a slight scowl hidden behind polite words, and Shoto realized that Yaoyorozu was every bit his equal. I respect your view. I also do not wish to discuss this in full right now. Perhaps one day. He meant what he said. After this, she would receive his declaration of war. It was clear that Yaoyorozu was more than she seemed. She would be his rival, and as a result, she deserved to know the truth. Very well, Todoroki. She was polite and calm, but Shoto knew when a voice was concealing something. Yaoyorozu didn't agree with this, and she disliked it, but she was willing to work with him. We'll need someone to act as a defense, and then someone else to round out our own team. Might I suggest Shoji Mizo as a next team member? Shoto thought for a moment. Shoji was a tall boy always wearing a mask, capable of creating limbs. Eyes, ears, mouths, or simply combat appendages. He was unsettling but capable. Shoto nodded quietly, and they approached. Shoji simply nodded, waving a duplicated arm at them. Todoroki. Yaoyorozu. What brings you to me? He asked without implication or subtlety, simply asking a question that he did not know the answer to. You're valuable to our team. Would you join myself and Yaoyorozu? Shoji looked slightly surprised, as though he wasn't expecting to be approached, but he nodded. I would be willing. I can provide my limbs and my extra senses. Todoroki nodded, and Yaoyorozu gave a polite smile at Shoji. I think this is a good team. Todoroki, Shoji, do you know who else we could approach? Unknown to all of them, a green-haired girl walked over. Well, there's always me. My name's Tokage Setsuna. I'm sure you too recognize me from the recommendation exam. Tokage grinned, and Shoto quietly bemoaned the energy in this girl. You're the one who split themselves into pieces, correct? Shoto asked, feeling plans come together. Oh, you've been watching, have you? Tokage winked, and Shoto felt confusion cross his face. What was she referring to? I have noticed your existence, yes. We did an exam together at IS, that's strange. Shoto asked, and saw Yaoyorozu stifling a giggle, and he might have imagined it, but Shoji was doing the same. Not the most socially well-versed, are ya? That's fine, I'll teach you later. But yeah, my quirk's lizard tail splitter. It lets me separate myself into multiple pieces and control them. If you want hands-grabbing bandanas, I can do that. Tokage grinned, and Shoto made up his mind. Welcome aboard, Tokage. With the teams assembled, the speakers flared to life. Okay, contestants. We're back with your dynamic duo. We've got the real hero here, the man with the voice that keeps you coming back for more. It's me, Present Mike. Eraser, introduce yourself. Present Mike shouted, his voice booming through the speaker. I'm Eraserhead. You knew that. Aizawa drawled, and Izuku resisted a giggle. Cool as ever, Eraser. With that, our teams are ready. So, to our lovely host Midnight, start us off. Present Mike boomed through the microphone, and all teams turned to Midnight. Slowly, she waited to start as she waved her flag and then laughed. I had you there. Okay, but seriously, start. The flag went down and the entire team was ready. As an arena full of contestants converged on Izuku, the wind began to pick up and Team Midoriya was ready. Tetsu, Tokoyami, Yurashi, let's do this. Team Todoroki lunged, and Shoto watched as they closed in on Midoriya Izuku. It wasn't personal, but the 10 million point bandana would not belong to Midoriya. Shoji was growing eyes and ears, keeping tabs on all the enemies as they closed in on the same target, and Tokage threw a hand, which began crawling across the ground and making its way to Team Bakugo. Focusing hard, Shoto created a powerful wall of ice spraying from his hand, turning in each direction to lock down the enemy, and feeling the chill penetrate his very core. Breathing slowly, he felt hot air rising from Yaoyorozu's skin, presumably her quirk, creating warm air, and watched as the majority of the teams were blocked from reaching Team Midoriya. Shoto heard Bakugo swearing loudly, beginning to blow a hole in the thick wall, but it didn't matter. Shoto was close at hand when he made eye contact with a boy he vaguely recognized from the recommendation exam. The muscle-bound boy glared, and for a minute, Shoto felt judgment crawl across his skin. Shortly afterwards, the winds picked up, and all of Team Midoriya were pulled into the air, gliding gracefully on the currents. That's a powerful move from Team Todoroki, but Team Midoriya one-ups that with flying. Eraser, is that legal? Present Mike squawked, and Shoto found himself listening. If Midoriya had violated the rules, it would be good to know. Team Midoriya is within the rules, unless they leave the arena. Eraserhead grumbled, and Shoto found himself focusing. It would be illegal to knock him out of the arena, but they could contain competitors, and then make sure that Team Midoriya was knocked out of the running as soon as they landed. We're going to keep people contained. Yaoyorozu, more heat. I'm going to lock them down. Shoto found himself spraying walls of ice rapidly in all directions, and even as he began to freeze up and slow down, he felt a streak of satisfaction seeing the face of Endeavor in the audience, glowering. Todoroki is locking the enemy down. Team Shinso and Team Bakugo are doing well at breaching walls, but right now, Todoroki has shown off his power in an amazing way, effectively making sure that anyone wanting to make a move on him will have to deal with the other teams they're trapped with, and break through the ice wall. Eraser, analysis. Shoto smirked at the praise of Present Mike, even as he felt darkness pressing in on his vision. A foolish move. Todoroki has overused one element of his quirk. It is likely that he will either have to use his fire, a side of his quirk I have not seen him use, or let himself rest and warm up. Todoroki must be comfortable in his plan to risk going all out so early. Eraserhead spoke calmly, even as Shoto scowled at the idea. He would never use his father's quirk. Never. He would rather freeze from his own quirk than wield the force that destroyed his mother, that ruined his own life. He did not need to wield his flame. Why do you think he's not using his flame, Eraser? Present Mike asked, and Shoto felt his nails dig into his hands, feeling blood pool on his fingers. He wished he could make Present Mike be silent with telepathy or something, but sadly, for all of Shoto's power, that wasn't a thing he could do. It is likely that Todoroki does not feel comfortable with his flame. likely due to disuse. This could cost Todoroki later, despite the power of his ice. Eraserhead was right and wrong. Yes, Shoto was uncomfortable with the BSTRD's half of his quirk, but no, he could use it perfectly fine. He hadn't had a choice in learning how to. Todoroki, we're in a secure position. We'll let Tokage's hands bring us bandanas while we wait for Midoriya to land. Yaoyorozu spoke, and Todoroki nodded, slowly feeling the hypothermia get better in the warm sun. He'd pushed too hard, but if he rationed his frost, he should be able to fight without suddenly collapsing. It was time to prove the value of his ice, and finally leave his father's shadow. Katsuki Bakugo was furious, even as he and Hatsume's drill tool made an aperture in the glacial walls that Todoroki had put up. Half and half BSTRD thinks he's too good for us? I'm going to destroy that icy hot prick. Let's get close to him, and then Dunt's face can spark all over them while we charge. Katsuki grinned, a grin he knew intimidated the less worthy. Even Kirishima flinched in the face of it, which meant he was doing something right. He was going to be a demon to his enemies. He'd intimidate the villains more than All Might. Suddenly he felt a hand crawling up his shoulder, a slender, reptilian appendage. "Get off me!" Katsuki shouted, blasting the hand over the glacial wall. He didn't know who the hell could be, but it was FNG disgusting. Glowering, he watched, content that it wasn't coming back. "Are you afraid of hands, explodey boy?" Hatsume asked, laughing slightly, and Katsuki resisted the urge to snap back to her. He resisted the urge for a few seconds. "Shut the F up, shitty goggles." He snarled, and Hatsume laughed even louder. "You gave me a nickname. I love it." Hatsume clapped, throwing her drill off target briefly before she continued attacking the ice walls. "What is your damage, shitty goggles?" "Every great mind calls things by their nicknames. That's why I call this my drill baby, rather than the Hatsume ferroboron rotary electric drill." Katsuki was marginally flattered by the compliment, and disturbed by the fact that Hatsume honestly believed they were similar. This horror was present for a brief moment, until it was interrupted by a tongue wrapping around his bandana, and Azoui yanked it firmly from his head as she started lifting into the sky, under the effect of the zero-gravity quirk of Uraraka Ochako. Besides Uraraka, Ida Tenya, the arrogant prick from Semi-Private Academy was there, a focused look on his face. "Get back here, you effing idiots! I'm going to destroy your chances." Katsuki sparked his hands, growling in fury. Blasting himself into the air, he lunged for the bandana, missing it as the froggy teen slowly lifted into the air. Tumbling through the air, he watched as the hand from earlier jumped off the wall towards him. Aiming an explosion upwards, he blasted the hand, which flew upwards, reflexively grabbing one of the bandanas from Azoui's head. The trajectory distorted by Katsuki's blast, it fell. Straight down. As Katsuki fell onto his team, he seized the bandana from the falling hand, before throwing it back over the ice wall. "That's not our bandana. It's theirs. We're going to destroy them." Katsuki glowered at the team disappearing over the glacial wall. In a stunning display, Team Azoui and Team Bakugo trade bandanas. Bakugo Katsuki's own use of Tokage Setsuna's quirk to take back points is especially impressive. Eraser thoughts? Present Mike cheered as Katsuki grinned despite the fury setting over him and the concern of 2 of his 3 squadmates. "Not particularly. You don't need to have a comment from me every time," Aizawa said in his monotone drawl. "Oh, you know that's not true. Every E needs a yang." Present Mike quipped, as a certain subset of fans swooned at the banter. Katsuki tuned out Aizawa's response, focusing on channeling a large-scale explosion into the wall. The ice did not shatter, but it cracked. "Team Azoui is there. My babies will track them. Looks like they're fighting another team," Hatsume called out, and with that, the wall came down under the force of her drill and Katsuki's explosions, the taste of water vapor splashing across Katsuki's mouth as he roared in delight and excitement, a battle cry that spent no time establishing what was going to happen. He saw Team Shinso battling Team Azoui, and he grinned. It was time to destroy these extras. Hitoshi was having difficulty dealing with Team Azoui. They had Bakugo's bandana, which was a valuable prize. 200 points would give them a much-needed boost. Unfortunately, Team Azoui was wise to his tricks, and he didn't want to play his trump card quite yet. Ashido was doing well at turning the AstroTurf into a sludgy mess that weakened Ida's mobility, but it wasn't enough to take anything from them, and they couldn't keep dodging Azoui's tongue forever. Siro's tape opposed the tongue as best as possible, but Azoui had the advantage. You're doing well, Uraraka, but you can't keep floating them forever. Hitoshi called out, to no response. Frustrating, but it was important to keep trying. Ever since Todoroki had locked down the conflict, Hitoshi had found himself on the back foot, about to burst through the ice wall using Kodai's quirk, only to have Team Azoui and Team Bakugo come through. As Bakugo lunged, laughing about how much trouble Team Azoui were in, Shinso felt his idea strike. He'd observed Bakugo's aerial capabilities, and while he was impressive, he had limits. If he could bait Bakugo into overextending, he might just eliminate a contender. Ashido, get the wall melted. Shiro, Kodai, it's time to play our trump card. After we've got the bandanas, be ready to run. Hitoshi grinned, and Kodai and Shiro nodded. Shiro threw out tape, and Kodai raised her hand, her fingers brushing the edge of the tape. Hitoshi saw her cry out in pain as a paper cut formed from the fast tape carving across her fingers, but watched in rapt awe as the tape enlarged, becoming a large rectangle. Nearly impossible to dodge, the tape ripped away Bakugo and Azoui's bandanas, before shrinking down and bringing them both back to Hitoshi. Well done. Let's move. Team Shinso quickly ran into the melting hole in Todoroki's wall, as the still airborne Bakugo blasted himself towards them, hate in his eyes. I'll teach you to interfere, you purple-haired F-. I'm going to destroy you. He howled, lunging, even as the team ran through the collapsed section of wall. Too late, he saw his proximity to the ground and blasted himself upwards, trying to reach his own team. Hitoshi honestly felt bad, seeing Bakugo land mere inches away from his team. He was so close to pulling it off. Bakugo Katsuki has hit the ground. His team is eliminated. Eraser, he's in your class, what feedback would you give? Present Mike yelled excitedly, and Hitoshi knew that he was so dead right now. Bakugo would already be furious, but after the live commentary, he'd be even worse. Bakugo performed very well. His grasp of his quirk is arguably one of the best in his class. His elimination here is due to his temperament. Had he not overextended, I feel confident in saying that he would have made it to the tournament bracket. Aizawa commented, his voice devoid of passion, merely a statement of fact. The problems didn't stop with Hitoshi's impending death, however. Team Azoui turned to him, and Ida was getting ready for something. He heard Ida's voice cut through the din, and the world went quiet as he focused. Reciproburst. Blue flame erupted from the engines on his calves, and Hitoshi couldn't find himself dodging in time. Seconds before impact, Hitoshi saw Team Midoriya descend rapidly, and he grinned, knowing exactly what was about to happen. Brace for an impact. This is going to hurt. Shinso yelled, and the others looked nervously at him, but held on tight. Izuku was resisting the urge to panic as he flew over the arena. He didn't have a fear of heights per se, but a very reasonable and logical fear of gravity at this very minute. Especially seeing as his plan involved doing literally nothing to avoid the very fast descent into the ground. If this didn't work, he would probably die in a very painful instant as his bones exploded. Which, as he could attest from railgunning the zero-pointer, was very painful. Not for the first time, Izuku questioned the logic of anyone who made a habit of exploding their bones. Fortunately, Izuku had learned from destroying the zero-pointer. The lesson he'd learned was simple: every reaction has an equal and opposite reaction. For example, when you create a force big enough to propel rubble through a solid chunk of steel, the same force will hit back in the opposite direction, in Izuku's case through his arm. Or, more relevant to Izuku's immediate example, if a metal man were to hit the ground at ludicrous speed, there would be a colossal shockwave. The reactionary force would hurt Tetsu greatly, but he should be able to survive the impact. It would conduct into the people that Tetsu touched, which would likely kill Tokoyami and Yurashi. However, if they were to array into a chain, so that the force had to pass from Tetsu to Izuku before it could reach the others? Izuku's shock absorption should absorb the impact, meaning that the shockwave should shatter all of Todoroki's constructs and throw any plans into chaos. Are you ready, guys? Izuku said, in a somewhat redundant way, given that Yurashi's gale was failing anyway. No choice, Midoriya. Let's show them our heroic hearts. Yurashi roared over the screaming winds. We will be the eclipse. Tokoyami cheered in his dramatic tone. Let's do this, Midoriya. Tetsu grinned, grabbing Midoriya's feet. Yurashi grabbed onto Izuku's feet, and Tokoyami grabbed onto Yurashi's feet in turn. Izuku felt his ears pop as he rapidly descended at terminal velocity. Before he could blink, the impact happened. Izuku heard Tetsu roar out in pain, standing tall as he took the impact, unbroken and defiant. The force flowed into Izuku, and he felt the pain as his arm muscles strained and writhed under the force being absorbed. Fighting through it, he grinned as he realized that it had worked, hearing the sound of every ice sculpture being shattered instantly under the shockwave that rippled through the arena. Carefully making sure to stay in the air, he pivoted, depositing Yurashi and Tokoyami on the ground slowly, before returning to a sitting position. As he recovered from the dizziness that hit him, he became aware of a stadium full of applause. Look at that, folks. Team Midoriya used that maneuver to shatter the walls, meaning that every team is back in the free-for-all, and will have a hard time reaching Team Midoriya. Eraser, what do you make of that move of Midoriya's? Present Mike roared over the sound of the cheering. Midoriya Izuku pulled off a complicated move that could have killed him or his team had he not been clever about it. The wits of his team made sure that Team Midoriya is in an advantageous position. Izuku could hear Aizawa speaking. Taking stock of the situation, Izuku watched his competition carefully. Team Todoroki was making a beeline for him, but the blonde from 1B was also approaching rapidly, blocking a barrage of vines from a student whose hair was entirely plant matter, and then enlarging his fist to grab a bandana from Team Shinso. The blonde just missed Shinso's skin, but touched Zero, immediately launching tape from his own elbows as they bulged and warped to try and take another one. A copy quirk? And he can use multiple quirks at once? I need to speak to him after this. Izuku mused under his breath as Zero's tape became gigantic, taking the bandana back instantly. The blonde touched the head of a silver-haired girl, throwing the mess of tape away from his own bandanas, seemingly cutting his losses. Blinking twice, Izuku came back to reality. Everyone, don't let Team Todoroki corner us. It was too late, as Todoroki himself glared down at the team, throwing out a glacier that split into a fork to contain them. Suddenly, out from the shadow of the glacier, a mighty squawk roared out, and dark shadow emerged, shattering it to pieces. A slight gale picked up as Team Midoriya rushed away, narrowly dodging a pair of hands from the lizard-like 1B girl and a net from Yaoyorozu. Privately, Izuku smiled as the blonde from 1B charged Todoroki, ready to take the bandana. Nito was delighted. He didn't really fancy his chances with Yurashi's team, and Team Shinso had proved troublesome, but at least they'd made it hard for them to make it into the next round. Kodai had really proved her mettle there. He was almost proud of her, showing off 1B could do. Fortunately, Team Todoroki had overextended, and Nito was ready to break them. Tokoyami was skilled, but she wasn't going to beat them. Nito and Kendo enlarged their fists in synchronized motion, each lunging for the bandanas on Todoroki's head. The heterochromic team threw ice sheets at them, and at that, Nito threw up a barrier of air, using Tsuburaba's quirk. As the ice clattered off the barrier, he saw Tokoya's hand, reaching for his bandana, and a raven-haired girl throwing out a net. Brushing his fingers against Tokoya's hands, he felt his fist shrink back down as he lost control of Kendo's quirk, but felt the horrifying power of Tokoya's own lizard tail splitter fill him. Chuckling to himself, he laughed as his body fell apart, his head resting in Kendo's hand. Willing his body to throw itself to grab the bandana of Todoroki, it was blocked by a masked boy throwing out several sets of arms to block the remotely controlled body. Feeling his quirk activate from the arms pushing the body back, he felt the ability to wield Tsuburaba's quirk vanished, replaced with the duplicating limbs trick. His head laughed as his body climbed back onto the shoulders of his squad, picking up his own head as he monologued. You 1A types have such limited imagination. You go for brute force, where you should make use of creativity. As Nito smirked, his body threw out many sets of limbs as he tested the waters of this new quirk, punching and grabbing with many sets of arms as his squadmates joined in the assault, trying to grab a bandana despite Team Todoroki's defenses. Such a close thing, but in the end, that's the end. Team Todoroki and Team Manoma were so close, but we'll be comparing the scores right now. Present Mike roared as the round ended, the scores being calculated on the board. Izuku flexed his fingers nervously, still on his team's shoulders, watching the scores be calculated. In fourth place, Team Shinso. Our mind-manipulating leader couldn't use his quirk on the competition, but he made up for that with calculated planning. Present Mike grinned, presumably nudging Aizawa to announce the next. The third-place winner is Team Manoma. Team Manoma made use of several quirks in rapid succession, nearly taking second place from Team Todoroki. Aizawa noted, his voice concealing a note of admiration. Second place is Team Todoroki. Our favorite heterochromic hero showed us why his dad's the number 2 hero with a blistering blast of cold. Present Mike seemed delighted, reaching his peak excitement. Finally, in first place, is Team Midoriya. I don't feel any commentary is necessary, their performance speaks for itself. Aizawa stated bluntly, and Izuku blushed, not used to unconditional praise. So, listener, let's get a look at those tournament brackets. Our competitors have a chance to rest up, prepare mentally, and focus their minds for the battle ahead while Cementos patches up the craters. But folks, we can announce our lineups. Present Mike cheered, and Izuku felt himself make 2 priorities. Number 1 was to prepare himself, calm himself down, and let himself make plans. The second was to find Manoma. Izuku needed to learn from him, and he knew exactly how to get the quirk copying teen on board. Izuku found himself walking quietly under the stands, looking for the staircase that led to 1BS area of the stands. He had limited time to find Manoma before he had to face Tsuburaba in battle. So it was kind of weird to find himself looking down a corridor at the flame hero, Endeavor, speaking to Todoroki. This childish rebellion almost lost you your place, Shoto. Give it up. Either make yourself into a son worthy of the genes you carry, or I'll find someone else to do it for you. Endeavor snarled, and Izuku ducked into a janitor's closet, hoping not to be seen. Don't kid yourself. There's nobody else. Fuyumi and Natsuo never had your FANG fire, and you drove Tuya to his death. You've used up your alternatives, now you get to see what happens when I'm tired of your bullshit, father. The venom in Todoroki's voice was almost as shocking as the fact that Izuku clocked that he had never heard Todoroki swear. Come to think of it, he hadn't heard Todoroki say much before now, except for a statement that any quirk could be evil. Between this exchange and what little Todoroki was saying, Izuku was getting an uncomfortable feeling about the type of man Endeavor was. It would be wrong to say that it was out of nowhere. He had always been abrasive and distant, even to his fellow heroes, but it was one thing for someone to be unpleasant, and another thing entirely for them to be abusive. Do not test me, Shoto. You almost lost to a student from 1B. If you do not cease your petulant tantrum, then you will never become a hero. Endeavor spat, and Izuku's blood ran cold, as he realized an uncomfortable parallel. He reminds me of Kaken. He thought, horror dawning on his face. Bakugo was cruel, harsh, and insulted everyone around him. But he wanted to do the right thing, didn't he? How could he be like Endeavor, who had driven someone to their death, if Endeavor's lack of protestation at the accusation was any indication? Bold words, coming from the person who tormented me onto this path to begin with. I'm going to win this tournament, and I'm going to do so without your fire. And then, you're going to watch as you realize the magnitude of your FNG mistake, how pointless your works have been. Are we clear, Endeavor? Shoto spat the words out, and Endeavor huffed dismissively, walking away, judging by the air in the closet getting warmer with each step that Endeavor made. See to it that you win. I doubt your competitors will have any compunctions about using your weakness. Endeavor said as he left, and Izuku sat there for another minute until Shoto, after holding in the breaths carefully, let loose a chain of profanity. His fury spent, he walked out, leaving Izuku on his own, with a clean path to 1BS stands. Checking his watch, he had 5 minutes left, not long, but long enough. It took him a minute's jog, but he made his way to the 1B stands, where Yurashi and Tetsu waved excitedly. Tsuburaba was nowhere to be seen, presumably making his way to the ready room for the battle ahead, but Manoma was there, looking contemptuous. "Manoma, could I speak to you alone? I need your help with something, and I think you'll agree." Izuku asked, and Manoma scoffed. My, one coming to me for help? Isn't that strange? He laughed, extending the last syllable. Come now, why would I do that? Because, Manoma, you want to beat one it. But that doesn't look very impressive unless we can live up to our full potential, and I think you can help me with my quirk. So, here's my promise, help me, and I'll give you a fight in the finals that will show off the best of each of us. Izuku maintained eye contact, and for a moment, Manoma thought about it. You make a fine point, won't it? I'm not gonna help you beat any of us, but I will help you not F it up at the first hurdle. Acceptable? Manoma smirked, offering his hand, and Izuku took it, consciously not activating all for one. I do have a name, you know, but thank you. Izuku smiled, and Manoma ignored him, walking over to the corridor. So, why exactly do you think I can help you? Manoma asked, and Izuku shook nervously. He couldn't be sure how Manoma would take this revelation, but he needed to be honest. My quirk is like yours. Instead of copying quirks, I steal them. Don't worry, I haven't stolen from anyone at you, just a villain who accosted me when I was young and the Nomu at the USJ. I saw you swap between copied quirks on the fly, and I need to know how to do that. Right now, all I have is a passive ability to absorb forces, which isn't really going to cut it here. Izuku sighed, scrutinizing Manoma's face for a reaction. More limited in some ways, less limited in others. But everyone sees our quirks as villainous and lazy, a path for people with borrowed power. Manoma sighed, an unhappy smile forming on his face. You're interesting, what? So I guess I'll help you after all. But you better make it to the finals, Because I'm going to show off what I can do when I kick your butt around the stadium, and you better make it tough. Izuku grinned, nodding. Right. We'll do this, Manoma. At that, Manoma smiled, leaning against the wall. I visualize them as cards. You don't have to do it that way, but you need to visualize it. Once I've used a quirk, I think of them as cards, being drawn from a deck or being shuffled back, or activated or deactivated. It's difficult, but quirk factors for different quirks are so very different. That's all I can really say. So you better figure that out. Manoma looked stern, before pivoting on his heel. Good luck against Tsuburaba, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stood in place for a few moments, processing the fact that he had people who understood him. Manoma, Shinso. He couldn't let them down. Shuffling to the ready room, he slipped into the familiar void of all for one, trying to switch between the two quirks. He felt shock absorption pulsing brightly, a brilliant red, while combo breaker was dull and tired. He tried to wake it, but a loud sound broke his focus as soon as he tried. Listeners, our first battle is going to commence. Can our contestants leave their ready rooms and enter the stadium? Present Mike yelled out, the cheering starting again. Izuku emerged from the ready room, his heart pounding as he looked into the rectangular eyes of Tsuburaba. On one side, we have the 1B student with a heart of iron and a breath of steel. It's Tsuburaba Kozii. Tsuburaba awkwardly waved to the crowd, before stepping onto the concrete plinth. Next up, we have the indomitable student from 1A who set up an orbital strike. It's Midoriya Izuku. Izuku tried smiling, stepping onto the plinth that the battle would start upon. There, Midnight sat between them, smiling warmly. Good work so far, both of you. I'm hoping for a brave display of passionate skill today, so don't let me down. Midnight winked, grinning and clearly trying to set them at ease before the combat. After all, they were both very tense. The rules are simple: you are defeated if you leave the plinth, or you are unable to move. Are you ready? Tsuburaba nodded, and Izuku nodded, even though he truly wasn't, trying to restart the pale light of combo breaker, as Midnight shouted, begin, and Izuku saw Tsuburaba charge. Ducking out the way, Izuku saw the rectangular barrier form where he had just been standing. Experimentally punching it, he flinched back as his knuckles hurt, feeling the red light pulse slightly in the back of his mind. He just needed to reignite it, and then he could actually fight back. Rolling underneath a wall that pushed towards his face, Izuku tried to close the distance between himself and Tsuburaba, only to slam into another wall. If he couldn't break the walls, he would eventually be pushed out. And if he couldn't close the distance, he couldn't end it. He focused, pushing to activate Combo Breaker, flailing against the wall. He closed his eyes, seeing the two red lights, one pale and subdued, one powerful and overwhelming. Reignite. Come on. He thought to himself, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, there were two lights once more, one pale and subdued, another powerful and overwhelming. He saw sparks of red lightning cross his body as shock absorption deactivated and Combo Breaker reignited. He felt so very powerful for a second, as the feeling of pain from his knuckles slamming against the slowly pushing barrier blossomed, and as his third punch connected with Tsuburaba's barrier, it shattered instantly, and Izuku felt himself charge towards the next one forming. Whoa, what was that? Eraser, you know this kid. Can you explain? Present Mike roared, capturing the hype of the mood as Izuku saw the brief flashes of dark red starting to vanish. If I had to guess, Midoriya has gone from defense to offense. In theory, he was stuck in a defensive battle style, but now he is on the offense. Aizawa said, and Izuku was unnerved by how accurate his analysis was. So that orbital drop was done while he was on the defensive? I guess Tsuburaba better watch out. Present Mike said, clearly in awe. Izuku, listening, shattered another barrier in a barrage of punches, standing before Tsuburaba as the opponent lunged. Closing his eyes, Izuku willed himself to reignite once more, and felt shock absorption reactivate in a flash of dark red dancing across his body. Tsuburaba slammed his fist against his chest, and Midoriya felt the force dissipate harmlessly as his quirks siphoned it away. Gaping in shock, Tsuburaba stepped back, trying to form another breath. Instantly, Izuku lunged to the side, skidding right next to Tsuburaba. Slamming his fist into the rectangle-eyed teen's throat, he pulled his opponent down to the dirt, taking care not to crush his skull against the concrete. Carefully pinning him down, he stayed out of the way of Tsuburaba's mouth, keeping him immobilized. With shock absorption, it would be nearly impossible for Tsuburaba to force his way out. Tsuburaba is unable to move. Midoriya advances to the next round. Midnight shouted out after so many moments, Izuku losing track of time as he focused on Tsuburaba. Instantly releasing him, Izuku offered his hand to the loser, who took it. My apologies, Tsuburaba. You gave me a good fight. Thank you, Izuku said, bowing as Tsuburaba wiped himself off. Sakai. Not sure you needed to throat slam me, but that was pretty badass. Good luck, Midoriya. Tsuburaba didn't bow, still wheezing from the battle, but they clasped hands and shook, a mutual respect forming as they went back to the bleachers. Shoto had been mildly interested by the match between Midoriya and Tsuburaba. Midoriya had shown off a versatility he hadn't expected, which was going to be interesting in their upcoming match. Well, it was probably presumptuous to assume that his match against Kendo was going to be a win. However, for Shoto, defeat was not an option. It was not only unacceptable to consider such things, it was impossible. Kendo Itsuka demonstrated power when he had skirmished against Team Manoma, but now the rules were different. Now, in a contest of pure power and endurance, Kendo could not hold off his quirk. He was no longer restrained, save for the restraints he put on himself. Coming up next, on the one hand, we have to lend a hand to our huge-fisted fighter, Kendo Itsuka. The audience groaned at the barrage of puns unleashed by Present Mike as the girl from 1B walked onto the battlefield. On the other, we have the son of Endeavor himself, Todoroki Shoto. Shoto walked on, masking every emotion he could. Hopefully the cameras didn't spot him biting down on his mouth hard enough to draw blood, in an attempt to control his reactions. Present Mike didn't know the truth of Endeavor's character, but that didn't help with the rage boiling up. Distantly, Midnight gave some kind of encouragement, and then the battle began, with Kendo making a lunge towards him, leading with her right fist, clearly trying to drive it into his left side. He couldn't use his quirk to block that if she got close enough, not without touching the BSDRD's flames. He raised his right hand, and a glacier surged out, air snap freezing to solid ice. He saw Kendo's eyes go wide, and for a second, he felt distant satisfaction at a victory. Then, the glacier shattered, and Kendo withdrew her enlarged fist. I'm not just some bruiser, Todoroki. I can cause fractures in your glaciers with my big fist, enlarging it as it approaches. So, the real question, what else have you got? She grinned, clearly hopped up on sporting adrenaline. Unfortunately for her, Shoto could not say the same. No. The real question is, how long do you expect to do that? Shoto said, throwing out wave after wave of ice. Kendo fought valiantly, shattering wave after wave as her hand grew numb. Kendo fought bravely, pushing past the icicles growing on her even as her fingers went blue, steadfastly refusing to be pushed back. One last glacier surged, and this time, Kendo did not break it. She sat there, breathing shallow breaths, as hypothermia was dangerously close to setting in. Kendo Itsuka is unable to move. Todoroki Shoto moves to the next round. Midnight cheered, and Shoto felt a small sliver of guilt grow inside him. His fire was a cruel thing, only good for burning and undoing his ice, but looking at the nearly frozen Kendo, he couldn't pretend his ice had been any more heroic. Gingerly pressing his left hand to the frozen chunk of ice, letting the barest form of his flame emerge. Only enough heat to melt ice and evaporate the resulting water. Looking down at the warming form of Kendo, he hoped it was enough. I'm sorry. You were a strong opponent. I advise you to go see Recovery Girl. His voice was calm and controlled, not showing the roiling emotion inside his gut. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Wow, you've got some power, huh? Kendo smiled weakly, trying to chuckle slightly despite the brutal loss. Hopefully I made you work for it, but I doubt that. Good meeting you, Todoroki. Kendo walked away, and so did Shoto as he thought about the upcoming match against Midoriya. Hopefully he didn't almost kill the other student. They seemed to be a basically good person. It would be awful to repeat what he had done to such a person. Yurashi was very excited for this. Walking out into the arena as Present Mike roared, he felt his adrenaline hard at work. Here we have our hot-blooded hero, Yurashi Inasa. Hey, Yurashi, could you give us some nice weather tomorrow? I'm on a break from the radio show, so I'd love to be able to go outside. Yurashi laughed at the joke, giving a mock salute to the booth where Present Mike was narrating. Our second hero is our very own pink-skinned acid thrower, it's Ashido Mina. Present Mike was working himself and the crowd into a state of hype, building and building, as the two walked up to each other. Let's make this a good match, okay Yurashi. It'll be fun. Ashido grinned, bouncing on the ball of her feet, and Yurashi felt himself match her smile. That's what I like to hear. Adrenaline and excitement, that's the heart of a hero. Well, I'll give you plenty of that. Well, much as I love the banter between two lovely competitors, I do need to announce this. Midnight said with a wink, interrupting the two of them. Waving her flag, she yelled, "Begin!" and the match started. Ashido was skating around on a trail of acid, letting her accelerate rapidly. She rushed, getting ready to drop-kick him, and Yurashi ducked out of the way. Pushing at her back, he watched as she lost control, then threw a powerful gale at her back. Within seconds, it was over. Ashido Mina is out of bounds. Yurashi Inasa continues to the next round. Midnight called, and Yurashi walked over, offering his hand to help her up. You were so fast, Ashido. That was excellent. Yurashi smiled warmly and she grinned back. Thank you, Yurashi. You were so powerful too, that was incredible. It was a bit short, but I can't be upset at that. It was simply a bad matchup. Ashido rubbed her horns idly, a little more subdued than before, but still full of life. That's right. And next time, you'll have more experience and understanding of how to best use your quirk. All we can do is keep our heads high and keep trying to do better. Both of them nodded and went their separate ways, feeling like a new friendship had formed. Next up, we have the genius daughter of the famous Yaoyorozu family, it's Yaoyorozu Momo. Present Mike roared into the mic, and Momo privately wondered how the microphone survived the volume of his voice. Against her, we have the ominous poltergeist herself, it's Yanagi Reiko. The silver-haired girl walked out into the arena, not saying a word, and Momo felt the nerves pick up. She wasn't sure what the weight limit on Yanagi's quirk was, but there was a good chance that she was going to lose badly to the 1B student. Well, ladies, give us a good fight, Then begin. Midnight waved and Momo charged, forming a steel pole in her hands. Then, Yanagi stared blankly, and Momo felt the pole wrench itself from her hands. Seconds later, Momo floated upwards, her body subject to the silver-haired teen's telekinetic quirk. Think. She took the pole away from me before lifting me up. Either she's sadistic and enjoying defeating me slowly and methodically, or she's unable to lift myself and the pole at once. Momo thought to herself. Given the lack of a reaction, it's the weight limit. Momo focused, feeling her wrists burn as dense armbands of metal formed around them, feeling the weight on her. After a few seconds, Yanagi started to sweat, the exertion clearly taking a toll on her. After a few more, Momo dropped to the ground, and a plan formed. The skin on her back burned as another long pole of metal formed underneath her gym clothes. Drawing the pole like a blade from a scabbard, Momo charged, keeping a tight grasp on the pole. While she was slowed by the metal weights, she was banking on Yanagi being slowed by the strain of trying to lift her weight. Despite the lack of training, she wielded the pole like a staff, swinging the tip into Yanagi's stomach. Winded, Yanagi fell back, trying to drop into a defensive stance. Momo lunged, spinning her makeshift staff and forcing Yanagi to leap back. It was tiring, but she kept on the offense. She could push Yanagi out of bounds. Yanagi tried to throw a punch, but Momo cracked the pole against the fist, pushing her enemy back on the backswing. A metallic scent filled the air as Momo kept pushing, ignoring the cheering from the crowd. She was used to attention, regrettably, as the only daughter of the Yaoyorozu family. With a half-minute of frenetic strikes, not letting Yanagi have a single opportunity, not lessening her grip for even a moment, Momo drove her over the threshold, a final blow to the stomach forcing her back. Yanagi Reiko is out of bounds. Yaoyorozu Momo continues to the next round. Midnight called, and Yaoyorozu slipped off the metal apparel sheet formed. Offering her hand to Yanagi, the 1B student wordlessly accepted, nodding respectfully. Exhausted, she made her way back to the 1A bleachers, tired and a little hungry. There, she saw Jiro Kyoka, the violet-haired musician of 1A, waving to her. "Yamamo, I have cupcakes, you look like you need food for your quirk." A faint crimson marked her cheeks as she patted the seat next to her. Momo smiled warmly, sitting next to the violet. Leaning over, she took a cupcake and devoured it, the sweet sugary taste being exactly what she needed. "These are great, Jiro. Did you make these?" she inquired, and an embarrassed look came across her face. "Look, don't tell anyone, okay? I have a reputation," she whispered, the crimson glow becoming more obvious. "I'm not going to judge. They're lovely." Momo smiled, and a look of relief crossed Jiro's face. "Yeah, well, I know your quirk uses up your food stores. I don't make a habit of this, honest," Jiro said, visibly tired. "Besides, I'm exhausted after the obstacle race, so I imagine you're even more tired." "Thank you, Jiro. It means a lot. Hopefully I can make these cupcakes worth the time and effort by beating Yurashi." She smiled warmly as Jiro yawned, resting her head on her shoulder. "Don't read too much into this, I'm just really tired." She blushed, but didn't really have the energy to do anything else. "Of course, Jiro." Momo smiled reassuringly, letting the musician rest. Izuku's mind was racing. He needed to beat Todoroki next, but how exactly could he do that? "Something on your mind, Midoriya?" Ida Tenya approached, sitting next to him. "Hey, Ida." Izuku sighed. "I need to beat Todoroki, and I don't see how I can do that." Quietly, Ida put his hand to his chin, in deep thought. "It is a good question. He's got incredible power, you can't realistically hope to match that." Ida thought. "I'm sorry, Midoriya, I can't say I have any particular insight. Behind Ida, a tall hero in silver armor walked up. Well, that's because you're a stick in the mud, little brother. Both Izuku and Ida turned, revealing the armored form of the turbo hero, Ingenium Tensei Ida. His helmet was in his hands and he smiled, sitting next to both of them. Tensei, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be working on Hosu? Ida asked, his voice incredulous. Is it so inconceivable that I wanted to visit my brother after a bold performance in the cavalry battle? You're many things, brother, but you never did learn to take things easy. If I know you, you're still beating yourself up about it. Ingenium smiled, a warm smile that was so unlike Ida. Besides, I asked Manual and Air Jet to handle my patrol. Hosu should be safe, despite the recent happenings. Hosu? Isn't that where the hero killer strikes? Izuku asked, and Ingenium's face became as stony and controlled as Ida's own usually was. I'm afraid I can't comment on an ongoing investigation, Midoriya. Besides, you have more pressing issues, such as your battle with Todoroki. Ingenium took on a sly smile, before continuing. Tenya can't give you advice because he'd disapprove of this idea, but I don't, so I'm going to. Fight dirty. Close the distance by dodging to the left, it'll be harder for him to hit that with glaciers. Hit him, over and over, and don't give him an inch. Try not to be predictable once you're in melee, but he seems like someone who depends on his quirk. Tensei, that is not sporting at all. Ida cried out, and Ingenium grinned. No, it's certainly not. It's taking advantage of his weaknesses. Do you think I survived this long by being sporting? Ingenium raised his eyebrow, letting Ida's silence answer his question. That's true, but I think he has reasons for that. I don't want to do that, it feels cruel. Izuku said, looking down. It is to an extent. But it's better that you beat him than a villain. And he will meet villains and they will kill him with a weakness like that. Ingenium sighed, not enjoying what he was saying. I used to think Aizawa was overdramatic. But he's right, this isn't an easy career. It's worth it, but if you go out there handicapping yourself, you will die. Better for Todoroki to learn that now than later. Izuku simply nodded. He had a plan. A cruel one, maybe, but Ingenium made a point. Hopefully losing would help Todoroki off his self-destructive path. If he was refusing to use his flame just to spite Endeavor. Well, it was understandable, but it would only hurt Todoroki. Hitoshi was ready to win this. First up, our very own swinging hero, Itsuro Hanta. And on the other side, we have the ominous mind manipulator, the dark horse, it's Shinso Hitoshi. They looked each other in the eyes and stared. All right, boys, let's make this a good match. Begin. Midnight cheered, and the two grinned at each other. Before Siro could throw tape, Hitoshi smiled warmly. Let's make this a good match, Siro. Siro grinned at Hitoshi's encouragement. Hell yes, Shinso. Immediately, his eyes went blank and he froze. Go walk out of the arena. Hitoshi ordered, and Siro obeyed, walking out without any control of his movements. Siro Hanta has left the arena. The victor is Shinso Hitoshi. Midnight said, clearly underwhelmed. Shinso sympathized, but he wasn't going to complain. A win's a win, and it put him closer to the top. With a subtle quirk, he needed every victory he could get. Bit of an anticlimax, though. Hitoshi murmured to himself. Nito watched the next couple of matches, mildly interested as he sat next to Kendo. So, Manoma, you and Midoriya, huh? She elbowed him as Tetsu and Yui walked out. She took a second before continuing, letting present Mike yell down the speakers again. Next up, we have the repetitive Iron Giant. It's Tetsu. And next to him, we have the quiet queen of altering areas. It's Koda Yui. Nito groaned at the alliteration, even as he responded. So, Midoriya and I. Where are you going with this, Kendo? He raised his eyebrows. Well, it seems like he must be pretty interesting to you, You haven't spent this entire time raging about a 1A student beaten Tsuburaba, nor do you brag about how Midoriya wanted your advice. She grinned. I'm just saying it sounds like you must like him a bit. He has the makings of a tolerable friend. We're more similar than I thought. Kendo looked unconvinced even as he continued. Besides, he challenged me. And Manoma Nito does not flinch from challenges. Ahead of them, Kodai tried to enlarge dust that had been kicked up, only to be picked up and carried by Tetsu, dropping her over the side of the arena. Privately, Manoma was kind of disappointed. He liked a bit of dramatic flair in his battles, after all. So, you're sure you don't think of Midoriya as anything but a challenge? Kendo asked, in an innocent tone of someone who is implying something and badly pretending they are not. Like I said, he could be a tolerable friend if fame doesn't go to his head. Kendo rolled her eyes. Only room for one person like that in your little friendship, am I right? Nito scoffed as Tetsu and Kodai returned. Good match, you two. Anticlimactic, but hopefully Tetsu will show one AR medal. Pun not intended. Nito chuckled at this joke and Kodai nodded, sitting down. Behind them, Tokage stood up, a grin on her face. Wish me luck, all of you. And Kendo, try not to tease Manoma too much about his crush. With a chorus of, good luck, and one, wait my what now? Tokage left, and Nito glared at Kendo. To be clear, she's wrong. Midoriya is a kindred spirit, and that is all. Nito rolled his eyes. The teasing was perhaps deserved, but in all seriousness, he was allowed to have friends without having some ulterior motive. Kendo, to her credit, at least looked regretful. I'm sorry, Manoma. Did I go too far? She placed a hand on his shoulder, and he managed to crack a smile. I'm all for joking around. And I'm not offended. But that's not what's happening here. So long as we're all clear, then do carry on. She nodded and he grinned. Besides, the more you tease me, the longer my revenge will be. He cackled, dropping into a dramatic laugh. Midoriya! Hagakure called out, and Izuku turned away from the Ida brothers, seeing the advancing form of Hagakure sit next to him. You were so cool out there. Thank you, Hagakure. Izuku smiled warmly as she sat next to him, painfully close. At least this time she had clothes on. Blinking hard, he forced that image out of his head. He did not need to make an idiot of himself right now. Or, if he did, maybe getting impaled by Todoroki would be a welcome distraction. No problem, Midoriya. That lightning was amazing. I just wish I could do something as amazing as that. Izuku couldn't see her face, but he could tell she was looking down in shame. Hey, don't say that. Hagakure, you've got so much cool stuff you can do. He smiled, genuinely believing it, and Hagakure looked up at him. You really mean that, Midoriya? There was doubt in her voice, but she sounded excited. Of course. Sometime, we can meet up to help you expand your quirk and see what you can do with it. Izuku was very excited. Analyzing quirks was always fun, after all, and Hagakure was fun to hang out with. Well, it will probably get a few days off after all this. Want to meet up at the park and find somewhere to try this out. Hagakure was practically bouncing. Seemingly, Izuku's quirk-focused enthusiasm was contagious. Sure thing. Sometime in the afternoon? Like 1:15? I'll need my rest after all. Izuku asked, and Hagakure stood up, patting his shoulder. It's a date. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to see what's going on with Momo and Jiro. Izuku felt certain she was grinning as she left, and Izuku at least had the grace to avoid panicking until after she left. Ida, help me out here? Thankfully, Ingenium spoke up. You know that a date can also mean what day it is, too? I don't think you've just roped yourself into a relationship. Yet anyway. Ingenium grinned. It'd be inappropriate for me to say anything else, but off the record, nicely done, Midoriya. Very charming of you. Ida, help me out, your brother's making fun of me. Ida sighed. Yes, he does that. I don't think he's being sarcastic, but he's not going to stop. Ingenium had the nerve to grin wider. Nope. Ingenium clapped his hands together, before giving Ida a hug. You know me so well, brother dearest. Anyways, tell me about this matchup coming up. I'm dying to know more. Thanks for the patience, listeners. First up, we have our master of the occult, a man who's never alone. It's Tokoyami Fumigage. Then, we have our recommendation student, the cold-blooded hero. It's Tokage Setsuna. Tokoyami's quirk is Dark Shadow. It's a bird with its own personality. It gets stronger and harder to control in dark, and weaker but easier to control in the light. It should be at a decent midpoint here. Tokoyami can go on the offense or the defense. Izuku explained, and the Idas listened. The other one, Tokage, can split her body up and control herself remotely. It's a disturbing quirk. Ida blanched as he explained, and Ingenium stroked his chin. It sounds like Tokage has the advantage, being able to avoid his attacks and attack from any angle. Ingenium mused, watching Tokage split herself into several pieces, punching and kicking from 4 different directions. Indeed, in an actual fight she does. Izuku explained. But this has rules, and the rules put her at a disadvantage. In the stadium, Dark Shadow took the disembodied head of Tokage Setsuna and dragged it out of bounds. Eraser, does that count? Present Mike asked, and Izuku smiled. Tokage is still in the ring. While her limbs are still in the arena, it will be permitted due to the functionality of her quirk. Aizawa noted. It didn't matter. Tokage's quirk was powerful, but when Dark Shadow dropped into a sweep that caught the 4 limbs and deflected them, each limb flying out of bounds. It wouldn't matter in a regular fight, but here, it was enough to count as a victory. Guess you were right, Midoriya. You're an insightful one. Ingenium noted. I'd offer you an internship, but you're probably going to receive many more. Doesn't seem fair to take you away from more prestigious offers. Izuku idly rubbed the back of his head, mildly embarrassed by the praise. Nito stood before his opponent and grinned. He had planned out how to use this quirk. Shoji was strong, but he was practical, and Nito made a point of refusing to conform to any prediction. From 1A, we have the man of few words and many actions, it's Shoji Mizo. Against him, we have the debonair copycat, it's Manoma Nito. Present Mike yelled, and Midnight began the fight. Shoji lunged, his arms splitting into a barrage of fists that gave Nito no ground. Had Nito been less bold, he would have been forced to back up, avoid the assault, and let himself be driven out of bounds. Instead, he took the punch and laid a finger upon one of the many limbs. Instantly, he felt the card unfurl in his mind, and he exploded and warped into a spider-like sharp. 8 arms stood, and as 6 of them punched at Shoji, 2 of them grabbed the back of his gym outfit by the scruff of the neck. As Shoji tried to break the grasp on his neck, Manoma punched, driving Shoji backwards. Every time Shoji tried to make an attack, Nito would pull on his neck, jerking him back. Every time Shoji tried to break the grip, Nito would attack in a frenzy, forcing him back on the defensive. With no opportunity for Shoji to push back, he was beaten, much like how Yaoyorozu defeated Yanagi, with frenetic attacks and no respite. Shoji Mizo has left the arena. Manoma Nito wins the round. Nito looked down and realized he'd lost track of how far he'd pushed Shoji. If he'd been more foolish, that tunnel vision could have ended his attempts to climb the tournament bracket early. Good fight, Manoma. You use my quirk well. Shoji said, nodding respectfully. Yes, well, you weren't awful. You need more imagination, though. It was almost a compliment. Okay, folks. The qualifying rounds are over. Give a round of applause to our contestants. Present Mike roared over the cheers and applause, taking a moment to let the celebration continue. Without further ado, we have our quarter-final matches. First, we'll have Midoriya Izuku versus Todoroki Shoto. Afterwards, Yurashi Inasa versus Yaoyorozu Momo. The third match will be Shinso Hitoshi versus Tetsu, and we'll wrap up with Tokoyami Fumikage versus Manoma Nito. Give us 20 minutes and then we'll begin. The stadium was abuzz with excitement. Far from the stadium, in the streets of Hosu, 2 heroes patrolled the streets. Airjet, keep on the rooftops. We need to be wary of the hero killer. Mizushima Masaki, better known as the normal hero, Manuel, said into his earpiece. The streets were lit with daylight, but the hero killer specialized in striking suddenly and rapidly. Understood, Manuel. Keep an eye on any alleys, I'll watch from above. The voice of his comrade came over the earpiece, and Manuel nodded to himself. Hosu was dangerous. The hero killer, Stain, was hunting down and slaying heroes wherever he could. Most recently, the Flash hero, Prismarine, had been found, her wild hair that had once been dyed in any color that took her interest stained with her own blood. Before that, Manuel had stumbled across one of his close friends, the Stardust hero known as Moonshine, impaled upon a fire hydrant in a dark alley. After smelling the coppery scent of his friend's blood, he wished he knew he was doing this for the right reason. He couldn't let himself be guided by revenge, but privately, he feared that he was doing so anyway. Suddenly, he heard movement, sudden and frenetic, and a voice came over the earpiece. "Manuel, I've met the hero killer. Repeat, Stain is here. He stabbed me in the leg, but he's dove into the nearby alley. Marking it now." Manuel saw a shot from Airjet's Buster Cannon hit the side of a building, and rushed, looking for a fire hydrant that would provide him with water for his quirk. As he rushed, he saw a tall, slightly hunched figure, with a sharp jaw and a domino mask that poorly fit upon his face, due to the lack of a nose. Instead, Manuel saw a mass of scar tissue where his nose should be, and a blood-red scarf around him. His costume was a mess of spiked boots, combat plating, and other defenses, and he clutched a katana running with blood. "Surrender, hero killer. You're outnumbered," Manuel cried, and the nearby fire hydrant burst open, as water formed into a tendril rearing up to strike Stain. "Outnumbered, maybe, but not outmatched. Phony heroes can never match me." As Airjet flew towards Stain, his cannons trained upon the hero killer, Stain like the katana. Instantly, Airjet's body locked up, and he flew straight into the dirt next to Manuel as Stain approached. It was a poor strategy to split up. Glory hounds like you always get what they deserve. As Stain taunted, Manuel hurled the mass of water at Stain. Instantly, Stain kicked up the prone form of Airjet, interposing him between Stain and the tendril. With a second kick, Airjet stumbled forwards, and Manuel found a throwing knife in his arm. Taking it out, he dropped it on the dirt. Immediately, Stain rushed forwards, grabbing the knife and liking it. At once, Manuel's body locked up completely, incapable of movement, barely capable of breathing. Slowly, Stain held the katana aloft, and drove it into Airjet's throat, blood pooling on the ground as Airjet struggled to breathe. Then, as Manuel struggled in vain to look away from the grisly spectacle, Stain swung again, and everything went black as he heard Stain's mocking voice, lecturing as the katana sliced through the neck. "It's not personal, but I will cleanse our society of false heroes." Our first quarterfinal match. On one side, we have the teen who's half cold, half hot, but all badass. It's Todoroki Shodo. Present Mike roared as Todoroki walked out, and Izuku felt the panic threaten to overwhelm him. This was insane. How could he hope to defeat someone with such incredible power? Next up, we have the increasingly surprising Midoriya Izuku. Who knows what he'll pull off? The energy reached a fever pitch, and the two stared each other down. "Midoriya, I saw your matches. You're a worthy opponent, so let this be a declaration of war, right here, right now. I am going to crush you, wielding only my ice." Todoroki's face was cold, not hateful, but Izuku felt something unfamiliar boil up inside him. He felt fury. It was cold and uncomfortable, but he found himself speaking before he could stop himself. "Todoroki, you'd best give this your all. I've lived with Kaken my entire life. You don't scare me." He glared, hoping the anger could cover up the obvious lie. "You don't get to look down on me. Use all of your power or lose. That's the choice you have." Todoroki looked somewhat shocked at that audacity, and in that moment, Midnight stepped in. Such hot-blooded energy, cleverly concealed. How I love the passion of youth. Now to begin. She stepped back, and Todoroki slammed his foot upon the concrete, a glacier rapidly forming. Izuku gave a private smile to himself. Todoroki assumed he would try to power through like Kendo. Kendo hadn't been trained in agility by Azoui. Dodging to the side, the ice grazed the side of Izuku's stomach, drawing red blood across blue ice. Guess shock absorption isn't very useful here. Focusing hard, red lightning surged across Izuku as he ran up, moving towards Todoroki while stepping to stand on Todoroki's left. Todoroki fired another glacier, but the aim was sloppy, and Izuku dodged out of the way, closing the distance. As Izuku lunged towards Todoroki's left, the heterochromic teen pivoted, trying to freeze Izuku into the middle of a glacier. As ice surged upwards, Izuku leapt up, landing on the forming structure and sliding down behind Todoroki. Izuku grabbed him by the neck, throwing him behind Izuku, before unleashing a flurry of punches. With the fifth punch, Combo Breaker activated, and Todoroki slid across solid concrete, barely stopping himself with a spurt of ice growing from his heel. Izuku charged, readying another barrage, but as he approached, ready to assault Todoroki's left side once again, Todoroki's eyes went wide, and Izuku felt powerful heat radiate across his face. Shoto was losing ground. Midoriya was faster than he predicted, and his training focused on pure power. Accuracy fell by the wayside when a lot of combats took place in urban environments with limited room to dodge. Not for the first time, Shoto cursed his father's training. The BSTRD had tormented him for training that wasn't even working. Midoriya lunged, and Todoroki felt terror take him. He's going to win. I can't stop him and I'll lose and then father will punish me and oh god oh god. Shoto felt panic welling up as involuntarily his left side exploded into flame, the familiar heat that he had hated for so long barraging the arena. In the distance, he heard the voice of Endeavor echoing across the arena. Shoto! He roared, the syllables extended in delight. Now you show your full might. Show them why you will be the #1 hero. The BSDRD's facial hair exploded outwards, the flames almost resembling tendrils. Shaken, Shoto turned to Midoriya. Finally, you've stopped looking down on me. Midoriya uttered, not understanding. This isn't about you. Shoto stomped his right foot, and the glacier that formed was large enough that Midoriya had no chance of dodging. He felt guilt as the fires extinguished, and for a moment, Shoto worried that he had killed the boy. He thought he imagined a spurt of red lightning from within the dense packed ice structure. After a few seconds, Midnight began to speak, subtle horror infiltrating her voice. Shoto couldn't blame her. Midoriya Izuku is unable to move. The winner is Dash. Suddenly, she was interrupted. No. I can still move. Midoriya's voice rang out from the ice structure, as though it were hollow. Sensei, why are we watching this? Tamura whined, sitting at the bar with Kurogiri and the familiar television set that was his way of communicating with his teacher when direct communication wasn't an option. The young Todoroki child is quite something. But truthfully, it's Izuku I'm more interested in. Sensei chuckled, and Tamura was beginning to lose patience. But he has your quirk, right? That's how he ruined that Nomu. Dispelled its buffs, then let the party leader finish it off. Tamura asked, and Sensei gave a slight nod, despite the apparatus they were dependent on. A crude analogy but accurate. Yes, Izuku is my son Shigaraki. I made a mistake, I did everything alone. All Might did not, he had a team. He fought me alone, but it was unity from the holders of One for All that defeated me. And even then he had Gran Torino to help and that damnable detective. Sensei always loved his stories, and now was no exception. When you become the symbol of fear, I want you to have an ally. Not an underling or a toady or a henchman, but an equal, a kindred spirit. A friend, I suppose you could say. You and Midoriya, with your ruthless instincts and Izuku's own wits and creativity, you will be unstoppable. Tamura couldn't believe this. Sensei, that doesn't make sense. You can't trust anyone. That was what you said. Tamura idly held one of the desiccated hands, flailing it in a frenzy. Calm yourself, Tamura. Yes, that is true. The vast majority of people will betray you, Tamura. Even family. But for all Izuku's faults, he is an idealist. He believes this society is beautiful one, that all might can protect everyone. When he understands the truth, he will break. People like him always do. When he sees the dream broken before him, he will tear it down with you, Tamura, without ulterior motives, or desire for reward, or anything like that. No, he will work with you, because he believes in your cause. Take this lesson to heart, Tamura. There is nothing more powerful than an idea, an ideology that rallies people together. Sensei chuckled and Tamura sort of understood. He'd been like that once and he fell. After all might wasn't there for him. I think I understand. So does that mean that the brat is Shigaraki Izuku, instead? The response was laughter. Tamura had never heard Sensei laugh before. It was chilling. Yes, I suppose you could say that. It certainly couldn't hurt for my son to accept his role. Look at him, fighting with such anger. If turned to our side, he'd be a real asset. Sensei gestured, and Tamura saw Endeavor's son encase Izuku in a glacier large enough to poke the bleachers from the arenas. And then nearly 15 seconds later, he saw the glacier explode, shards of ice pelting Endeavor's son as he desperately reinforced it. There stood Shigaraki Izuku, a furious glare upon his face. Izuku saw the glacier incoming and immediately knew he couldn't dodge it. But he was in the dead center of it, where there was no chance of him being impaled. In a flash of red lightning, he switched to shock absorption and let the glacier hit him. The glacier pushed, but it couldn't drive him back, and thus a hollow chamber formed. Not much room to move, but that was fine. His plan came in seconds as he switched to combo breaker. One punch, then another, and another. Let combo breaker build and build. Distantly, he heard Midnight calling the match, and he felt the anger build. He was not going to be beaten by someone who wasn't even trying. After all the judgment, the scorn, the pain he'd had to go through, he was fighting someone who didn't even want to do their best. No. I can still move. He called, and there was a shocked gasp, and Izuku saw additional sheets of ice coating his prison. It was so cold, but that didn't matter. With a final punch, the prison broke, ice shattering as cracks spiderwebbed across it, air compressing and propelling ice even as Todoroki tried to keep him back. The force didn't propel Todoroki backwards, but he looked like he was beginning to freeze slightly. So, what's next, Todoroki? I can outlast you. Izuku glared, his breathing ragged and irregular. Give up, Midoriya. This isn't healthy. You'll freeze yourself to death at this rate. Todoroki cried out in shock, and Izuku snapped back. Not healthy? Coming from the one who isn't using their quirk to spite their FING father. Todoroki grimaced, and Izuku could tell there was a furious response coming. Todoroki charged, ice pooling around his right fist, going in for a punch. You know nothing about my father. Todoroki lunged, and Izuku swung under his fist. Kicking him in the ribs, Todoroki fell backwards as Izuku responded. I know about shitty fathers. Mine's a supervillain, Todoroki. Izuku punched again, and Todoroki fell back. Izuku tried to make another punch, only to take an ice-fueled uppercut that had him spitting blood. You don't understand. I've had his burns all over my body since I was 5. He broke my mother. He broke my brother. I will not use his quirk. Todoroki tried to push back, but he was slowing down. Izuku could tell that another glacier would likely give him hypothermia, unless he used his flames. Dodging to the left, Izuku gave a right hook that made Todoroki recoil in shock. I didn't know he was so bad. But you don't get to say I don't understand. I've had burns on my arms all my life, for having a villain's quirk. You don't live with the knowledge that your father scares all might. Izuku tried to knock Todoroki to the ground, but a thin ice wall blocked him. It lasted mere seconds, but it was enough time for Todoroki to back up. The stadium was silent, but nobody could make out their conversation. Not even Midnight and Cementos. You're lucky then. Todoroki spat as he lunged, but his movements were sluggish. Izuku swept his leg out, tripping the heterochromic teen over. As Todoroki tumbled, Izuku held him down, keeping him in place. A few futile bursts of ice emerged, but Todoroki stayed down. Todoroki Shoto is unable to move. Midoriya Izuku passes on the semifinals. Midnight said, and she cheered. Izuku looked down at the prone teen and helped him up. I'm not lucky, Todoroki. And neither are you. We've both suffered enough, but it's your quirk, not your father's. Izuku looked him dead in the eye. I think I misjudged you. But that your father's a BSTRD, Todoroki. I understand. The adrenaline was fading and honestly, Izuku was embarrassed. He'd said some personal stuff after all. Todoroki looked down, then up, studying his expression. That I may tell you about it sometime. And you can tell me about yours. His face was soft, without a trace of anger upon it. I didn't realize your own heritage was so dire. But at the time, I was too far in to back down. He trailed off, and Izuku felt himself respond immediately. Yeah, me too, to tell the truth. Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. But still, if you ever need help with endeavor, that you know who to ask. You can't help with endeavor. But I thank you for the offer. The two shook hands, and Izuku pretended not to notice the watchful gaze of endeavor upon the back of his head. Well done, Midoriya. Ingenium cheered as Izuku returned, and Ida smiled. A fine fight. Though the end was rather visceral. Ida offered, tactfully. You don't know the half of it. At least neither of us need to say recovery girl. Izuku grimaced at the idea. When I broke my arms against the zero-pointer, she gave me such a lecture. You gotta admit, it was cool though, Midoriya. Hagakure popped up from behind, startling Izuku. What were you talking about though? Yes, I'm rather curious myself. Ida said, adjusting his glasses. Not that it's any of our business, of course. Please don't feel pressured. Izuku stumbled for a minute, making eye contact with the elder Ida brother. Ingenium nodded, and cleared his throat. Please let the man breathe. That was quite the duel there. He chided the two, and Ida looked shamed. Hagakure, meanwhile, looked a little put out, but it seemed that Ingenium had a plan for that too. So, Hagakure, was it? You seem like you know a lot. Any funny stories about the two I have here? He raised his eyebrows, gesturing to Ida and Izuku felt a blush run to his cheeks. Well, Ida has a pocketbook of the rules on him at all times. Even now. She giggled, and honestly, it was infectious. Izuku found himself giggling alongside her, chortling away as Ida looked at them utterly confused. Well, yes, I did sew a pocket into my gym uniform to keep it on me. I realize that some would consider that excessive, but it is a good thing for someone to have them on hand to prevent misunderstandings. Ida straightened up, making a chopping motion with his hands. Well, that's expected. What about Midoriya? Ingenium grinned, and Hagakure practically bounced. Well, he's got a logbook of everyone's quirks. He's really smart. That's one of many reasons why I'm coming to him to help me train my quirk. Hagakure leaned next to him, and Izuku suddenly felt very, very self-conscious. I mean, yeah, I have that. He rubbed the back of his neck, and Ingenium smiled encouragingly. Well, that's a good hobby. Keep that logbook safe. He smiled, and Hagakure elbowed him in the ribs. You heard the man, Midoriya. After all, I still need your help. Hagakure seemed to be grinning, and honestly, Izuku needed a distraction right about now. All right, listeners. We've got a new matchup coming in 5 minutes. We'll see Yaoyorozu Momo and Yurashi Inasa matching up. Sheesh, what is it with Yaoyorozu and fighting people with surnames starting with the letter Y? I'm beginning to think someone likes alliteration. Izuku was never so glad to hear the roar of present mic. The allocations are completely random, Yamada. Aizawa drawled, his voice completely deadpan. It's a joke, Eraser. I'll explain it to you later. But for now, relax and wait for the next matchup. It's going to be spicy, that's for sure. Inasa walked out, grinning as the Ravenet opposite to him formed a long, lean, metallic pole. Between them, Midnight smiled. Well, dears, make this a good one, would you? Begin. Midnight waved, and the battle was started. Yaoyorozu charged, and Inasa gave an experimental gust of wind that threatened to blow her back. Glaring, she jammed the pole into the concrete, using it as leverage. It didn't work very well, considering the pole didn't breach the concrete. Momo was instantly blown backwards, just barely stopping herself from leaving the arena. Leaping forwards, she tried to close the distance. Seconds later, she flew out of the arena, and Midnight called the match. Yaoyorozu Momo has left the arena. Yurashi Inasa wins the match. Inasa saluted to her as he returned to the 1B bleachers. He didn't see the crestfallen expression on her face. Taishiro Toimitsu, better known as the hero Fat Gum, smiled at the performance. Next to him was the snake heroine Iwabami. Taishiro couldn't say he knew her well, but he was a personable guy. The Yayarosa girl would do well at my agency, I think. Kendo too. Iwabami said, a pensive smile on her face. Aren't you doing the same lesson as? Always, Hebe? The hero backdraft asked Iwabami, who gave a slight laugh. Of course, it's important to stress public relations and the fact that many heroes find themselves doing less busting heads than they might think. The snake heroine leaned back. At that, Taishiro felt himself compelled to say something. I'm sending her an invite myself. Her quirk works similarly to my own, and she'll work well with Amajiki. Taishiro said, and Iwabami stroked her chin gently, before gasping. Oh, Amajiki. He's Heido's friend, isn't he? Bit of a wallflower, but he seems nice. Iwabami observed. You'd be correct, Hebe. I feel that Yayarozu is suffering after such a fight. She didn't really have many options available to her. It was very one-sided, and her confidence is likely in pieces. So I think that her and Amajiki might be able to do each other some good. Neither of them can see their own value, but can see it in others. Taishiro smiled, and Iwabami grinned in response. Well, that's very interesting. Of course, I'm still intending on shooting my shot. The real question is, who's Yurashi going to intern with? She raised an eyebrow, and a pro near to Taishiro spoke up. I personally would love to have the young man. His actions show a noble heart, and I can do much with that. Higawarazen, the sand hero, snatch. He smiled in admiration, and the elderly man in heavy ornamental armor sat next to him cleared his throat. I too would like to take the young lad. Then again, I feel an affinity for the lass as well, said Yoroi Masha, the equipped hero. Taishiro was ashamed that he couldn't remember the man's actual name. Mentally, he made a note to strike up a conversation with him later. Taishiro didn't like ignoring people, even inadvertently. Hitoshi was ready for another win. Coming up, it's Shinso Hitoshi, the man with a plan and the will to make it happen. Present Mike burst out, and it honestly felt weird receiving adulation from a crowd. Despite that, he pressed on, smiling confidently. Against him, it's the heavy metal man himself, Tetsu 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 Tetsu. Tetsu Tetsu gave a wide grin of anticipation, and Hitoshi felt his confidence grow. This was going to be simple. Begin. Waved midnight, and Tetsu Tetsu charged. So, you're a strong man? Let's make this a good one. Hitoshi said, but Tetsu Tetsu didn't respond. As Tetsu Tetsu dropped into a tackle, Hitoshi dodged out of the way, launching a punch that clanged harmlessly against the metal skin. The man of iron roared, trying to grapple Hitoshi. Leaping back, Hitoshi took stock. He couldn't fight Tetsu Tetsu head-on, and the opponent seemed to be wise to his tricks. He needed to outlast Tetsu Tetsu. That was the only way forward. Not bad, Tetsu Tetsu, but you're a little slow. He chuckled, but Tetsu Tetsu didn't respond. They gritted their teeth, throwing themselves into a push that narrowly missed Hitoshi as he dodged to the left. Leaping to the side, Hitoshi grabbed onto Tetsu Tetsu's shoulders, trying to get him into a piggyback. Come on. Just keep charging. Hitoshi grinned, but Tetsu Tetsu didn't respond, instead grabbing his legs and hurling him away. Grimacing, Hitoshi dropped into a slide, the skin on his hands becoming raw and broken as he scraped the concrete, inches away from the edge. The metal man looked up, determined to zone out Hitoshi. Charging, he pushed, trying to catch Hitoshi into a swing that threatened to push him out. Ducking under and rolling under, he kicked Tetsu Tetsu in the back, an impact that did very little but annoy Tetsu Tetsu. Man, can somebody do something? Present Mike whined, and Shinso felt an irritated grimace form. Thankfully, Aizawa spoke. They are doing things, Mike. Shinso is attacking where he can, tiring out the opposition. It's a display of skill. Tetsu Tetsu is strong, but Shinso is fast. Aizawa noted, and Hitoshi felt relief. Aizawa was a mentor to him. It was good to hear that he was doing the right thing. Problem, metal man? Hitoshi laughed, giving a second kick as Tetsu Tetsu turned around. Privately, It was proving difficult to keep going. Each impact against Tetsutetsu's metallic skin bruised and hurt. The smell of metal rushed past as Tetsutetsu jabbed towards his chest, missing by inches. I suppose it must be frustrating to be unable to touch me. Despite the taunts, Tetsutetsu gritted his teeth, slamming his shoulder into Hitoshi's chest and knocking him back. Gasping for breath, he narrowly dodged the hands threatening to grab him. Tetsutetsu was so close to slipping up, but if Hitoshi slipped up, he wouldn't hold up. Do you think you can win this? Even if you beat me, Tokoyami's power will drive you out, and Manoma's smarter. You can't do this. Hitoshi said, desperately. At that, Tetsutetsu smirked. I don't care. If I end at the quarter-finals, so be it. I'll still be proud of myself. Tetsutetsu went in for a final push. When his eyes went blank and white, his free will completely suspended. Gasping for breath, Hitoshi waited, before speaking. Walk out of the arena. Hitoshi was breathless. That was a damn good fight. Tetsutetsu was far better than he had given him credit for. As the giant of a man mindlessly walked out of the ring, Midnight waved her flag once more. Tetsutetsu has left the arena. Shinso Hitoshi goes forward to the semi-finals. Hitoshi dropped his quirk, exhaustion filling him. Tetsutetsu blinked, realizing where he was. Oh, well done, and I was doing so well. He looked slightly disappointed, and Hitoshi felt the guilt resurface. You almost beat me. You showed your mettle, pun intended. He smiled and Tetsutetsu laughed. Demon right. Even with your clever tricks, I stuck it out and did my best. That's what Plus Ultra is about, right? He cheered, and Hitoshi found himself smiling. Yeah, I suppose so. Be seeing you around, Tetsutetsu. Hitoshi turned, making his way back to the bleachers. Yaoyorozu wasn't handling things too well. A duel in which she did her best but failed? Sure, that would be fine. Frustrating, but at least she could feel like she did her best. Instead, Yurashi had ended the duel with a gesture. She hadn't been able to think of anything to create that would have helped. A grappling hook could have wrapped around his legs, letting her close in or dragging him to her. Or she could have created a fan to create an air current in the opposite direction. Or anything that wasn't a glorified metal stick, really. So, needless to say, it wasn't the best performance as far as Yaoyorozu was concerned. She'd wasted everyone's times, her teachers, her friends, and her parents. What was the point in them giving her support when she could be effortlessly crushed? Momo! A voice called, while she wandered the stadium outskirts, not wanting to face the class. Somehow, Jiro had found her. Seconds later, it was obvious. Of course Jiro had found her. The earphone jacks on her ears would track her vibrations easily. Yet another tally on the failure checklist. Failure checklist, Momo? Wow, how melodramatic. Her inner monologue said, seemingly unaware of the fact that it was chastising her for what it said. Wow, I really have it out for myself, don't I? Momo thought to herself. It was an uncomfortable revelation. Around the corner, Jiro found her, sitting on the cold concrete, her knees up to her chest. Distantly, Momo was very aware of the fact that she appeared to be in a dire state. Jiro, what are you doing here? She asked, trying to look composed. When she saw Jiro's facial expression change, she knew damn and well it hadn't worked. Looking for you, Yamamoto. Figured you'd be in a bad shape emotionally when you didn't come back to the bleachers. And no offense, but you need someone to tell you that your inner monologue is full of shit right now. Jiro smiled, not unkindly, sitting next to her. Want to talk about it? What's to say? I was stupid, I lost, and it was shameful. Momo practically spat the words, bitterness eating away at her. Nope. Only one of those things are true. Jiro shrugged, not changing the tone of her voice at all. You lost. That's the only part of that's true. You weren't stupid and there's no shame. Between you and me, I have my doubts Midoriya's going to beat him either, and you wouldn't call Midoriya stupid, or insist that he should be ashamed, are you? Of course not. Momo cried. Why would I do that? Well, there you have it. You judge yourself harder than you do anyone else. That's how you know that it's bullshit. You hold yourself to a pointless standard. It's pretty common, actually. She casually put her arm around Momo in a hug, and Momo felt herself leaning on Jiro's shoulder. I don't know how to deal with it. Momo resisted the need to break down. Jiro smiled softly. Let's rephrase your problem. Instead of, I lost, let's ask a question. Why did you lose? And if you say anything that isn't an objective statement, I'll interrupt. Hesitantly, Momo thought. Well, that I couldn't think of something to deal with so much overwhelming power. I made the pole without thinking, but in hindsight, it never would have broken into the concrete, so that plan wasn't viable. Momo looked up and saw the smile still on Jiro's face. Good. So now, second question, what can you learn that's constructive? A quiet moment passed. I suppose that I need to find a way to create more versatile things, like an electric fan that is nailed to the concrete. I don't even know if I can do that. In addition, in an actual fight, I could make a parachute and other things that would let me escape without injury and get other heroes, right? Her thoughts raced, interrupted by Jiro's voice. I knew you'd get there, Yamamoto. So now it's not a loss, it's a learning experience, right? Momo was shocked by the wisdom in Jiro's voice. It made perfect sense. She still didn't feel better, but she had a target. Something to work towards. Jiro, can you stay here for a while? This helps, but I'm still a little down, and I don't want to be seen like this. Her breath stopped for a second, terrified of the potential rejection. She needn't have worried, they found themselves comfortable in an easy silence for quite some time. It was Nito's time to shine. Midoriya had made his way to the semifinals. If he could beat Inasa, then Midoriya would face Nito. It was strange, truly. He'd never met anyone like him before. Someone who had to rely on a subtle quirk that only gave borrowed power. Or stolen power, in Midoriya's case. Geez, this is probably why Kendo thought I had a crush. I'm about to fight a literal shadow bird demon, and I'm thinking about Midoriya. Nito quipped to himself. Not that he felt any umbrage at the accusation, Nito has no illusions about his attractions and the lack of interest in any one gender, but it wasn't like that. He wanted Midoriya to rise up, and to fight him at the top and learn from him. To have two fated rivals clash, and regardless of who wins, both get stronger. It was called the Hegelian dialectic, according to an old book he'd read while bored. An idea exists and meets its opposite. When they meet, the synthesis is created, an idea taking the strengths of both. It was obvious, Midoriya was humble and quiet, Manoma was confident and outwardly charismatic. Both had similarities, and their differences would make them stronger, together. But, first, he had to beat Tokoyami and his shadow bird demon thing. First up, the master of the Eldritch, the man Kaminari has described as a chakabro, it's Tokoyami Fumikage. Present Mike roared, and privately, Nito felt himself grin at the Final Fantasy joke. Maybe 1A was semi-tolerable after all. In small doses, anyway. His opponent is the dapper, debonair man of mystery himself, Manoma Nito. Nito walked forwards, letting his confidence show. It was nice having fans. He even saw placards with his name written on it. That was interesting indeed. Manoma Nito. I see wisdom beyond your years in you. You remind me a lot of Midoriya Izuku. Tokoyami noted, and Nito scoffed. Well, if that's the case, I best beat you fast so I can fight him as soon as possible, Tokoyami actually laughed. Good. Give us a good fight, Manoma. One of us will rise using the other as a ladder. Tokoyami glared, but Nito could tell he was excited. Yet another member of 1A he was developing a grudging tolerance for. Such passion crossing class lines. How romantic. Midnight practically swooned, and Nito felt himself losing the will to live. Why was today all about his love life? Knowing his luck, he'd wake up tomorrow morning to find fanfiction about his secret relationship with the Tokoyami or something in his email. On your marks, begin. Tokoyami stood in place, and dark shadow emerged from his chest, roaring with furious might. Taking a swipe, Nito dropped into a roll that ducked under. He charges Tokoyami, his fingers brushing the feathers lightly as dark shadow managed to catch him, throwing him across the arena. Nito could tell that moment alone would make the fanfiction. Lightly brushing feathers. Passion in the eyes as the shadowy demon ended their brief moment. Privately, Nito decided if heroism didn't work out, he might have a talent as a writer. Then he shook his head, focusing. Drawing the card in his mind, feeling the quirk activate, he shook as a tall, dark blue copy of Tokoyami's own quirk burst from his chest. I am Azure Quintessence. The blue bird howled in delight, posing dramatically in the air as Dark Shadow watched. I am Dark Shadow copy. Now we meet in combat. The quirk seemed excited. That was new. Azure Quintessence and Dark Shadow charged without any input from their wielders, and time stopped still as they met. In a second, shadowy limbs flew in each direction, scarring concrete and kicking up dust in a chaotic clash of the titans that knew no limits. Dark Shadow threw Azure Quintessence onto the concrete, a crater forming, only for Azure Quintessence to impale Dark Shadow, throwing him back. A desperate plan came to Nito. He didn't know how to control Azure Quintessence, but he knew that Tokoyami was standing back and letting his quirk do all the work. That was foolish, and he seemed to be focusing on trying to wrangle Dark Shadow. Nito smiled and he charged, ducking the flailing shadows and the concrete shrapnel. Azure Quintessence almost took his head off as he dodged underneath Dark Shadow, the twisted dance of demonic shadows reaching a wild fever pitch as Nito balled up his fist and punched Tokoyami in the face. It was sloppy, but it startled Tokoyami and he fell back. Dark Shadow glared, and Nito felt something approaching. Azure Quintessence, keep the shadow from hitting me. Nito called, launching a barrage of kicks and punches at Tokoyami, who tried to dodge, but struggled, losing ground to Nito. I don't work for you, Nito. We are merely allies of convenience. Azure Quintessence called, yanking Dark Shadow away from him, carving a scar pattern across the concrete. It was an opportunity. Tokoyami tried to push back, dropping into a kick, but at that moment, Nito grabbed his leg, pulling him over and pinning him to the concrete surface. In the background, the two shadows fought, Dark Shadow unable to help Tokoyami, and Tokoyami unable to make it out of Nito's grapple. Tokoyami Fumikage is unable to move. The winner is Manoma Nito. Midnight called, and Nito released Tokoyami, who gasped. Manoma. Well fought. I would trouble you for advice though. I wish to learn from what you did. Nito molded over. He'd made Nito look powerful so he could be gracious. It'd be wrong of me to give you the lesson, Tokoyami. Trust your instincts. That'll set you on your journey to discovering your potential. Nito turned, thinking about it. So many quirk users didn't trust their instincts. It was quite sad, really. Hopefully Tokoyami could break that cycle and become in tune with himself. So, Midoriya, how are you going to beat Yurashi? Hagakure asked, and Midoriya really wished he had an answer for that. Next to him, Ingenium and Ida sat, studying him. It's a tough one, Ida said, stroking his chin. It'd be a good matchup for me. Closing the distance would let me overwhelm him. But your own quirk doesn't do mobility very well, so I don't know how you'll avoid the problem that Yaoyorozu had. I have a bit of mobility, but I have a plan. At that, 3 pairs of eyes lit up, although he was just guessing in Hagakure's case. He'd gotten decent at reading her body language, though it was more difficult the less she was wearing. No, not like that, he chastised himself, and he still had difficulty at times. I'm not going to tell you that, he said. If I tell you, you'll disapprove. Come on, Midoriya, please? Hagakure asked, and Izuku was very glad he couldn't see Hagakure's eyes, judging by the pleading tone to her voice. Midoriya, that makes me more concerned, not less. Ida said, his hands already prepared to go into chopping motions. Oh, with a disclaimer like that, I'm betting this is going to be brilliant. Ingenium quipped, and Izuku could tell he had a vague idea. Taking a deep breath, he told them. They disapproved. After escaping that particular argument, Hagakure and Ida seemed very concerned about his well-being, and Ingenium was a mix of impressed and horrified. He'd slipped away into the corridors, heading to the ready room. He wasn't going to pretend he wasn't terrified by this plan, but he'd seen what happened to Yaoyorozu and Ashido. He knew damn well this was going to be the hardest fight he'd had, even including the battle against Todoroki. He'd plotted what he could fight without, what he needed, what he could use, and what was surplus. This fight was going to take everything, but Izuku was ready. Next up, it's the walking mass of unpredictability, it's Midoriya Izuku. Fighting him, we have the Gale Force hero, it's Yurashi Inasa. Present mic roared, and the crowd went wild. Two fan favorites, it would seem. Oh, no pressure. Izuku muttered, walking out into the arena. Midoriya, make this a good fight for me. Yurashi grinned widely, almost bouncing with excitement. Well, he'll get his wish in the worst way possible. Izuku thought to himself. Begin. Cheered midnight, and battle was done. Inasa gestured, a powerful gale starting to form, and Izuku felt himself slipping backwards. Instinctively, he switched to shock absorption, only for it to do nothing. While shock absorption was good for blocking sudden forces, the slow acceleration of the gale was totally unaffected. Grimacing, he felt the lights switch, combo breaker activating, and began driving his fist into his own legs. What is he doing? Uraraka asked as Yaoyorozu and Jiro emerged from the corridors, sitting together on the bleachers. He's being stupid. He shouldn't do this. Hagakure said, distress in her voice. Hitoshi noted this in his mental logbook, before clearing his throat. I know what he's doing. He's taking one hell of a risk. Hitoshi said, and several eyes turned to him. He saw the battles against Ashido and Yaoyorozu. He knows that unless he can close the distance, he has no way of winning. Behind him, Yaoyorozu had a pensive, sad look, seemingly flashing back to her own defeat. So what does that mean, Shinso? Jiro asked, a slightly nervous expression on her face. Presumably, she was worried about Yaoyorozu's feelings. Mentally, Hitoshi made a note. He's going to throw himself using combo breaker. It doubles the force each time he punches, so if he can hit enough times, he can throw himself forwards. It's how he took down the zero-pointer, but he needed my help to do it. Hitoshi felt his expression become grim. What does that mean? Yaoyorozu asked. Hitoshi felt the weight in his stomach sink as he took in Hagakure's distressed posture. It'll be a quick match. It needs to be for Midoriya's sake, he said, and Hagakure's fists slammed against her chair. Stop talking about him like that. This is insane. Izuku's going to hurt himself badly, and you're there not talking about it like it's some lab experiment. Hagakure shouted, angrily. Hitoshi made a note to ask Midoriya how exactly he managed to get such a relationship so quickly, before figuring that it was something he might be in denial about. That was going to be a fun conversation. It won't be long now, Hitoshi said, his voice dropping. Either Midoriya will scare the living shit out of the audience, or he'll lose. But this is something risky. He felt his concern growing. Ingenium seemed to be on the edge of his seat, his eyes glued to the action. Midoriya's plan. Well, it was going to get messy. Inasa was confused. Why the hell was Midoriya just punching himself? Again and again and again and again and again? It didn't make sense. He barely seemed to be focusing on the powerful winds driving him backwards. Come on, Midoriya, you can do better than this. He roared, and for a minute he felt legitimately upset. Why wasn't he trying? Why was he just letting it happen? But you don't know what I'm capable of, Yurashi. And that's going to be your downfall. He slammed his fist into his legs one final time, the rapid, repetitive punches coming to an end as something slammed into Inasa, and a sickening crack burst through the stadium. Izuku slammed his fist into his leg, and combo breaker activated, hurling him forwards rapidly. The force exploded across the back of the knee, sending the shock through his limbs. At once, the bones in his left leg exploded, pulverized by the force of combo breaker slamming into them. And once more, just as when he felled the zero-pointer, his arm took the equal and opposite force, his hand becoming useless under the shockwave as knuckles broke and the hand shattered. A crack burst from him, and Izuku couldn't tell if that was the air compressing or his bones exploding. Then there was the sound of screaming. Oh wait, that's me. I'm doing that. He realized as he slammed into Yurashi at great speed, propelled by the force that had shattered his legs, and driving his opponent backwards. Hopping onto his unbroken leg, he made one great punch into Yurashi's chest. You'd break yourself to fight me. That is the true heart of a hero, Midoriya Izuku. Yurashi roared as he tumbled backwards, falling out of the concrete arena. Yurashi Inasa is out of bounds. Midoriya Izuku makes it to the finals after a trip to Recovery Girl. Midnight cheered, and the crowd went wild, amazed by the scrappy underdog that wounded himself just to scrape a win. The stretcher came, and never had victory tasted so sweet but hurts so badly. I would have thought once was enough, Midoriya. Recovery Girl shouted as she tended to his wounds. Shattering your arm to defeat the zero-pointer was bad enough, but again. Once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, but 3 times is a bad habit. So stop now before I have to get properly annoyed. I had to do it to win. Izuku murmured as he felt his bones recovering quickly. Did you think maybe winning at such a cost isn't worth it? Not for a practice match. Recovery Girl chastised, as Hagakure and Ida entered the room, Hagakure clearly in distress. Izuku, you didn't tell me it'd break your bones. You just said it'd hurt. Hagakure cried, anger and concern mixing into a volatile mix that was spilling over. Hey, I'm fine guys. You don't have to worry. Izuku smiled. Hagakure didn't seem at all mollified. Ida seemed more taken aback by Hagakure calling him Izuku, and Recovery Girl continued to scowl. Fine? In that case, I suppose you don't need my assistance, young man. She chuckled, knowing full well the answer. You should listen to your lady friend, Midoriya. She seems to have a good head on her shoulders. Izuku's mind stopped, just long enough for Recovery Girl to move on. Distantly, he realized she'd planned that perfectly, to cut off any retort. Well, this all aside, Shinso said that he wished to come down, but he's got his fight with Manoma, so he could not make it. Ida said, his voice steady and clear. It would be inappropriate for my brother to come, too. It's fine. Honestly, Hagakure, Ida, I'll be recovered in time for my fight in the finals. Izuku smiled, and Hagakure seemed calmed slightly. Izuku, break yourself again and I swear, I'll do something. Hagakure flopped angrily, and Ida made his usual chopping motions. Hagakure, it is highly inappropriate to call Midoriya by his name without express permission. Ida cried. Actually, it's fine, Hagakure, you can call me that. Don't worry. Alright Izuku, you can call me Toru. But only if you don't break your bones again. He blushed at the fact that a girl was literally telling him to use her first name, and honestly, given that he was seeing her soon to talk to her alone, his mind was beginning to race. Anyway, we should be back to watch Shinso's match against Manoma. Please, come and show your support as soon as you are able. Ida called, dashing away from the gestures of affection, as Hagakure reluctantly walked away. Izuku spent a few seconds there until Recovery Girl released him, saying something about joining his friends. To be honest, he wasn't really listening even as he left. Hitoshi stood before the blonde, both glaring. Privately, if he'd ever spoken to Manoma without the blustering teen having an audience to brag to, he'd probably like the guy. How fortuitous that he didn't, then. Because otherwise, he'd feel guilty about what was about to happen. Our final semi-final matchup is ready. We have the purple mastermind himself, it's Shinso Hitoshi. And up against him, the unpredictable agent of chaos, it's Manoma Nito. Present Mike yelled, the microphone peaking as the DJ built the hype further. Hitoshi could respect that, to a degree. After all, the semifinals were somewhat noteworthy. Okay boys, we don't want a repeat of Midoriya's performance, okay? Show that passion without destroying yourselves. Midnight grinned, cheering as she shouted, begin. So, Manoma. Still thinking 1B can beat us? Hitoshi smirked, but Manoma just raised his brows. It seemed that he wasn't going to take the bait. Well, you're a determined one, aren't you? The blonde charged, and Hitoshi quickly put 2 and 2 together. If his quirk was copied, then it'd have to be a silent battle. Nito knew what he was doing. If he could copy Shinso's quirk, then he couldn't speak, for fear of Nito using the brainwashing quirk against him. The playing field would be leveled, and then this was going to be a difficult, but even, fight. Nito ran, sprinting towards Shinso as Shinso coiled his body, dropping into a kick that threatened to knock Nito over. Smiling, Nito let that happen, his fingers brushing Shinso's leg as it slammed into Nito's chest. Problem 1A? Do you think just because you've had success so far, you're going to keep me from the finals? Nito grinned as he reeled backwards, and Shinso's eyes went wide. It seemed that his opponent was at least intelligent. A worthy opponent, at last. Nito threw a punch experimentally, Shinso dodging back and letting him overexert. Clearly Shinso intended to play on the defensive, so Nito needed to break his defense, or force him to make a mistake. Nito threw another punch, and this time, Shinso went to grab his wrist. Seeing it coming, Nito kicked out, forcing Shinso to leap back. With the defense broken, Nito bull-rushed Shinso, driving him back further as Nito headbutted the blonde in the chest. Stumbling back, Shinso spat, glaring hard. Hitoshi was having a bad time. It was too risky to speak, because Manoma could in theory speak first and use brainwashing to instantly push him out of bounds. Instead, he had to use his physical training to fight Manoma, but that wasn't going so well. He'd learned a lot from Aizawa before the entrance exam, but Manoma was fast, and Hitoshi's physical capabilities always lacked behind his creativity with using his quirk. This wasn't a fight that favored him, and Manoma had been training physically. He'd have to, given that his quirk was non-functional without someone to copy from. Hitoshi let Manoma drop into a spinning kick, before pushing hard, trying to throw him off balance. Manoma fell, and Hitoshi lunged, trying to push him to the ground and keep him from getting up. He leapt, and seconds elongated, perception warping under the weight of adrenaline. He distantly felt something graze his wrist, and he felt Manoma pull him into the concrete. Trying to wriggle out with his face upon the concrete, he felt the disappointment burst as Midnight spoke out. Shinso Hitoshi is restrained. The winner is Manoma Nito. Midnight yelled, and the faces of Midoriya and Manoma appeared upon the screens across the stadium. As the weight left his back, he stood, seeing something flash Manoma's face. Good fight, Shinso. I'm sure we'll see each other again. Your quirk's an interesting one, and I think there's a story there, isn't there? A pensive look crossed his face as he spoke. Yeah, sure. Good fight, Manoma. Good luck against Midoriya. Hitoshi walked away, seeing more of Manoma's character than he'd anticipated. At a bar in the Kamino ward, Tamura was paralyzed, all of his hands except his father's cruel hand masking his countenance left abandoned, sitting on the counter. In front of him, Kurogiri also stood, motionless, as the hero killer stood in the middle of the bar. Why do you think I would ever join such a poison on our society? Stain asked, and Tamura felt the fury overtake him. You said it yourself. Fake heroes are the cancer on the world. You should join the party. Tamura howled, wanting nothing more than to wrap his fingers around Stain's throat and disintegrate him completely. Do you know what a cancer is, Shigaraki? Stain lectured, sitting down. It's cells from the body growing out of control. The cancer upon heroism is the celebrity culture of the hero leagues. They are part of the same organism, but the celebrity culture is a parasitic growth that will choke the greater organism to death, should it remain untouched by the hand that wields the scalpel. You, Shigaraki, are a poison. You'd kill the entire organism. You have your value in short doses, but you cannot go unchecked. You might kill a few of the corrupt, empty lady here and endeavor there, but you'd also hunt down and try to break All Might, and that is something I cannot abide. Were you not useful to me, I'd slay you myself. Stain stood, sheathing his blade. Make no attempt to find me. Should we be able to cooperate, I'll let you know. But know that eventually, I'll claim you like the rest. As he walked out, Tamura made his mouth move. I'll see you go to dust for this, hero killer. You do not scorn the League of Villains. Tamura growled and Stain laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh, it was derision. I scorn worse than you, young Shigaraki. The Shy Hasaikai wanted me to be their assassin. I sent one of them back in pieces before the Yakuza learned to leave me alone. With that, the door shut, and the warmth returned as Tamura's limbs began to work. As he slowly placed the hands back on himself, he felt the resolve grow. Pressing the button on the television, Sensei's face filled the screen, if it could be called a face. Tamura, how did your meeting go? The voice was warm, but it only stoked the coals of Tamura's emotions. He rejected us. The BSRD called us poison, insulted our power. Sensei, I'm going to kill him. Tamura felt himself full of passion, feeling so powerful, and it took him a few moments to realize. Sensei was laughing. He was proud. Good, Tamura, good. Now think. How would you do such a thing? Sensei probed and Tamura thought. Those brats, they're going to have internships. If we make trouble in Hostility, there's a chance that heroes will trip over the hero killer and will know where he is. And if he's distracted, we can ambush him, kill the hero killer, and take captives. Or kill a few brats, whatever. Tamura smiled warmly, feeling powerful. There was a plan. He could do this. Good, Tamura. I'll pull some strings to make sure we get some attention in Hosu. If you can do this well, you'll be feared, reviled, hated. Are you ready? Tamura took the hand from off his face, studying the familiar palm of it as Sensei spoke. I've always been feared, reviled, and hated. Now it's just time for the world to catch up. Tamura smiled as he put the hand upon his face once more. Izuku stood, his eyes drooping slightly from the tiredness brought on by Recovery Girl's kiss. The energy drinks helped, but he was still exhausted. Fighting. Tsuburaba, Todoroki and Yurashi had been an uphill battle, and Izuku was feeling the strain. It's the finals where we have our last contestants of the day. Eraser, any words of wisdom? Present Mike yelled, the hype building as he spoke. Both Manoma and Midoriya have shown creativity and resolve to win by any means necessary. This final match will show their mettle. Needless to say, this shows the value of both classes of UA. Aizawa noted, his voice as deadpan as usual. In the distance, Manoma had a shocked expression. Eraser, was that a compliment? I've only seen you do that twice, and both times were to cats. I don't give compliments. The students have shown their progress very well today, and it's irrational to pretend otherwise. Aizawa responded to present mixed teasing, as though it was obvious. Students, take note, that's his, I saw a cute cat, thun. Once, I saw him with a black tabby in his capture tape talking to it like that. Eraser, you want to tell them what you said? Izuku couldn't see Present Mike, but he could tell the man was raising an eyebrow and elbowing Aizawa. No. It's not relevant at all. Aizawa sighed. I think it fees. Present Mike said, elongating the last syllable in a sing-song manner. He was telling it, you're a very capable cat. Don't be a fool. The audience laughed and clapped at Present Mike's impression, and Izuku felt the nerves lessen a bit. Maybe that was the point of Mike's antics. Enough. The first opponent is Midoriya Izuku, one of my students. A capable mind, Midoriya has managed to switch up his style to keep Tsuburaba, Todoroki and Yurashi guessing. Do you want to get to the point, Yamada? Aizawa grumpily noted, and Present Mike laughed as Izuku walked out. Oh, Eraser, you need to learn to build hype. For example, that fighting Midoriya, we have a man of mystery, a gentleman thief, a graceful cat-like being of uncanny agility. It's Manoma Nito. Present Mike roared, building the crowd with deliberate pauses, intensifying his introduction more and more each second. If that prose was any more purple, it'd resemble the hair of Manoma's last competitor. Aizawa quipped, and Izuku heard Present Mike do an audible spit take. Looking up into the stands, he thought he saw a smirk on Shinso's face. Congratulations, challengers. Midnight cheered as Manoma reached the arena. You've both come so far. Anything to say to one another before we start? Midoriya, you've done rather well. You've fought powerhouses and come out on top. But now, you're fighting someone with the grace and creativity to match yours. We are thesis and antithesis, and together, we will make a synthesis so grand that our former selves are eclipsed. You will make me greater, I will make you greater, and we will rise. Manoma spoke with charisma, letting his voice echo across the stadium as Midnight produced a microphone for him to speak into. After he finished, Midnight turned to Izuku, handing him the microphone. Manoma, I made you a promise. You've helped me visualize my quirk, use it better, and I thank you for that. But I swore an oath, a promise that one day, I'll become the #1 hero, saving everyone with a smile. So Manoma, I accept your ideals, but I'm not gonna lose. Confidence he'd never felt before. He smiled at the applause, and Manoma grinned widely at him. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, bring it. Manoma dropped into a fighting stance, and Izuku did the same. Bold words, boys. The battle begins. Now. Midnight cheered, and the two teens charged. It was a difficult day to be Inko Midoriya. Izuku had done so very well. But seeing him breaking himself to fight the wind-controlling boy, Yurashi, was something no mother should have to see. Though the context was so different, Izuku had been self-destructive for so long, not physically, thankfully, but mentally, with a total lack of regard for himself, and it was uncomfortable to see Izuku maintain such a low opinion of self-preservation. Gesturing lightly at a box of tissues, they floated over, allowing her to clear the streams bursting from her eyes. Despite Izuku's issues and his injuries, he'd cheerfully smiled, telling the world that he was going to become the #1 hero. For Inko, seeing him pick up the dream that he'd thought impossible for years and years and hold it high was a dream come true. She'd finally made up for her mistakes. No longer did she need to hear her own voice say, "I'm so sorry, Izuku," when she tried to sleep at night. At least, she certainly hoped so. As Izuku and Manoma charged, Inko heard the phone ring on the coffee table. Floating it over, she saw an unknown number. Cautiously, she answered it. "Hello? Midoriya Inko speaking." "Inko, it's me. Just before you hang up, I need to say something." It couldn't be. Mitsuki Bakugo. Once her best friend, now someone she didn't speak to. Not after Katsuki's treatment of Izuku. And yet, she sounded remorseful. "Make it quick, Mitsuki. My son is on the television and I don't want to miss a thing." Her voice was cold, but Mitsuki didn't lash out. In fact, Inko thought she could hear tears on the other side of the phone. "Yes, that I know. I've been watching it myself. I wasn't going to after my brat lost, but there wasn't anything else on, and I needed to do something. Ugh, this is hard." Mitsuki groaned, seemingly chastising herself. This was strange indeed. "What's hard, Mitsuki? You'll forgive me if I'm unsympathetic." It was harsh, but perhaps deserved. I'm sorry. I've been a shitty parent, I've let my son do shitty things to yours, and you were completely right to cut ties. I'm not asking you for forgiveness, I'm telling you that I'm sorry. What do you with that is your FING choice or something? Inko gaped in shock. Pinching herself, she ascertained that she was not, in fact, dreaming. Well, I'm certainly surprised to see that. What's brought on this sudden change of heart? Inko tried to keep the hate out of her voice, but she had no idea of if she was being successful. Look, I saw Izuku's little speech there, alright. But comparing it to how he was when I last saw it, he's gained confidence. Which means that you were FING right. My FING kid is a bully. Mitsuki seemed angry, not with Inko, but with herself. I'm glad you see that, Mitsuki. But don't hate your son for it, help him do better. Learn from your mistakes, and maybe we'll be able to talk again. Inko mused, her voice calm and controlled. Alright, Inko. I swear, I'm going to make this right. Mitsuki sobbed and, for once, Inko believed that things were on the up and up. Nito dodged back as Midoriya surged, red lightning crackling across him. This was bold. He'd expected Midoriya to be on the defensive, but he'd changed. He'd learned to go on the offensive after fighting Tsuburaba, Todoroki and Yurashi, so naturally he was using his newfound knowledge against Nito. This was fine. He could work with this. He dodged to the left, before throwing a punch to Midoriya's chest. Midoriya narrowly dodged it, and Nito used the chance to throw another, forcing Midoriya onto the defensive. Dropping into a kick, Midoriya leapt backwards, preventing him from getting close enough to copy the quirks. Nito didn't know how his copy quirk would interact with All for One, but it was worth a try. In the meantime, this dance was necessary. Leaping forwards into a lunge, Nito tried to grab Midoriya's wrist, only for Midoriya to slam his leg into Nito's side. Falling back, Nito resisted the urge to curse as Midoriya landed 3 punches on him, the third knocking him back a few feet. Izuku grinned as Manoma fell back, grunting in pain as Combo Breaker took effect. Sadly, it wasn't going to last. Izuku didn't have an option for ranged attacks, and Manoma would use copy as soon as he could. If only he had a projectile, some kind of solid object. Then it hit him. What if it didn't have to be a solid object? Air exists everywhere. If he could continuously attack the same pocket of air, he could unleash a blast of compressed air. Slowly, he began to make a doggy paddle motion. Manoma looked confused as he kneaded the air in front of his belly. What is Midoriya doing? Manoma looks confused, but Midoriya's been reliable so far. Present Mike squawked in surprise. Carefully, as Manoma approached, Izuku unleashed Combo Breaker, as air compressed and exploded outwards in a cone of force. Concrete suddenly developed cracks as Manoma barely avoided the blast. In that moment, as Izuku took in the power of his new technique, Manoma lunged, wrapping his fingers around Izuku's wrist. Nito felt the card appear in his mind's eye. Combo Breaker, a quirk that allows successive punches to create exponentially more force. Simple but elegant. In the distance, he felt other quirks inside Midoriya, an intricate network that he couldn't even touch, let alone copy. Suddenly, he realized exactly what Midoriya had done. He'd unleashed a blast of compressed air using the force of Combo Breaker. At once, Nito had succeeded. Nito had been forced to improve, get faster, avoid blasts without a quirk. Midoriya had been forced to use his smarts to fight without breaking himself, to evolve, to make sure of creative thinking. Antithesis and thesis had met. Between them, they were changed. They were both a thesis, the Hegelian dialectic made flesh. Between the two heroes, dancing around the middle of the arena, they had achieved Nito's goal of self-improvement. Now it was time to finish this. Nito charged as Midoriya did, fists flying and meeting in the middle, rushes of punches parrying against the opposition. They were fast, strong, and building in power, two heroes in a grand duel, the air charged with Combo Breaker's inherent power as the two titans went at it. As the seconds turned to minutes, the exhaustion built. Feeling Combo Breaker starting to fade from his grip, Nito made one final lunge to detonate the power. Seeing this, Midoriya did the same. Their fists met in the middle, and the world went still. Then, something cracked, and Nito Manoma felt himself staring into the sky, lying upon the ground. Distantly, he saw Midoriya on the other side, doing the same thing. "It's a tie!" Midnight yelled, and distantly, Nito smiled. He hadn't crushed 1A, but he'd more than shown the mettle of 1B. He'd made himself grander and better, and that was a success. He let himself rest, closing his eyes as the world went wild. It was a fascinating day to be a villain. Tamura was a useful piece of the puzzle, but he needed allies. And there were a few rather interesting youths that he had his eye upon. Shoto Todoroki, the son of Endeavor who'd shown such signs of an unhappy childhood. Privately, the cryptid mused on the rumors of a burnt teenager with brilliant blue flames. Perhaps the man they called Dabi would be a valuable asset sooner rather than later. Nito Manoma, a strong mind, obsessed with climbing higher. Difficult to sway, given his determination to become a hero, and truthfully, he was but a pale copy of the real prize. Hitoshi Shinso was similar. Likely a boy who had suffered for his quirk that many had considered villainous. Shinso would make a valuable asset, given his pragmatic skill set. Katsuki Bakugo was talented, but hot-headed and foolish. He already had Tamura for brute force, but truthfully, Bakugo might yet serve a purpose as a sacrifice for the real prize. Finally, of course, Izuku Midoriya. An unassuming man, but the inheritor of all for one needed to join the fold. And soon he would. In the darkness, the man who had once been called Hisashi Midoriya gave an approximation of a smile, laughing through his apparatus of life support machines. The pieces were in motion, and now it was time to make the first move. The podium was a fascinating construction, a hastily elongated first-place position flanked by a second and third position. Before the podiums stood Midnight and the entire group of competitors. In third place stood Yurashi. In second place stood Shinso. And finally, Izuku and Manoma shared the first-place podium. Congratulations, competitors! It's time to give out the medals, but fear not, because Midnight began, to interrupted by a colossal muscle-bound shape landing next to her. "I am here." All Might cheered as he landed, only to realize he'd interrupted. "Sorry, my dear, please continue." He put in a big smile and chuckled awkwardly as Midnight did the same. "Yes. Well, All Might will be giving out the medals." Midnight composed herself, and the crowd applauded as All Might moved to Yurashi. "Young Yurashi, I'm glad you decided to stay at UA instead of moving to Shiketsu. You've shown yourself to truly possess the heroic heart I saw in you." All Might patted Yurashi on the back as the student dropped into a deep bow, slipping the bronze medal upon him. "Thank you, All Might. I shall always smile as I save them all." Yurashi cheered, a mission statement to the world. "Young Shinso, Aizawa speaks highly of you. It's inspirational how you use your quirk for good despite the attitudes of others. Keep up the good work, young man." Shinso muttered something in thanks as All Might slipped the silver medal upon his neck. "Young Manoma, you set out to prove that Class 1B can compete just as well as 1A, and I think you proved that point. Keep pushing and make us proud." Manoma smirked, striking a pose as a gold medal went around his neck. "Young Midoriya, what can I say? Other than restating that I was wrong about you. Keep pushing, young Midoriya. Show them that you are a hero, now and always." All Might slipped a second gold medal upon his neck, and his world stopped. "All Might. Thank you." He smiled, trying not to cry. "Congratulations to all our bold heroes in training. Now, once and for all, plus ultra." The crowd joined in the cheer, and for a moment, Izuku had freed himself of the pressure, the thoughts that writhed and twisted and told him to give up. Then he felt Bakugo's glare, and they were back. Tamura sat in the bar, looking at his new visitors. "Why are you people here, and what can you do for me?" He practically growled, looking at the people in front of him. One of them, a man wrapped in black and gray costume that concealed his entire personage. The other, a man resembling a stage magician, wearing a mask with a bizarre white mask. Between them, Jiren, the man who'd been indispensable to the league, providing them with whatever supplies they needed. "Easy, Shigaraki. The stage magician is Mr. Compress, and the other is Twice. They'll do very well indeed in your organization. Would you two care to explain?" Jiren chuckled as Twice stepped forwards. "Sure thing. No, I wouldn't. Go away." Twice snapped, changing moods on the toss of a coin. "I can make clones of anything I have the measurements of." "No, I can't. I'm quirkless." Tamura raised an eyebrow and Jiren laughed. "Don't worry, Shigaraki. You get used to that." Jiren gestured to Compress, who stepped forwards. "Salutations, young Shigaraki. They call me Compress, perhaps because of my skill set." He idly knocked his knuckles against a glass on the bar, the glass instantly shrinking down into a small marble that slipped into Compress' sleeve with a single gesture. Sensei, Kurogyri, what do you think?" Tamura idly asked, and the television responded. "I think they'll do very well for us, Tamura. Soon, the battle will begin." "Jiren, did your meeting with the Shy Hasaikai go well?" Sensei asked. "I managed to speak to them, but Chisaki Kai doesn't seem to care. He said his organization is not ready to make their move yet, and he won't be working with us." Jiren said, idly rubbing the back of his neck as Sensei thought to himself. Unfortunate. No matter, Overhaul will serve eventually, or he will die, regardless of what he has planned. Tamura, I leave this matter to you. Prepare yourself, for soon we shall make our mission statement against the world." The television flickered off, and Tamura felt the nerves flare again. It was so much easier to speak philosophy when Sensei could give him the answers. At least he could think about bringing down the corrupt society that had wounded him so. "All right, so here's the plan, both of you," Tamura began as Twice and Compress sat at the bar, near to Kurogyri. Elsewhere in the city, Kai Chisaki was lost in thought. Besides him, his masked sycophant sat, staring at a small syringe of red liquid. "Chrono, what do we know of this League of Villains?" Kai asked, distaste filling his mouth. They disgusted him, and he'd only just had the room fumigated after Jiren met with them. "More than we expected, less than we hoped, Overhaul." Chronostasis said, his mask concealing his expression. The boy, Shigaraki Tamura, seems to be in charge, but the information we have describes him as little more than a malcontent, an immature child lashing out at the world. It would seem that someone else is pulling his strings, then. For what though? Kai mused. I suppose it does not matter. How goes the production of our tools? Nearby, Tingai stood, bowing before speaking. Master Overhaul, the trigger drag is viable. Sadly, the second serum is not quite viable. Eri has yet to attempt to escape, however, so we have the advantage of time. Tingai sat down again, saying nothing else. Kai could respect his deliberate manner. Perhaps if Irinaka died, he would make a fine lieutenant. But is Eri's caretaker performing acceptably? A chorus of nods, and Kai continued. There is the matter of the operation in Hosu City. I think it prudent to make it worse, so as to prevent attention from reaching our own work. Flood the city with trigger, make sure that the underworld is ready for chaos. When strife hits the city, those desperate to take advantage will use it, making a bad situation worse. Do not let us be traced, or you will beg for something as sweet as death. Kai glared, and the 8 bullets nodded, leaving to perform his will. If the League of Villains wanted to get attention, Kai was certainly fine with letting them take the spotlight while he toiled. When he rose, nobody would be able to stop his coming. Izuku found himself at the park near Yue. They'd been given a day off to recover from the sports festival, but Izuku made a promise, and he planned to stick to it. Wearing blue jeans and a white t-shirt that said "T-shirt" on it, he took in the people passing by, waiting for his friend to show up. He was really glad he'd been able to avoid people. His face was all over the news, and he didn't have the energy to deal with that. Izuku! Called a cheerful voice from a few feet away, and he felt someone grab his arm. Turning, he saw Hagakure, wearing a pink t-shirt and her own set of jeans. You ready to see what we can do? Or do you want to get ice cream? Izuku's brain stopped for a second, realizing that this outing might not be entirely professional. Well, I think that training your quirk comes first. And then we can get an ice cream on our break. Izuku asked, having literally no idea on how the hell a non-professional outing between himself and a very nice girl his age should go. Sounds good. I think I have some ideas, right? Last night, I tried to make myself less invisible, right? Couldn't do it, but for a few seconds, my dad said that it was harder to see the stuff behind me, a bit like frosted glass. Hagakure mused as they walked away from the crowd. I have an idea. So your quirk isn't actually invisibility, right? It's the ability to change the refractive index of your body. So I think if you can visualize it, you can do other stuff. Izuku noted, remembering Manoma's lesson. Try imagining a dial or a gauge. You can speed up light in you or slow it down, and that'd let you create sprays of light. You could even fire lasers like Aoyama with enough training. Wow. Okay, Izuku, I'll try it. She went still, very still, and after a few seconds, a brilliant glow started to emerge from the transparent teen, shining brightly. Wow, it's working. Okay, let me keep increasing. The light continued to intensify, until the grass beneath her started to smoke, and Hagakure made noises of pain. At once, the light shut off, and she ummed in pain. Toru, are you okay? Izuku's eyes widened as she gasped. I'm fine. My skin hurts though. I think I've got something like sunburns. Guess I found the drawback, huh? She giggled, despite clearly being in pain, and Izuku winced. Come on. Let's get you some ice cream and then get you home. That's enough for today. Izuku tried to force a smile, and Hagakure latched onto his arm, following along. Izuku, can I ask you a question? She asked as they walked off with the ice creams Izuku bought, sitting down upon a bench. Sure, Toru. He blushed slightly, praying this wasn't about to be a difficult question. What's the deal with Bakugo? He seems to really hate you, but I can't understand why, and you call him Kaken as though he's a friend, and I don't understand it. You're a great guy, and I don't see why he hates you. Toru seemed confused, and Izuku went from faint vermilion to full crimson. Bakugo that he respects strength. Back when I was friends with him, when my quirk came through. I gave him advice, and he thought I was stealing his opportunity to learn from him. I never wanted to fight him, so he decided I was weak. That's really all I can say. Izuku felt so small in that moment, hoping that Toru wouldn't ask further questions. He wasn't ready to share the details. You're not weak, Izuku. You're strong, okay? And I'll keep saying so until you realize that. He felt like she was smiling as her arms brought him into a hug, and they stayed like that for a while. Eventually, they walked home, Izuku's head swirling the whole time. Homeroom was quiet the next day, even as Aizawa walked in, completely recovered from the USJ, albeit with a long, jagged scar running from his nose to his chin, a stretch of skin that had been disintegrated by Shigaraki's decay quirk and healed improperly. The air was subdued, a subtle degree of excitement in the atmosphere, and Izuku's head was swimming. Good day, students. I'm going to be blunt. Yes, I am fully recovered as best I can. That's all I'm saying on the topic. Congratulations on your performance in the sports festival. Soon, you'll receive your offers for internships. Please give me your choice by the end of the week. Before then, we have another class, Aizawa noted as Midnight burst in, the door swinging shut as she stood in front of the class. We're choosing your hero names. Midnight cheered and the class went wild. Yeah, thanks, Kiyama. Choose carefully, you'll be stuck with them. Aizawa zipped up his sleeping bag, flopping behind his desk out of view. He's right, you know. Present Mike gave him the name of Eraserhead after he completely refused Prince of Slumberland, or TOS, for short. He's been stuck with it ever since. Midnight laughed. Izuku found himself lapsing into idle thought as to what his hero name should be. He didn't really have one that fit. Deku, if you keep muttering, I will throw you out of the effing window, I swear to God. Bakugo glared at the back of his head, and for a minute, Izuku could swear that Hagakure was glaring at Bakugo. Not that it mattered, he needed a name. Preferably one that wasn't Deku. If he was going to become a hero, he wasn't going to call himself useless. The mood in the class was awkward, to say the least. Aoyama had taken the name Can't Stop Twinkling, the shining hero, and Ashido's own name of Alien Queen had been rejected, resulting in her being called Pinky, which was far less impressive, according to the general mood of the class. Then Azoui had called herself Froppy, the rainy day hero, and everyone was charmed by the return to normality. Next to present was Ida, showing off his new name. Taking a leaf from Ingenium's book, he decided to become Dynamo, the engine hero. Proudly becoming the next of the Ida family to become a hero, Ida sat down, a smile upon his face. It was proving difficult to find a name. What could capture what he wanted to do? What could show his nature to the world? It needed to be simple, interesting, and show enough of him to comfort the public, but not so much that villains could predict his every move. Suddenly an idea hit him. Walking up, he showed his board. I'm Viridian. The versatile hero. It's a term for green coloration, but it also comes from veritas, or the Latin word for truth, and verdant, meaning green and growing. I'm going to protect everyone, letting them grow without being crushed by the lies and cruelty of the villains of the world. I won't let anyone be defined by what lies they've been told, no more people believing they're worthless because that's what they've been told. Izuku felt the passion burn through him, even as Bakugo glared at him. For once, Izuku didn't care. If Bakugo had a problem with that mission statement, then he could deal with it on his own terms. He wasn't going to stop Izuku from becoming a hero. Brilliant, Midoriya. I love it. Midnight smiled warmly, letting Izuku go back to his seat. The class seemed to be siding with Midnight on this, Shinso and Hagakure seeming especially delighted. Next up, Shinso stood. I am enigmatic, the subtle hero. Shinso noted, no long speech or explanation. But what does that have to do with your personality or your quirk, Shinso? Midnight asked, and Shinso shrugged as though it were obvious. My quirk is easily neutralized if people know what it is. With my name being vague enough, it'll be hard for people to figure it out, while still being noteworthy and memorable. I like it. Good job, Shinso. Midnight cheered as Shinso returned to his seat, and the class continued onwards, names being proposed and rejected and accepted. Bakugo was rejected several times, before taking the name of the explosion hero, Shockwave. Todoroki spent nearly the entire class thinking, lost in thought, before deciding on Equilibrium, the thermal hero. With the class dismissed immediately after, they dispersed, looking into their internship offers. Later that night, Izuku found himself unsure of who to pick. There were many heroes, and all of them were quite amazing to learn from. Suddenly his laptop showed a new email, and checking it he made his decision. Reading it completely, he knew exactly who he was going to intern with. Congratulations, young Midoriya, or should I call you Viridian now? I'm afraid we've never spoken one-on-one before, but you've gathered my interest. To cut off any questions you may have, allow me to state a few things about myself. I know about All for One, and its relationship with One for All, though I know less than our dear All Might. However, I'm sure between us, we can arm ourselves with the greatest weapon knowledge. I waited until now to send you my offer, not because I doubt your qualifications, but because I do not often take interns. However, you are something of a special case, aren't you, Midoriya? You're concerned with truth, making things right. I believe you're the perfect kind of person for me, Midoriya, someone who can correct the course of the hero system. Sorry, perhaps I should qualify my statement. There are many heroes that are not heroic. It would be libelous of me to name names, but I'm sure you have ideas already, being the perceptive one you are. I see a lot of problems in our society today, Midoriya, people who are more attached to the status quo than reforming things for the better. In truth, I was delighted that yourself and Shinso made it through the entrance exam, for that represents a shift away from the societal hierarchy that is primarily dominated by flashy emitter quirks. Again, to name names would be libelous, but you know who I'm talking about, I'm sure. Should you be interested, then I have instructions. Come to my office at lunch tomorrow, and we'll talk over a cup of tea and your food. Before then, I have a piece of homework for you. Look into a hero of your choosing who you feel is suspicious, problematic, deviant, whatever adjective you like. Research them, find things to back up your suspicions, and tell me about them when we meet. Research is the first pillar of any hero. You can't make an arrest without knowing who to arrest. Yours excitedly, Principal Nizu. Interested, Izuku set himself to work. He found himself searching Endeavor and the Todoroki family at large. After the initial, sanitized reports, he found some startling pieces of information on a variety of internet boards. Todoroki Rei hospitalized after assaulting her young son. Clicking on the article, opening it into a new tab, Izuku found himself gasping in horror. According to Todoroki NG, better known as the pro-hero Endeavor, Rei suffered a mental episode, which resulted in her pouring boiling water on the face of her son, Shoto. Endeavor said when pressed for an interview, Rei has been institutionalized for the safety of my children and for her own recovery. Respect our wishes and do not press us further, as this is a difficult time for us all. It explains some things but not others. For example, if his mother was the one who hurt him, why did Todoroki refuse to use his flame rather than his ice? Todoroki said that it was Endeavor that had broken his mother, so what had happened to drive Rei to burn her own son? Grimacing, Izuku continued to scroll. Eldest son of Endeavor, Todoroki Toya, presumed dead. Clicking, Izuku found himself growing in horror. Todoroki Toya has been reported to have perished after a fire at the Todoroki family residence. The pro-hero Endeavor, the sole parent, described the event as a tragic accident that left the family grieving. He was training his fire quirk, but he pushed it too hard. We have not seen the body, but he is nowhere to be found, and his quirk is hot enough to burn things to ash. It is likely that we will never find a body, and we wish for time to grieve without interruptions. When asked, the siblings of Toya declined to comment. A tragic accident. And yet, Todoroki had very much laid the blame at Endeavor's feet. He wasn't speaking out when he was younger, and the coverage was flattering. There was only one explanation. Endeavor was controlling the conversation and punishing the children for their defiance. Finding proof would be hard, but he had to tell Nizu what he'd found. Izuku walked into the office, his bag upon his shoulders as he entered Nizu's office. "Ah, Midoriya. Please, come in. Welcome, I'm glad to hear from you. Have you given thought to my proposition?" Nizu chirped, cheering happily. Endeavor, Izuku said bluntly, placing his notes upon the table. Oh, and do tell, what have you found on the number 2 hero, Midoriya? Fear not, this office is soundproofed. Even Miss Jiro couldn't hear our conversation, nor could Present Mike be heard. He gave a slight giggle at the statement, clearly enjoying showing off. Well, his wife had a mental breakdown a while ago, pouring boiling water onto Todoroki's face. That's probably why he has his scar. In addition, his eldest son, Todoroki Toya, suffered an accident in training and was claimed to have burnt himself to ashes. Given the lack of a body, Todoroki's own refusal to use his fire, and the fact that Todoroki seems to resent Endeavor rather than his mother, I believe that he is an abusive parent. Izuku stated, and Nizu tapped his fingers together. Very interesting, Midoriya. Very interesting. Nizu clapped. So, a quirk that burns hot enough to totally cremate. Does this seem likely to you? In truth, no. Endeavor's flame isn't hot enough to do that without incredibly prolonged exposure. From what little I can see of Toya's quirk, it seems that his fire burns hotter than Endeavor's, but it'd still take a while to disintegrate him. Izuku mused as Nizu poured tea for the two of them. Plus, he'd been training for a while, so it's likely he had control of his quirk. If he pushed too hard, the immediate reflex would be to shut off the flames in a panic. So that means that either Endeavor deliberately killed his child, or Todoroki Toya vanished in the blaze and Endeavor decided not to question it. Good, young Midoriya. So, which option seems more likely to you? Nizu sipped his tea, clutching something under his desk. I suppose the second one. Endeavor is many things, but he's concerned about his legacy, and killing his eldest son would be throwing that out of the window. Izuku stroked his chin and Nizu grinned. Good. Excellent, Midoriya. Excellent insights. I have additional information, but first I need you to sign on with me. Nizu presented a form with a pen. I'm bound by non-disclosure agreements, but as my intern, you'd be privy to all my information. Provided you ask the right questions, of course. Izuku took a sip of his tea before signing the paper. It felt right. Like there was a purpose to all of this, that he was doing the right thing. Wonderful. Now, Midoriya, check this file out. It's on the hero killer case, which is my current work, but I noticed something interesting. Nizu smiled, tossing a sheaf of papers. This is a series of documents on the hero killer, Stain, and his apparent acolytes, criminals who find themselves aligning with this man. Taking the papers, Izuku found himself reading through the list. Name, Kaizome Akaguro. Alias, Stain, previously, Stendhal. Quirk, blood curdle. Ingesting blood paralyzes the person to whom the blood belonged. At the head of the paper, a cruel expression stared at Izuku, a shadowy portrait of a man with no nose and a scarlet mask that covered the top half of his face. Turning to the next page, he saw a young girl, probably about the same age as himself. Name, Himiko Toga. Alias, an quirk, unknown. Flipping to the next, he saw a reptilian man, clutching a large sword. Name, Shuichi Iguchi. Alias, Spinner. Quirk, Gecko, provides the ability to climb up walls and other surfaces. The final page was a badly burnt man, and Izuku blanched at the sight of him. His entire body was mutilated by burn scars, seemingly held together by partially molten staples. A crop of dirty, black hair spiked from his head, ash and soot mixing together at his fringe like a demonic dandruff. Unknown. Alias, Dabi. Quirk, cremation, a fire quirk that burns hot enough to create blue flames of up to 1300 Celsius. Izuku stopped, looking up at Nizu. You think that Dabi is Todoroki Toya, don't you? Nizu merely sipped his tea, dropping into a pleasant smile. Why yes I do. I had an inkling you'd choose Endeavor as your subject, young Midoriya, and I felt certain that, if you were as smart as I believed, you'd find the information regarding Toya's disappearance. With that link, now you can understand what we're up against. Villains who are earnestly believing that they are in the right, and they might well be correct. After all, a hero system that allows abusive parents to flourish is hardly fit for purpose. Nizu smiled, And Izuku realized just how smart Nizu was. He needed to learn from this man. So, you want me for your plan to reform the hero system? Izuku asked, and Nizu smiled wider. Soon. Our first step is to stop Stain and his thugs. Even if they make salient points, their goals are short-sighted. We need to reform it, not merely excise the people who are bad. Either they will only destroy the hero system totally, which is unacceptable, or they'll only excise bad actors, and then we'll just end up in the same situation 10 years from now, you see. Nizu said, far too cheerfully. I see it. So what's the first step? Izuku asked, and Nizu put his fingers together. Why, Midoriya? First, you need to see what happens to such criminals. People so dangerous, we can't contain them in a normal prison. Tomorrow we go to Tartarus so you can understand the magnitude of what we have to deal with. Nizu finished his tea, and Izuku felt a chill run up his spine. He entered the room as Izuku Midoriya, but left it as Viridian. Toru found herself outside of a plain-looking building, her mostly empty briefcase at her side. Unlike everyone else in the hero course, her briefcase wasn't for containing her costume. Given that said costume was effectively a pair of gloves, it wasn't exactly necessary, but she did need somewhere to store her school uniform. Checking the piece of paper with the address, she confirmed that she was in fact at the right place, the temporary office of the rabbit hero, Mirko. It had been difficult to choose who to intern with. In the end, she'd sent an email to Mirko, asking to intern under her to train her hand-to-hand. Ultimately, she was already ahead on stealth and subtlety, and she didn't know anyone who could help her develop her quirk except for Izuku. So the best way for her to get ahead was to improve her combat skills. Unfortunately for her, she found herself next to Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo? What are you doing here? She asked, and he glared at her. What are you doing here, Invisibitch? He practically spat, but she held her ground. No fair, I asked first. After a few seconds, he rolled his eyes. Fine. The old hag that is my mother said some shit about how I'm strong but I need to make my anger work for me, suggested this rabbit beach. I figured why the F, not like anyone else is gonna bother sending invites after that festival. He growled, and for a moment, Toru felt bad for him. He seemed to be at his lowest point, and she didn't want to rub his face in that. Fair enough. I just want to improve my hand-to-hand, and Mirko's a badass who likes enthusiasm. Toru smiled, totally aware that Bakugo had no way of seeing that. The downside of invisibility is that you had to be incredible extra just to be noticed. She likes strength, Invisibitch. So you might want to stop learning from Fang Deku if you want to be useful. Bakugo growled, and Toru found herself glaring. What's your problem with Izuku, anyway? As his friend, I think I should know. Toru stood her ground, and Bakugo actually stopped in his tracks. Where to start? He's effing weak. Every victory he has is using someone else's power, and he's always pushing something into situations where he isn't wanted. He steals every win while pretending to be helpful, making your victory mean F all. He yelled, startling the people in the lobby of this building. He's not weak at all. And it's not a bad thing to want to work with people. Toru yelled back, the argument building up and up and up. Part of Toru worried that Mirko was watching, but the majority of her told her that she had to stand up for her friend. Bullshit. I don't mean physically weak, he's got a quirk for that. I mean that he's a goddamn toady. Before you, he never stood up to me once. If he was strong, he'd have fought back against me. Bakugo glared quietly, and an athletic woman with rabbit ears and tan skin approached. Hagakure Toru and Bakugo Katsuki? She asked. My name's Mirko. You want to keep going at it here, or you want to learn something? Sorry, Mirko. That was a personal disagreement. It won't affect anything here. Toru said, hastily trying to assuage Mirko's doubts. We'll see. In the meantime, you're both wrong, and I'm gonna make you see why. By the end of this week, you're gonna be smarter and stronger. She walked to an elevator, and as the interns entered, the elevator descended. So, let me cut the bullshit. Hagakure, you're partially wrong. Working with others is all well and good, but there's a fancy word for people who can't hold their own without help, a corpse. Your boy might be a strong one, but he isn't always going to be there. Mirko mused, and Toru wasn't entirely sure what to say to that. As for you, Bakugo, where to begin? It sounds like you bullied him for little other reason than because he wouldn't fight back. I'm gonna make sure you see why we do this by the end of this week. But first, the elevator opened, revealing a massive gym. That I think it's time for combat training. At that, Mirko leapt from the elevator into the center of the room, and Toru knew this was going to hurt. It's good to have you both. Fat Gum cheered, and Momo smiled warmly. Besides her, Jiro seemed awkward, fidgeting with one of her earphone jacks, and not entirely sure how to deal with the energy of the large man in front of her. Besides Fat Gum, a young man, probably only a few years older than Momo, very carefully studied his feet. A mess of dark blue hair spiked from his head. It's a pleasure to be here, Fat Gum. We look forward to working with you and your other student. Momo said diplomatically. Said student only seemed to withdraw further into himself. Oh, him? This is Amajiki Tamaki. He's a good man, he's just very, very anxious about existence. He'll get there though. Fat Gum said cheerily. If he ever says something that sounds like a brag, he's definitely telling the truth. He's very humble, so make sure you heed that. Can we stop talking about me? It's my least favorite topic of conversation, Amajiki stuttered, withdrawing further. Behind her, Momo could swear she heard Jiro mutter, God, that's relatable. That was something to take note of. She couldn't have her best friend feeling inadequate. Pleased to meet you, Amajiki. You're one of the big three, are you not? Momo turned to him, hoping to engage him. I don't know how I ended up with that title. I swear, Mirio and Nager are much better than me. Please don't expect me to be Mirio. He blushed slightly, trailing off. Please, I'm sure you're very capable. I look forward to learning from you. Momo bowed slightly, and Amajiki attempted a bow in response. In practice, it looked like he was trying to hide, but Momo appreciated the courtesy. Well, that's fortunate. Yaozu, Amajiki is the hero sun-eater, with the quirk to take on traits of things he eats. So, you two will train creativity with him, and we'll all do physical training and patrols together. Fat Gum smiled, slapping Amajiki on the back, who made a grunt of pain from the impact. Sun-eater? That's a bold name. I wouldn't expect that from you, you seem more reserved. Jiro noted, raising an eyebrow. At that, Fat Gum laughed heartily. Oh, that's a story. Amajiki, do you want to tell them, or should I? Fat Gum grinned, and Amajiki looked like he was dropping down a hole inside his mind. It's not a big deal that IT was Mirio's idea, and I went with it. Lots of people do that, Eraserhead did it. Amajiki said, but Fat Gum raised an eyebrow. I do believe that what Mirio actually said is that, you're a light that'll eat the sun. If only you'd smile, Mirio would swoon. Not that you need my advice, mind you. Fat Gum nodded in support, as Amajiki turned redder than Yaoyorozu's own hero costume. Well, it's that time. I'd like to die, so I'm going up to lie down. Amajiki said, stumbling away. Okay, but don't die. Fat Gum called after him, with the ease that comes after having had the same exchange multiple times. Amajiki. He's very awkward, but I'm trying to get him to open up and come out of his shell, a pun not intended. Both Jiro and Momo looked at him, confused. Puns, sensei? Momo asked, and understanding crossed Fat Gum's face. Oh, right? You haven't seen him in action. You'll understand. Anyways, he'll be okay in half an hour, so let's give you the tour. Fat Gum chuckled heartily, leading them down the corridors. Welcome, Manoma Nito, to my agency. Best Jeanist waved, and Nito felt right at home. Thanks for the invite, Best Jeanist. But I have to ask, why me and not Midoriya? Nito inquired, honestly curious. He was good, but Midoriya had an intelligence that'd go well with Best Jeanist's own. Two things, Manoma. Firstly, presentation. You carry yourself with dignity and charisma. This is a valuable trait that I want to encourage. Secondly, my own quirk is quite complex and hard to use. Given your quirk, I will be putting you through hell. By the end of this week, you will learn how to use complicated and unintuitive quirks in an effective manner, on the fly, while maintaining that grace and charisma that will take you far. Do you understand? Best Jeanist stared, his tone careful. Nito was painfully aware that nothing he said was an exaggeration, and he couldn't wait. Teach me. I understand. Nito nodded to him, and then he was very aware of himself being pinned to the ceiling by his own uniform. Creativity makes a weak quirk strong, and a lack of it makes a strong quirk useless. You know this, of course, but you can see just true it is now. If I was a villain, you'd have died right there and then. Best Jeanist floated Nito down, releasing control of his clothing. Come with me. They took the elevator in silence, arriving at the top of the building. Best Jeanist smiled and then said, Are you ready for your first test? Of course I am. Nito scoffed, and he barely managed to brush his fingers across the hero's hand before Best Jeanist pushed him off the building. In free fall, Nito thought to himself. His quirk is clothing manipulation. It can defy gravity to an extent, but I'm new. Start small. He deliberated carefully as he approached the ground. As he focused, his uniform jacket and shirt exploded into threads, wrapping themselves into a parachute that slowed his fall. The bruise on his face when he landed face down upon the ground, covered in the shredded fibers of the top half of his school uniform, told him that it wasn't the best idea, but it had mostly worked. Beside him, Best Jeanist strolled out of the building, reforming Nito's clothing with a gesture. Good. You adapted quickly with an unfamiliar quirk. I can work with this. Best Jeanist smiled warmly. Come, let's get you something for your... Your nose is bleeding from hitting concrete face down. Yeah, Nito could work with this. Falling off of buildings wasn't fun, but it was certainly one way to learn.